What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, May 16th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from beautiful Barton Creek Country Club. We'll talk more about where we are in a second. We've got a lot to get into on today's show. We'll talk NBA playoffs. The Dallas Mavericks one win away from a trip to the Western Conference Finals. Boston has already punched its ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals. We'll talk about the games last night, plus a little hockey talk as well. We'll get into the NFL schedule release. That dropped last night. We'll talk Dallas Cowboys, we'll talk Houston Texans, and we'll run down some of the biggest games in the NFL in the upcoming 2024 season. We've got some more audio from Steve Sarkisian to get into. Of course, we have to talk about Harrison Butker's commencement speech. I've never agreed with an athlete more in my life. I'm kidding. I don't even want to turn that into a bit because I know people will get mad at me.
That's a bad bit.
Also, Dabo Sweeney has made some interesting comments about the transfer portal. We've got a ton to get into on a Buck On and Buck Off Thursday. How are you, my friend?
I am doing fantastic, and it is really good to be out here at Barton Creek. It's now seeming like it's our home away from home, sort of like Sue Patrick all of a sudden over the last month. We've been out here twice, but this is their biggest event, DKR member guest tournament today and tomorrow. Double shotgun. They started out at 8 o'clock this morning. Then I think the second group goes off at like 1 o'clock, and they'll do this for 2 days. And this is quite the place. You know, we were over at one of their 4 golf courses last week. It seemed like last week, but it was actually 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And we were over there for, Ricky Williams' event. And now we're here for the member guest event today. So it's nice to be here in this beautiful foyer right here. And a lot of old faces I saw here.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right, because I used to be a member here.
Is that right?
That's right. That's right, when I was a coach at the University of Texas.
I just figured you used to sneak on this course for some night golf back in the day. I didn't realize
that's
actually...
these days.
Ah, okay.
That's these days.
Did
you
have to pay, or did you get that as part of your
That's
hookup?
part of the deal. That was part of the hookup back in the day.
I should have been a coach at UT.
Yeah, this is one of the great amenities that you got from being a coach at the university, and this is such a wonderful place and really incredible people. It really, really is.
Yes.
People that have had some real success in their lifetimes, but just out and out, it wouldn't matter. They're just good folks out here. Kyle Early is the director out here, and we'll get a chance to talk with him this morning. And he's been here for quite a while, and this is a good event for them. This is how they gather membership. You get your guests have friends, and so maybe they want to join up and be a member out here. But as I said, they've got 4 great courses. The Lakeside course that has been closed down will, I think, open up. I think Kyle said maybe at the end of the month, like May 30th, there's a possibility that one, their 4th course, will open back up. They've renovated all the courses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've closed them down for a year and then they have just one more to go, and then they'll have all 4 up and running, as a matter of fact. So it's a beautiful day. It's got a lot of nice food, man. I'm looking at all the food right in the corner here, man.
I'm telling you, you're talking about how nice the people are. I'm thinking about how nice the food is.
Yeah.
I must have one of the best breakfast tacos I've ever had in my entire life.
Yeah, last time we were here for the Rickies event, we were outside. Remember, we had the sun to our back that morning?
Oh, yeah.
And we had just come off rainfall that was crazy, and it was cart path only. So we were thinking it was going to be an okay morning. When the sun rose, it hit us, the sun rises in the east.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Is that what they say?
I don't know if I believe that, but that is what they say.
Okay, well, it was rising on our backs that morning, and it just climbed our back. And you had your black shirt on like you had your Texas Sports Unfiltered shirt on, and it was hitting you dead square between the shoulder blades the last time.
Oh, I got cooked.
And it was cooking. It was cooking everything, cooking the equipment, the whole work. So we're inside right now, folks.
Yes, we are.
We decided to bring the show inside where it's safe. So
we're very thankful for that.
No doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the job that you do. It is appreciated to you and your families. Please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. It's also a Throwback Thursday, so we'll have another classic TBT video for the people this morning as well. We are jam-packed. Also, I got one of these things. You ever had one of these before?
No, that looks like it's healthy, and I don't buy into that. I see some of my blueberries from my garden in there.
These better not be yours. I'm not eating any more of this if this is your piss blueberries.
And I don't pee on my crops.
Okay. I don't know if
is that granola at the top of that?
Yeah, what is this? A Fayette? What is it? How do you pronounce
Fayetteville,
these?
Fayetteville.
I don't know. Parfait.
It's
How do you pronounce that?
And then there's some stuff on the bottom of that. That
Yes.
bottom part is yogurt, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not a yogurt fan.
You're not a yogurt guy?
No, remember, I don't like thick, milky stuff. Then that's that yogurt stuff right there reminds me of buttermilk.
You don't like thick, milky, white stuff?
No,
huh?
no, dude, not butter.
Not
I don't.
your thing?
Anything that looks like buttermilk, I can't do it.
Oh man,
No.
You're getting called out last night because it did rain, and you did not forecast rain yesterday. You
It
said it was going to
rained?
rain today.
It's going to rain today.
But according to our guy Michael C., who I assume was at the Austin FC game last night, by
They
the way,
didn't get rained out, did they?
no, they played. They played nice 1-0 victory over the Houston Dynamo for Austin
I think
FC.
they've got a couple wins in a row.
Yeah, they're right there in the playoff mix. I mean, still more than half the season to go, so we'll see how things finish out.
I'm sorry about that. I did call for rain today, though.
You did, and the folks who are playing out here are hoping they don't get any.
No, my bones are telling me it's sometime today we're going to get hit pretty good.
That's not good.
That's not good.
The bones never lie.
No, they don't lie.
The bones never
They
lie.
ache.
By the way, they are good on membership out here at Barton Creek Country
Yes,
Club.
they always are.
But you can always stay at the Omni Barton Creek
What a
Resort
place,
and
man.
Spa. It's fantastic hotel and resort. They've got the private heated club pool. You can play golf, of course, if you stay out here. They've got incredible food, so much to do. OmniHotels.com for more information. But check out the Omni Barton Creek Resort and Spa. They just renovated it back in 2020.
Yes, they
So
did.
everything is damn near brand new. And if you are listening from out of town and you plan on making your way to Austin at some point in the not too distant future,
You'll be coming here for football games.
maybe for a football game this fall, you have to stay at the Omni Barton Creek Hotel and Resort. Phenomenal place. All right, plenty of sports to get into. We'll start with the basketball from last night. We'll go local first. How about Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks after choking away Game 4 at home? They controlled Game 5 on the road in Oklahoma City pretty much from the opening tip. 104-92, the final. The Mavs get the victory over Oklahoma City in Game 5. The good news for the Mavs, when best-of-7 NBA playoff series are tied 2-2, the winner of Game 5 goes on to win the series 82% of the time. History is on Dallas' side. Of course, in round 1, the Mavs were in a 2-2 series with the Clippers. They won Game 5 on the road. They came back home to Dallas and closed out the Clips in Game 6. Dallas fans hoping history repeats itself. But the biggest storyline, Buck, Luka Doncic, what a bounce back for him. 31, 11, and 10. Very efficient, shot over 50% from the floor. Just 3 turnovers. He was on a mission last night, and he was the biggest reason why Dallas is 1 game away from the conference finals.
Yeah, whether he was hurt or not, he was focused last night, and that's the difference. You know, obviously his knee has still been bothering him, but he's focused in on the task at hand, and the task at hand is moving on to the conference finals, and I think he did that last night. He didn't let the officiating bother him. He got away from all that, you know, complaining and moaning about everything that goes on with the officials, and just played basketball. I mean, he just put the ball down, went about his business, and played a fantastic game last night, and got everybody involved last night too, which was good to see. And you know, the games before, when he gets involved with the officials, he really has a rough time. Now, it's not to say he's still not a great player when he does that, because he's probably gotten the better of all of that stuff. When the officials get into his head, he's just that talented. But the last couple games, it's just when you're hurt and you're doing all that stuff, that just compounds the fact that you just go play the game.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the officiating. You're good enough to get things done. And he did last night. He really did.
He knew about it too.
Yes, he did. He knew what was going on.
Because when he was interviewed both on the floor right after the game and in his press conference in the tunnel, he talked about how he changed his mindset, right? He realized that he had let the officials bother him too much in Game 4. He heard what we said. He heard what the people said, and he probably realized it without hearing what anybody else said, that he was focusing way too much on the refs and not nearly enough on just playing basketball. In a quote that he said after the game, he said, "I just wanted to focus on basketball. I just went out there and hooped, have fun. It was the old Luka with a smile on my face." So that's the Luka the Mavs need.
Absolutely.
Right, to win this series, but also to try to make it to the NBA Finals. They need that locked in, engaged Luka, who's focused on playing basketball, who's focused on scoring for himself, but also getting his team involved.
Yeah, engaged with his teammates and not with the officials.
Yeah, exactly, and not just bitching and moaning to the refs every time there is a whistle. So great to see that from him. And how about the Mavs? I mean, there was a moment. They were up 18 early in the fourth quarter. The Thunder cut it to about 8, and there was a moment there where it's like, oh, my gosh,
boy.
Is this deja vu? Are they about to blow it again, just like they did in Game 4? PJ Washington hit some big shots late. Luka took over down the stretch, and the Mavs got it done. And the Mavs took their first lead at 9-8 with 8 minutes left in the first quarter. They never trailed.
Yeah, and he's, for Luka right now, he's not going to get that rest for that knee. It's just, so he's got to play through the pain.
Yeah.
But that's how good he is. I mean, he's good enough to play through the pain. And folks, he is hurting right now.
And the good news is there is an extra day off.
Yes,
before
that extra
Game
day.
6. So these two teams will not play again until Saturday.
Yes.
So that's in Dallas. A lot of travel from Oklahoma to Texas. So they had to make sure they threw that extra day in there. But if you're a Mavs fan, you will take it. Because,
absolutely, man.
Yeah, Luka Doncic dealing with a number of different ailments right now. He needs as much rest as he could possibly get. But great to see him go out and play the way that he did.
Yeah, it was great to see him get everybody involved last night, too.
Yeah. Derek Jones Jr. was awesome. 19 points for him. Played some great defense as well. How about Derek Lively, the rookie out of Duke? Plus 22 in 23 minutes off the bench. That guy is a problem. He's a major lob threat on offense. He is a beast on defense as well.
And see, the threat's been coming from OKC. That's where all the threats, their bench has been the bench that's been fantastic. Now, all of a sudden, now the Mavericks are bringing people off their bench that are really contributing to what's going on. That's big.
It is big. It is big.
It's big. It takes a lot of pressure off of Luka and Kyrie. It really does.
And for Oklahoma City, they're just not getting enough from anybody not named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Absolutely.
Right? SGA is doing his thing. He went for 30 again last night, but not enough from Chet Holmgren. No. Not enough from the Jalen Williamses. Not enough from Josh Giddey. Wiggins, who had a great game one, had just 2 points last night.
Yeah, see, Wiggins can't come up with a 2-point game.
No, can't have that.
No.
You can't have that. So,
guy's a former All-Star.
No, different Wiggins.
Different dude?
Different Wiggins.
Oh, I'm thinking.
You're thinking Andrew Wiggins.
No, this is a younger one.
This is a younger one.
Yes.
Yeah, no relation. No relation to the former Kansas Jayhawk.
Yeah.
An NBA champ with the Warriors.
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins is a little dude. It's the old Wiggins I'm thinking of.
You are thinking of the old Wiggins, which there's too many Wiggins.
Is that dude still playing?
Yeah, still in the league.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's still with the Warriors. I don't even know.
He's an old cat now.
He's getting up there, man. So the magic number, by the way, for the Mavs, Oklahoma City is 6-0 in these playoffs when holding their opponents under 100 points. They are 0-3 when they don't. So Mavs got to 100 last night. You get to triple digits, and the odds are in your favor that you were going to beat Oklahoma City.
Yeah, you like the way the ball was moving around last night.
Love the way the ball was moving last night. And what do you think? Game 6 on Saturday. Does this series end in Dallas, or does this thing go the distance?
No, it ends in Dallas.
Putting in the call?
Yeah, it ends in Dallas.
The early line is Mavs minus 3.5.
Yeah, it ends there.
Okay, I hope you're right. I hope you are right. You did miss out. I forgot to ask you for your.
I tried to throw in a late nighter there, but that's not official.
Yeah, I forgot to ask you.
The people can't do that.
Well, I've got to ask you, and I've got to ask the people for some help here, because you had Boston and Oklahoma City for 5,000 units last night. You obviously lost Oklahoma City because they lost the game outright. So you're down 5,000 there. Boston, the line closed at minus 15.5.
No. We're not getting that half on me.
And Boston won by 15. Now, I will say this. I think I'm going to give it to you. I think I'm going to be nice this morning.
Because you thought you saw maybe 14?
Because during the show yesterday, the line was 14.5.
Right.
Now, I didn't ask you to make your pick, and you didn't text me your pick until the line had already gone up to 15.5.
So I would have had the show line. I would have been a winner chicken dinner.
But I'm going to give you the show
line. There you
line.
go. So
I'll be nice. So we'll call it an even night.
Yes.
You had 2 5,000-unit plays. We'll give you Boston by half a point. Obviously,
how did they only win by that much at home? There was nobody playing for Cleveland last night.
We'll get to that game. 113-98, the final score. No Donovan Mitchell. No lifetime Longhorn Jared Allen. And no Karis LeVert. I mean, 3 of the best players for Cleveland didn't play a minute last night. And this was a 3-point game with about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, that's one of those. You just play to win the game, and that's what the Celtics did.
Yeah. Yeah, look, Cleveland, despite the guys that they had out, they're still playing with their backs against the wall. Like, their season's on the line. And we've seen it a lot in hockey, and we've seen it in basketball. We see it in all these playoffs over the years, right? When you're the more desperate team, desperation's a hell of a drug. Desperation is a hell of a drug. And Boston, they know they got 3 chances to win one game. Cleveland realized that, hey, if we don't win tonight, our season is done. We're going to Cancun. That's it. So they were playing desperate. They had a little bit more juice, but ultimately Boston just had better players.
Yes.
And they pulled away in the fourth quarter.
And you can expect now for the Celtics, now they get a couple days rest.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see what happens in that Knicks-Pacers series. Of course, that's a 3-2 Knicks lead with Game 6 coming up
Maybe
tomorrow
maybe the
night.
Celtics get Porzingis back. Is that a possibility?
It's a possibility that he returns in the next round.
Yeah, it sounds like, but it won't be in the first game. It won't be in the beginning. They'll find out if they can play without him first.
Yeah, but if you're Boston,
which they can.
They can, yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're having no problems. Now, I think the Knicks or the Pacers are a step up from this Cleveland team.
Yes.
Right? Like if Cleveland was fully healthy, maybe not, but because Donovan Mitchell didn't play 2 games, Jared Allen missed the whole series, and Karis LeVert missed some time.
They had no size.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough in the tank. So I think the winner of the Knicks-Pacers series will be a little bit more of a threat to Boston. But, yeah, Boston can beat either of those teams without Porzingis. Now, they can probably lose another player and still beat either New York or Indiana. But they're hoping that series goes the distance.
Yeah, I want that New York series with Boston so bad. That just harkens back to way back.
Oh, yeah.
With the Celtics and the Knicks and these kind of games. It harkens back that my Philadelphia 76ers used to be a part of that trio of teams trying to play in the East, but
your Sixers made the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they're going to have to there's going to have to be some maneuvering there. They're going to need a third guy to go along with the 2 stars that they have.
There you go. It's been since 2013 that the Knicks and Celtics have met in the postseason. Boston's already there. The Knicks, of course, 1 win away from getting there. Indiana 5.5-point favorite tomorrow night. We'll give your 5,000 unit play in that game tomorrow. But Boston, the team to beat in the East for sure. Probably the team to beat in the entire NBA right now. There is one game tonight, and so we don't forget, I'll ask for your 5,000 unit play right now. It's Denver at Minnesota. Of course, the Nuggets have won 3 straight games in this series after being down 0-2. They've got the Wolves on the brink. The series back in the Twin Cities. Minnesota, a 2.5-point home favorite.
Not enough. They don't. I don't think they wake up, BK. I think they lose this, and that's a 5,000 unit play on the defending champs.
Nuggets plus 2.5.
Yeah, they end this thing.
Okay, I tend to agree with you there. I think
they have too much momentum going right now.
I think Minnesota's dead in the water right now. So you're down 2,000 units total. You got 5,000 units on Denver on the road.
Absolutely.
Closing out the T-Wolves tonight. Man, how the story has changed surrounding that series.
That surely switched in a hurry.
Right. I mean, I
thought Denver would be done by now. We may be talking about them.
At worst, after that 2-0 series lead, you would have said, okay, yeah, it might get to a game 6, but Minnesota's going to be up 3-2.
Sure.
They'll be able to close out the Nuggets at home. Like, at worst, that was what was going to happen. And instead, Denver takes both games in Minneapolis. Obviously, they pull away in Game 5 back in the Mile High City. And, I think this thing.
Yeah, Jokic gets his MVP, and then he just goes off.
Yeah.
He hasn't stopped since he got the trophy again.
Indeed. Our guy Jason asks if we are live from an art gallery.
There you go.
Any idea what's going on with this photo behind us?
Yeah, no, that's not the Pony Express. That's overlooking the Barton Creek area, I presume.
You think so?
Yes.
Think that's a live shot?
A long time before it became a golf course.
Is that a painting, or do you think that's a photo? Someone actually took that picture.
I'm going to say that's a painting.
You think so?
Yes.
I think you're going out on a limb with that one, my friend. This is nice. Yeah, the people tuned in can only see half of it, but it is a nice looking painting.
It is a nice painting.
Better backdrop than what we usually have.
Yeah, we may be able to get that out of here. There's a heist going on here.
There's like 20 people who work here who are listening to us right now. they just turned and looked at you as you said, we're going to steal this photo. That's
so said the word heist?
Yeah. As soon as said the word heist, everyone started to pay attention. Like, okay, let's watch this old black guy here and make sure he doesn't do anything weird.
Goes off with the painting.
Goes off with a giant painting. I wonder how long it would take people to notice that this painting was gone. Obviously, they would see you walk out with it.
But, I mean, if they didn't.
But, if they didn't, how long would it take someone to realize that this painting behind us just isn't there?
It would take them most of the day because, remember, everybody's pretty busy. They'll be running around here. They would notice
I think this afternoon. I think it would take more than a day. I don't think they'd notice it today.
That's right. And plus, they have another shotgun event tomorrow. Same, kind of same thing early in the morning and afternoon.
Yeah.
They wouldn't notice till Sunday, maybe.
Somebody would point it out, like, wasn't there something there last time I was here?
Yeah, remember those 2 guys who were sitting underneath that painting?
What did they do? What happened there?
Why has that painting disappeared?
Oh, man. Not at an art gallery, out at the gorgeous Barton Creek Country Club, right here at the main entrance for their member guest golf tournament that just teed
I don't know
off.
if you've ever stayed at this hotel. This hotel is gorgeous.
I don't think I've stayed here, but I've been here a couple of times.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, I have not been in here since they renovated the place, but before that, this place was one of the most gorgeous hotels in our area, in our state.
And you remember our guy Nils?
Oh yeah,
His girl used to work here. So like we came out and hung out here from time to time, and it's fantastic. They run a great show
oh yeah,
at this place. So
yes they do.
happy to be out here this morning talking sports and all that implies. But there's your NBA. Mavs get the win. They're up 3-2. Celtics get the win. They beat the Cleveland Cavaliers and end that series in 5 games. We'll get to Harrison Butker's comments in a moment. I want to get your thoughts on what the Chiefs kicker had to say at a commencement speech at Benedictine College. You ever heard of that place?
No, I have not. I've heard of Bennett College. My mother worked at Bennett College in Greensboro, North Carolina.
I've never heard of that one either.
So, but no, I've never heard of Benedictine.
Benedictine College, a private liberal arts college in Atchison, Kansas. I am from Kansas. I have never heard of Benedictine
Oh, I never
College.
heard of the Benedictines.
No, never heard of the Benedictines, or I don't know if that's their mascot or not. But we'll let you hear from Harrison Butker, and I want to get your thoughts, and we'll talk about whether or not something could be happening to Harrison Butker for those comments that went viral for all of the wrong reasons. But before we shift gears, Buck, how about our first sponsor shout-out?
How about our good friend? Speaking of beautiful places, this place, the agronomy group around here, if you look at all the flowers and the gardens on the Barton Creek facility, you're going to see maybe Leaf Landscape and Supply Services have been out here because this is a wonderful place. And so is Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services. Monterey Oaks down south in 290, and of course Pond Springs Road up north. Everything you want for a healthier landscape, you can get it at Leaf Landscape and Supply. I've been going there for over 25 years now. Trees, flowers, veggies, the whole works. Fertilizers, as I said, if you want to do your own garden, that's fine. You take it upon yourself and see what that's like. I wouldn't do that. I would suggest that you go to Leaf and talk to the people there and find out what is going to work for you. And they'll do that. And if you need a contractor to come out and do your landscape, they will get that done for you also. But the folks there know an awful lot. And folks, all you have to do is tell them that you heard it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Get yourself some percentages off.
There you
go. Whether it's trees, whether it's roses, whether it's plants, the whole works. Indoor and outdoor plants that they have there. How's your plant doing?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, no. You haven't checked in on your plant for a while?
That's been a couple of days. It's got to be fine. It's a desert plant.
Yeah, and it's humid. It's been humid out.
Yeah.
It's been beautiful.
We've had some rain. It should be good.
Yeah, it should be all right.
I think it's fine. I think it's still alive.
Yeah, but we love the folks over there at Leaf.
Hey, we got some new hats today.
I saw that.
I'll hold one of these bad boys up to the camera so everybody can see our new TSU designs. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing for hooking us up with these.
I like that.
We're going to be giving some of these away on the show and also at future live broadcasts. So more incentive to come out and see us when we're out amongst the people. But love our friends at Waterloo Printing. They're based in South Austin. They offer a wide variety of printing services from apparel and promotional products to vinyl graphics, banners, and signs. Go to their Instagram. Check out their impressive portfolio. It's at Waterloo Printing. That is the Instagram, at Waterloo Printing. Or you can give my man Adam a call, 512-300-9641. Great customer service. All of your printing needs for your business, or if you just have a big event coming up and you need some way to advertise it, they are going to take care of you. Shout out to Adam and the crew at Waterloo Printing. These things are sweet.
Nice. Very nice.
I'm getting some more polos, some more gear for us, but also some more gear for the people as well. Shout out to Waterloo Printing.
Shout out to our good friends over at Sue Patrick, Jay Willems and Sue Patrick since 1975. Incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, of course, and folks, they got tons of Texas themed items there. All kinds of stuff, a great variety of men's and women's clothing. Of course, all your golf polos there at Sue Patrick. Free shipping for online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup, of course, and parking galore at their facility at 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. We'll be there eventually. Again. We'll be there again soon.
Right around Father's Day, I guess.
Absolutely.
Or maybe sometime before then as well.
Love Sue Patrick.
Yep, SuePatrick.com.
By the way, the folks at the Mullet Open were so excited. You know, the guys got those little shirts in the bags, the one that I'm wearing right now.
Yeah.
The shirt, the one that we sold, tons and tons of those, thousands upon thousands during Christmas time. They had these shirts in little bags for the $5 raffle. And these shirts are they cost a little bit.
They do cost a little bit. Yeah. More than $5.
Way more than $5, yes. You could go get a whole caboodle load for what these were in the $5 raffle. But I was absolutely excited about seeing the guys pull those out. And they had their sizes on it and everything else. And you can get those at Sue Patrick, and you can order those online too.
A whole caboodle load?
Caboodle is a lot.
Is that an actual term? You just make that up?
I think a caboodle is a lot, yeah.
Okay. Is that like Spanish or something?
No, caboodle is cowboy, like from behind us,
Oh,
like the Cowboys, yes.
You're speaking cowboy now.
I'm speaking cowboy, yeah, for sure.
I forgot you are a Brokeback Buck.
That's right.
That is what they call you from
Caboodle.
some of your stories in the past. Although you did say earlier you don't like thick white cream, so now I'm
By
not
the way,
sure.
I tripped coming up the steps this morning. Did you hear the young lady say, I saw you fall?
No.
Yeah.
I thought she was talking about a few weeks ago.
No.
Like she was listening to the show and heard that you fell.
No.
Oh, no.
This morning.
Hard fall?
Hard enough the coffee went flying.
Did you stop yourself? Did you catch yourself?
I did one of my great rolls.
You barrel rolled?
Yeah, I went. It was down. It wasn't one of those just trip. It was
Bucky
down,
Chan over here?
Yeah, down in the shoulder, sideways. Paul, who was here, Paul was here at the time.
Yeah.
Gave me the reach down, and I said, 1 second, shook around, good, popped me up.
There you go.
I was ready to go. Yeah.
He gave you a reach around?
No.
I don't know if that's going to help that much.
No, he got me up off the ground.
Okay.
We did save the coffee.
There you go.
That was the most important thing.
So you were walking up the stairs or walking down the stairs?
Going up the stairs with two things in my hand.
Two things,
two hands, two things.
Yeah.
Step didn't get quite to the top. Just kicked step the top one and boom.
Then there. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm glad there was nobody in the carts to watch that. They were out hitting balls at that time.
I hope there's some sort of security footage.
Oh, no.
Give me that surveillance cam, please.
Oh, you could do that. You actually could do that.
We got to rate your fall. You know, we do that as a bit on this show where we rate other people's falls.
I don't know if that's one of my better ones.
Uh-oh.
Because some of the coffee got to my shoulder, I think got on my collar here.
Might hurt your fall school
but
membership.
I did get some of that coffee in my ear hole.
Oh, my gosh. You're going to need a
We're going to have to look. We could look on the film.
Yeah, we'll ask. We'll ask our guy Kyle if he's got that footage somewhere. It'll be on tape.
Oh, we can't do that. That's not good. That's the one that's on. We can replay that over and over and over.
That'd be awesome.
And over. I've been really working on that, getting that step up. But no, I kind of slid that back foot and bang.
I mean, it can't be worse than Wags, right? It wasn't as bad of a fall as this.
It was similar.
Really?
Yeah, I went down.
You went down hard?
I went down pretty good.
Oh,
and that early in the morning with my little bag in my hand and the coffee. Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah, I wasn't as embarrassing because, as I said, golfers were going out hitting balls at that time. Now, if this is when they were getting ready just to start, that would have been awful.
Oh, everyone got to see?
Oh, everybody would have come. Can I help you up there? Older man, come here.
Yeah, subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered. That's how you can help. That should be a bit. You should just fall in big crowds of people.
Yes.
And then everyone's
Thank you.
Oh, what can I do for you? Well, just check us out. Download our app.
You can help an old man out by joining us. How's that?
Simple as that.
Good job, BK. Now I know. When I fall, it's all a bit. You need to understand that, everyone.
We're bits guys.
Yes.
We're your bits guys here. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Hey, if you need coffee, don't spill it like the Buck did. You can get some at 7-Eleven, the hot coffee, the iced coffee. If you're more of an energy drink fan, they've got those as well. If you're more of a super big gulp fan, they've got those as well. How about this deal going on at 7-Eleven right now? Hot dog, big gulp.
Okay.
$3. Super big gulp, super big bite hot dog, $3 right there.
Yeah, now we got to get that Bijan mustard in 7-Eleven.
There we go. We got to make that happen. They still have
absolutely
3 rollers for $3 deal, which is ridiculous. They've got the pizza, they've got the wings, they've got all the hot food, and they've got all the
Debbie's
prepackaged snacks like the little Debbie's that you and Jeff Howe. Jeff Howe's a big fan of the double decker.
Double decker, yeah.
Yeah, you guys both like the cream pies, the double decker oatmeal cream.
Once
pies.
again, it's a once a month thing for me now.
Yes,
that's it.
Okay.
Once you go double decker, little Debbie's, that's it.
Is it like first day of the month?
It's early. It's early in the month.
You go Bone Thugs and Harmony first of the month.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Staying away from it right now. This is too late in the month to go little Debbie's double decker.
We love our friends at 7-Eleven, the best convenience store.
Wendy and Ashish, getting
world.
It done.
How about this? Okay, so Jeff Howe's tuned in this morning. Shout out to Jeff Howe. I mentioned him before even noticed that he was listening. He just texted me and said, "Do you think the fine folks at Barton Creek would hang the Bucky Bluebonnet picture in their lobby?"
Oh, no.
How about a 1-for-1 trade? You get to take this painting behind us, and they get
me laying in the blue bonnets.
Your blue bonnet picture.
that's going to hurt membership.
We said earlier their membership was fine. They don't need anybody, and
not anymore. If they do that,
start needing more people.
Even better than that, have me up there with my chaps on and my little Henry rifle with my leg up on the fence in the blue bonnet. That's the one.
That's the one.
That is the one right there. Now that'll liven up membership for sure.
And it will scare off any potential robbers.
Oh, that's for sure.
No one's going to come in here and mess around if they see you with the Henry rifle.
No
chance. Someone's calling you Bucky Biden for how many times you're falling.
Yeah,
these days.
well, it's. You know what? By the way, I'm getting better.
There you go.
No, I'm not. How can I say I get better? Didn't I just go down in the garden like a month ago, less than a month ago?
On what? On who?
No, I fell through the garden. That was like a month ago. That wasn't like it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, and you just fell today. You're not getting better. You're getting worse. Getting worried about you, man.
No, I'm a professional faller, though. That's one thing that I've got going for me.
The best way to fall.
No bruises, no nothing.
The best way to fall is to not fall.
Yeah, absolutely.
That should be your first lesson in fall school.
Yeah, I'm going to do some more balance. I'm going to get on the beam. I got a little beam that I'm going to start walking.
Balance beam?
Yeah, I'm going to use the balance beam.
All right, Livy Dunn. Oh, my God. All right, let's hear from Harrison Butker. He probably doesn't think Livy Dunn should be doing gymnastics.
No.
He thinks she should be in the kitchen cooking up a meal or having kids. But we'll let you hear because I don't know if you've heard these comments.
I have not
yet.
heard those comments.
So Harrison Butker gave a commencement speech at Benedictine College in small town Atchison, Kansas. There's about 10,000 people who live in that city. I've heard of Atchison. I think it's pretty close to where I'm from originally, but I haven't spent much time there, and I don't know anything
You're
about.
Not claiming it now.
I sure as hell am not claiming that or Benedictine College right now. But Harrison Butker, of course, kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, 3-time Super Bowl champ. He is, I guess, a big name up there, even though he's a kicker, big enough name to give a commencement speech. And he went off on a number of different tangents. But the part that went the most viral for the wrong reasons was this part right here. It's a little over a minute's worth of audio of Harrison Butker talking to the graduates at Benedictine College.
I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
So
there's just a little snippet of Harrison Butker's comments.
He was doing okay. He was all right. So far, he was okay.
You think so?
I think so. I think he was. I mean, that's important to him. That's important to his wife, obviously. I don't know where he goes from this direction. I know it's going to go bad, but
that's the part that made the most people mad right there. Is like he just said to a group of college graduates that, yeah, I bet you're excited about this degree that you've worked your entire life for, but you're probably more excited to get married and have kids and work at the house.
I thought it was more about how his life is more so than them. I know he talked about them, but I thought he was trying to give more of an oversight of what he and his wife think that is good for what's going on with his family.
Yeah, I mean he
shouldn't be living the lives of those people.
I'll play the beginning again because at the end he sort of talks about his own personal life.
Yeah, I thought he was honing in more on too much about him and his wife.
I think the part that really rubbed people the wrong way was he literally says, "I'm calling out all of you women."
Well, they don't do that.
I'll play the beginning.
I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that.
How about the promotions and titles?
Yeah.
Don't dudes do that too?
Right. I mean, he's just basically saying that, hey, yeah, you worked 4 years to get this degree.
And you're going to be thinking about your promotions and title. Hey, maybe not, dude. You don't have to tell me that.
No promotions and titles. You're probably more excited to be a wife and a mother of children.
Yeah, mother of children he doesn't have to bring that into play.
It's like, dude, anybody can be a wife. Most anybody can be a mother. It's a big deal to get accepted into college, number one. It's an even bigger deal to graduate college. And to sit there and tell a group of people who just graduated, which is one of the best accomplishments of their life, that, yeah, no, this stuff, you probably don't care about that much. But really,
these 4 or 5 or 6 years you've been here don't really mean all that.
What really
much.
is going to excite you is the fact that you're going to find a husband, and then you're going to start bearing children. And that's what's going to get you going.
Yeah.
And for me, I was blessed with all of these talents. Kicker. All right, idiot kicker. I was blessed with all these talents, and the only reason I'm good is because my wife stood in her place. She stayed in the kitchen. She cleans, and she bore me children.
Wow.
That's why I can do what I do.
Yeah, there's way too much about him.
So that's what you should do, women. You should be like that to your men, so they can go out in the real world and make a bunch of money and live successful lives.
That dude put way too much involved on a day for somebody else about him and his wife.
Right.
And his wife's accomplishments, which he thinks are accomplishments, but that's not supposed to be about you and your family. It's supposed to be about the ones that are crossing that stage, which you talked about.
Yeah.
You know?
It's never a good start to the speech when you are in one sex and you try to address people of the opposite sex and tell them what they should do.
And you've got them all there.
What they should do, how they should feel, how they should think.
Did he say anything about the men? Did he separate them at all either? Not really?
No. I mean, he went on for longer. That was probably the worst part. But
did anybody eventually start booing?
No, he actually got a massive ovation right after he finished up. Right, or we cut the audio. Standing ovation from some folks, but I think that was more because he started crying.
Oh,
and
he broke it down.
Showed his love to his woman. I think people were like, "Oh, that's super nice."
That's
he
what
loves
I'm saying.
His wife.
But that's what it was. It wasn't supposed to be about them that day.
No, I'm sure his intention was not to make it sound like he was telling women to stay in the kitchen and stay at home and have children. Like that's what your job is going to be. Congrats on, your business degree, your marketing degree, your education degree.
Don't be thinking about that part.
Don't be thinking about those jobs because none of that stuff is going to matter at all. Because your job now is to get married and have kids. That's what you're going to be looking for.
Like I said, this was way too much about him and his wife.
Yeah,
more so than the ones who are getting ready to graduate. If they were looking forward to their promotions and all that stuff, that's their business.
He talked about the president. He talked about all sorts of stuff
that he didn't need to be talking about.
I think it's hilarious because he started crying after he said homemaker. Like that's the word that got to him.
Like, oh, really? Like homemaker. Susie Homemaker?
Susie Homemaker.
Come on now.
Yes, that's what his wife's name is.
Wow.
So, it's a mess right there. So Harrison Butker getting destroyed online. And now I wonder, Buck, if the NFL is going to step in here. Like the easy thing to say is, First Amendment, freedom of speech.
Sure.
But Harrison Butker is an employee, number one, of the Kansas City Chiefs, right? The Chiefs could step in and do something.
Sure.
Number two, he's an employee of the NFL. And there are all sorts of rules and regulations. Personal conduct is a thing. This is a guy conducting himself personally in a certain way that probably doesn't align with the NFL's values. The NFL has promoted inclusion and diversity and equality as often as they can over the last few years. And I know there aren't women playing the sport, but they do love their female fans, and they have a lot of women involved with the sport.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He didn't bring Butker over here.
Wait a minute. He didn't bring that into play?
No, he didn't.
What about the cheerleaders? I'm sorry.
There are male cheerleaders now, speaking of that inclusion.
Yeah, thank you very much. We all appreciate that.
We do appreciate the Aggies for being on the forefront of that.
Thank you.
Way to go, A&M. You guys did that before. It was cool. But yeah, like this, it's not a good look for the NFL. And obviously, they didn't approve this speech before Harrison Butker
but once again, this guy was invited by that college. That's that college's fault. That's not the NFL's fault.
Yeah.
I don't think the NFL has much of a leg to stand on with him as a individual. With his rights to say what he needs to say or what he thought to say. Mm-hmm. That's on the university for asking him to become a speaker. That's their dumbasses for bringing that dumbass there.
Yeah, none of us would have found out about this, but the college itself posted the video of the speech online. Like, someone could have heard this speech and been like, not great. Maybe we shouldn't tell anybody about this. And then this never leaves the campus of small ass Benedictine College. It's like, all right, well, the people who were there heard it. They could tweet and say, oh, Harrison Butker said this, this, and this, but it doesn't become nearly the story that it's become if the college itself doesn't post the speech online. Now everybody and their mother has seen this.
Yeah.
And it's a bad look. Like Roger Goodell, the next time he speaks, is going to get asked about this. As ridiculous as you might think that is, he's going to get asked about it. Andy Reid, the next time he talks, is going to be asked about it. I bet Patrick Mahomes, the next time he talks, is going to get asked about it. So now this is a story that the NFL just doesn't need, and it's a bad look. And unfortunately for them, we're in the heart of the offseason, so there's not a whole lot to take the attention off of this right now.
And as many females that watch the NFL right now, and it's growing and growing and growing over the last couple of years, you don't need this. You don't need a setback. This dude just brought in a setback, But once again, they chose him. They probably didn't ask him, what are you going to talk about?
Right.
I'm pretty sure if he said, this is what I'm going to talk about, Benedictine College would have said, probably not a good idea. Can you go another direction with your speech?
Yeah.
But they didn't. They just kind of let it loosely be hanging out there. And the guy wanted to talk about his family life and his values, and then try to place it on women. He actually said women.
Right.
That was just kind of dumb.
Yeah, look, not the worst thing that's ever been said.
No.
But pretty stupid for Harrison Butker.
Yeah, if he's in his neighborhood and having that speech, that's fine. But to bring that in a public forum like that.
Yeah. The NFL apparently, I have not seen the statement, but our man CB says the NFL released a statement yesterday. Here's what it is. Quote, Harrison Butker gave a speech in his personal capacity.
Yes.
His views are not those of the NFL as an organization. The NFL is steadfast in our commitment to inclusion, which only makes our league stronger. End quote.
Yeah, as I said, the NFL is saying, well, they're the ones that chose to do what he said is on them, not on us. That's not the way we think. That's not, and we're not going to do anything because you chose that guy to come speak at your commencement, you dopes.
Yeah. We do not need to reinvent the air conditioning. We do need to call Woods Comfort Systems.
For sure.
If the air conditioning is broken. But
$68 right now. Get a deal.
There you go. There's a random ass ad that popped up on this article. But Harrison Butker not only mentioned that, right? He also referenced Pride Month in his speech. He called it a deadly sin sort of pride that has a month dedicated to it. So basically said that if you're LGBTQ, then you're committing sins, which that's not going to rub people the right way. He also said Joe Biden has a delusional stance on abortion. He got into all sorts of stuff, but it was very faith-based. It was very right-wing feeling, and he ticked off a lot of people. Once again, the NFL is trying to be all about inclusion, and it felt like Harrison Butker giving a commencement speech to a bunch of college kids. And think about the generation he's talking to as well. That's not going to sit well with them, and of course, it's not going to sit well with Gen Pop right now.
No, that's hurtful for the NFL. It's hurtful to a lot of people. But I'm only going to do one more thing, is to say that Benedictine College, that's all on you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just randomly pick because he's a kicker on a Super Bowl team and say, you know what, I think it's going to be just fine. Yeah. He's going to know exactly what he's going to say. He's not going to come and promote something, his agenda, his wife's agenda, his family's agenda, his faith, or whatever it is. He's not going to do that. He's going to include everybody in this speech to our graduates. Well, he didn't.
He called out the women.
That was
get your ass in the kitchen.
That's their fault.
And make me some kids.
That's their fault.
And your husbands can be Pro Bowl kickers.
And don't forget that sandwich.
Don't forget that sandwich. Nothing's going to happen to Harrison Butker.
No.
Maybe he gets fined. I doubt he gets suspended.
I don't even think he's going to get
He's
suspended.
not going to lose his job.
No.
Right? It's the NFL. If you can play, there's a spot for you. And he's one of the best kickers in the league, and he's a big part of why the Chiefs keep winning Super Bowls. And he's not going to lose his job despite how many calls on social media there are for that to be the case.
Yeah, Benedictine College will be very careful in who they choose from this point on.
Yeah.
And every college should be. That's a big day for your graduates. You want somebody that's going to be inspiring. You don't want some guy who's going to break things down in any way on graduation.
No.
No matter what they think, that's not their forum for it. That's somebody else's day.
Right.
It's not your day. It's not you and your wife's day and how your life has gone thanks to your wife. It's the people that are graduating who may be thinking about that promotion.
Yep.
You know,
Harrison Butker, he'll get booed wherever he goes.
Sure.
But he's keeping his job, and this, I don't know. There are people who will hold on to this story forever, but this will eventually go away.
Sure will.
And this will not mar the NFL season or the NFL Pro Day. People are still going to watch and buy tickets and go to games, but not a great look. Not something Roger Goodell, I'm sure, was hoping he would have to talk about. And stupid Kansas City Chiefs, man. They just, for as good as they are on the field, they're not like Florida football, and this is not a crime that Harrison Butker committed. This is just being an idiot. But it's like, golly, all the off-the-field stuff for that team, it keeps piling up for Kansas City. But they're still the favorite to win the Super Bowl, and they probably should be.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to know. You got to know your audience. You got to know what day it is. You got to understand what people have asked you to come and speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're supposed to start trying to bring these people up. Men and women of that university, not trying to break them down or figure out what's best for them. You're not the keeper you're not the gatekeeper to tell them what's best for them,
Right. We got some folks saying this is not a story. I mean, just go on the internet. This is absolutely a story. You might not think it's that big of a deal, but there are a lot of people out there who do. It's a massive story right now. So it will go away, but there you go. Harrison Butker's commencement speech at Benedictine College. I've never agreed with an athlete more in my life.
Kicker.
Really? They're not real people. Why do you get a kicker to speak? All the great players on the Chiefs, you get a kicker to talk.
Somebody else would have come.
Couldn't get Mahomes. Couldn't get Pacheco.
Get Worthy.
How about Xavier Worthy? I don't even know if he's graduated yet, but get him to speak at the commencement speech. Well, maybe not Rashee Rice. That would be a bad
that's
idea.
not good. That's not a good look either.
Get somebody else on that team to talk. Don't get the idiot kicker to give the commencement speech.
You chose the kicker.
Sal says kickers are people too. I'm not sure they are.
No, Sal, that's not true.
Our guy Casey Studdard would argue against
they're
that.
They're not people. They're just kickers.
Yeah. Jason says kicker carries the lowest price tag. Might be the case. It's the easiest guy to get or the cheapest guy to get to give the commencement speech.
It wouldn't matter if they were the highest paid. They're kickers.
They are kickers. All right. So we'll take your thoughts on that. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Obviously, the YouTube comment line is open as well, and we are broadcasting live from Barton Creek Country Club. Before we move on, we've got the NFL schedule release. We'll get to more of the on-field stuff to talk about. But before that, Buck, how about another sponsor shout-out?
How about our good friends over at Relax the Back? My back's humming a little bit after hitting the steps over there this morning. But you know what? I will soon be feeling good once I get back to my house and in my chair, of course, because they have a number of chairs out there suited for thoracic problems, hip and shoulder problems, your lumbar area. And they've got it over there in the BK store at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And folks, Relax the Back has those zero-gravity recliners just for you, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, and, of course, Tempur-Pedic pillows if you've got neck problems. And they also have a location in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back. I got a chance to talk to Jason yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I have to replace a little vibrating unit that wasn't at the Mullet Open. The package was there and the accessories, but the vibrating machine part of it.
Will you stop calling it that?
It's a vibrator. It really is. It vibrates on your arm.
I don't think they sell vibrators at Relax the Back.
It's a vibrating machine.
It's a massage gun.
Is that what? Okay, a massage gun.
Yeah.
That vibrates.
It does vibrate.
Yes.
And I'm sure it has been used in.
No. See, I don't think of it that way. I don't think of it used in that way. I think of a.
You keep calling it a vibrator.
Yeah, but a vibrator also is used for around your neck area, your shoulder area, your knee area.
I don't know. People don't buy vibrators for that, but the massage gun they do.
Okay, massage gun. The massage gun part. And Jason said, go over there and pick it up.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm pretty sure that the people at your golf tournament, somebody took it out and probably had enough little juice in it left. They used it and didn't put it back inside of that. I'm like, you mean they used it and then put it in their bag?
Yep.
And then take the accessories? Is that what you're saying?
I can get the accessories for $5, or I already have a charger that fits this thing. So I just use that.
Can I just go to the Amazon and find out what the accessory part of it is?
To the Amazon, like the rainforest.
Yes, that's right.
The river.
Yeah, I think there's something else to that. That missing part. I'm just going to take it that the people that were at the Mullet Open wouldn't do that on purpose. Somebody misplaced it. I never saw it underneath a chair. I never saw it in between any of the other items. So somebody took it out of the box, And maybe it wasn't there in the beginning.
Maybe one there. But then that makes Jason look bad. Jason wouldn't give you something that wasn't fully stocked. The team at Relax the Back.
People can make mistakes.
Sure, people can make mistakes. Not Jason, though. That guy didn't make mistakes.
No. Somebody at that tournament did that.
Someone at the tournament did that.
Yes, I can easily blame it on them.
We'll figure it out. We'll check the tape.
Oh, yeah, like my fall. We can check the tape.
We will check the tape.
Very nice.
Love Relax the Back.
I do too, man. I'm telling you, it's, I've got one of their pillows, BK, that, you said, why don't you try a different pillow? Because, I've been having a little struggle with a little pinched nerve. And you had your arm fall asleep last night like mine has been. That's a different little world when that happens to you, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I got to see a little nerve guy about getting that all fixed up. But I've been using this Relax the Back Tempur-Pedic pillow. It's just a little harder on my neck area.
Sure.
And it's been working a little bit better. My arm doesn't fall asleep as much.
Okay.
It doesn't go totally asleep.
Better pillow and a wrist brace.
I'm not doing the wrist. I know you said
that's what the internet said. Why not?
Everything. We can't trust the internet.
Yeah, we can't. We have to trust the internet.
Everything they say is not correct. They're not doctors on the internet. Everybody's not a doctor.
Remember what Abe Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address? You can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
It's not true. Yeah, it has to be true.
That's what he said. Yeah,
that was part of his address.
17 days ago.
That's right.
You can't put anything on the internet that isn't
true. I didn't
true.
realize you couldn't put falsehoods on the internet.
Yeah. Well, he told us that a while ago. Love Relax the Back.
I do, man.
Love Altstadt beer as well.
Oh, yeah. Sure you do.
I might relax your back a little bit. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, but it's all over the state. Whether you're in Austin, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at your local grocery stores or your local liquor stores. I want to encourage y'all to get out to the Altstadt Brewery this weekend. It might rain a little bit today, but this weekend should be another gorgeous one here in Central Texas. Make that scenic drive out to the gorgeous Central Texas Hill Country. Head to Fredericksburg for the Altstadt Brewery. This place is massive. So much to do. Live music every weekend. A German-style restaurant serving up some incredible food. I mean, they've got a Michelin tire star chef out there whipping up tires and food. Outdoor beer garden. You get tons of beer samples as well. They even have some wine, too. So if beer's not really your thing, but you just want to go have a good time, you want to sip on some wine, they've got it all at the Altstadt Brewery. I am telling y'all, it is the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. Go to their website, altstadtbeer.com, for more information. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
That is a cool painting behind us, by the way. When you turn around and look at it, that is a cool deal there.
It's sick.
We are like at the art gallery, aren't we?
It's nice.
It is nice.
Yeah, part of me wants to pan the camera up a little bit.
That thing's going to be gone.
The folks can see it. I'm just worried I'm going to unplug the camera.
You think that vibrating gun was gone?
Yeah, how about our guy Timmy Taco says, I had a girlfriend one time who had a bunch of vibrators for her neck.
Oh, very good.
Sure it was, Timmy. I'm sure they were all
good job, Timmy. Thank you.
Her neck.
For straightening out young BK there. There are, there's one over there too, and there's a couple around here.
Not vibrators, paintings.
Paintings, yes, of course.
Make sure we let the people know what we're talking about here. That's a gorgeous facility. It's a gorgeous facility, the Barton Creek Country Club. Thrilled to be out here.
Yeah, we are. We are in the golfing mode, and of course, there's the PGA Championship that's being played.
Yeah.
This morning, I think Tiger went out pretty early.
How about this? So a leaderboard update from Valhalla, round 1 underway, PGA Championship. We got a 3-way tie for first place. Xander Schauffele.
Of course, it is Thursday.
Victor with the K, Hovland.
He hasn't been on the scene this year at all. He's been struggling a little bit with his game.
Changed up his swing.
Yeah, how about that? I needed to change my swing. I was winning tournaments and being a runner-up, and now let's change.
He was one of the best players in the world last year, and he just totally altered everything he did, and it's not working so far. I mentioned it was a 3-way tie.
Okay, who could be third?
Jordan Spieth. He's 3 under.
Once again, it is Thursday.
Through 4. What a start, though. How about 3 birdies, first 4 holes for Mr. Spieth?
McIlroy in the top 5 or 6 in there. Is he hanging in there?
Yeah, McIlroy is 1 shot back, tied with another lifetime Longhorn, Doug Gim.
There you go.
Got the horns making some noise early on. Yeah, Rory McIlroy 2 under through 4. There's a lot of golfers with low scores. They just started, 7 o'clock this morning, so not everybody on the tour yet. But Rory McIlroy's off to a good start. Hideki Matsuyama off to a good start. Tyrrell Hatton off to a good start. Those guys are all 1 shot back. Koepka's on the course. Cameron Smith is on the course. Tony Finau.
All your live guys out there.
Oh, yeah. Tony Finau, where he be now. He's 1 under. Sahith Theegala won under. I mean, it's a loaded field. Of course, it's a loaded field. It's a major after all. Tiger Woods, he's through 5. He is even par.
Just hang in there, Tiger.
1 bogey, 1 birdie for El Tigre, who, of course, won the PGA Championship at Valhalla back in 2000. The last time the PGA Championship was here was 2014. Rory McIlroy, of course, won that one. That was his last major. So he's in contention. But, yeah, the 4th ever PGA Championship at Valhalla. There is your leaderboard update. But how about Jordan's? Like, I don't even want to say anything.
Just want to just ride it out.
You know what?
Hey, just ride it out till Friday. Things will change.
He's going to blow it. How about that? I'm just going to say he's going to fall apart. He's going to blow it. So no one can blame me.
Maybe he's back.
When he does.
Well, maybe he's back.
No, don't do this, Joe Tessitore. Don't say Jordan Spieth is back. All right.
If he can get to Saturday. Oh, sorry. These things go all the way to Sunday, don't they?
Yeah, this is not a live golf event. He's going to play all 4 days. But I love it. What a start for Jordan Spieth.
Good job.
Starting on the back 9 of birdie on the par 5 10th.
And Scheffler must not go off till this afternoon.
A couple of 3s on some par 4s. Yeah, I don't see. Let's see when.
Yeah,
Scotty
number 1 in
Scheffler-
the world gets to sleep in.
123.
There you go.
Tee time for Scotty Scheffler, one of the later groups. The last group tees off at 2:07. But, yeah, good start for George Spieth and some big names at the top of the leaderboard early on. So we'll give some updates throughout the show.
Where's my Wyndham Clark and rewards? Yeah.
Of course, tomorrow we'll talk about this as well. How do you spell Wyndham? Wyndham doesn't tee off until 1:23.
There you go. He may be playing with Scheffler.
He is playing with Scheffler, yes.
Good.
Brian Harman, Scotty Scheffler, and Wyndham Clark.
That's a nice threesome there.
That's a nice grouping a little
Absolutely.
bit later in the day. So there you go. Hook 'em horns, George Spieth. Keep it up, please. Love to see you
Absolutely
back in contention. All right. What do we talk about? Oh, the NFL schedule release. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, before I tell you about the Chiefs' schedule, Buck, if you think Kansas City is primed to three-peat.
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, I told you they will, and they will.
You're sticking with it.
I'm sticking with it. I'm not changing.
I will tell you what, the NFL is doing whatever it possibly can to ensure that there is a new Super Bowl champion this year.
They don't want it to happen, huh?
The Chiefs' schedule, now, only so much of it is controllable, right? Like you always play your division teams twice a year,
Sure.
every year. They finish first place in their division, so they get a first place schedule, and the divisional games rotate. So there's not a lot in terms of opponents that the league can really do to try to screw over Kansas City.
Right.
The way the Chiefs are getting got this year is when their games are. There are 17 games in an NFL season. I'm not breaking any news to anybody there. The Chiefs will play 10 of those games on Sunday out of 17. They've got 2 Monday night games.
Okay.
They've got a Wednesday night game because Christmas is on a Wednesday and they're playing on Christmas. They've got a Thursday night game. They've got a Friday night game on Black Friday.
Wow.
They've got a Saturday game, and then they have a game that doesn't even have a scheduled date yet. So that is how the NFL is trying to ensure that they get a new winner this year. They are giving the Chiefs all sorts of short weeks and crazy-ass scheduling.
Yeah, I'm fine with the scheduling part of those because those dudes can figure that part out. It's who they play is the thing with me because, by the way, there's only about 2 or 3 teams on their schedule that can actually beat them.
Well, I think 2 of them are
early.
They're week 1 and week 2 opponents.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's only like 2 teams. I mean, they could lose 2 games and then go on a roll and not lose again.
Now, they've got a lot of back-to-back road games as well. They open up the year, of course, in the league opener against Baltimore. That's a rematch of the AFC Championship. Kansas City's going to be favored. I think they opened up as a 3-point favorite.
Sure.
But Baltimore's very good. They could win that game. And then Cincinnati at home the following week. So both
Joe
of those
Burrow
teams,
has owned them.
Joe Burrow's been great. He's back from injury, should be fully healthy. So that's going to be a great game. So, yeah, that's a tough start for the Chiefs right there. But, yeah, Wednesday, and the only day of the week they're not playing on is Tuesday. And I'm sure the NFL at some point is going to try to take over the MAC and get games on Tuesdays.
No, that's MACtion.
Oh, I hope you're right. I'm a huge MACtion guy. My biggest bets every week in football are on the MAC.
Yeah, the MAC. They're not going to screw with the MAC.
They'll screw with the MAC. They'll screw with Christmas. They're taking over the NBA's day. You know, the NBA used to own Christmas.
Who are these contenders that they're playing after that? They played the Atlanta Falcons, win.
Chargers.
Win.
I mean, they win all their division games, it feels like,
New
every
Orleans,
year.
win. Then they have a bye. There's a tough one. San Fran and Vegas are back-to-back toughies.
Yeah, rematch against the 49ers.
Tampa Bay and
Denver wins.
Yes,
They're going to be really good. They are going to be really good. I'm not
like I said.
here.
There's I'm looking. BK still. Texans will be another. There's only about 3 teams or 3, maybe 4 teams on there that can beat this group. I don't care what day they play the game on.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
remember the Chiefs last year went 11-6. That was their worst record they've had in a regular season in a while, and it didn't matter. Right? It was a huge storyline that Patrick Mahomes is going to have to play a road playoff game.
That didn't bother
for the first time in his career, and it didn't bother them. They played 2 of them, and they won both of them in Buffalo and in Baltimore. So they don't even have to be that good in the regular season. I don't think there's anyone in the division who is capable of overtaking them. And they'll lose more than 3 games this year, even though they're going to be favored probably in 15 of their games. They'll lose a couple.
Yeah, they're starting to think like NBA teams. Just let's get to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's all they need.
And just see where we stand. We're used to it. The other teams don't have that kind of experience that we have once we get into playoff football time. So, yeah, I've got a feeling that those first 2 games will. If they come out of those 2 games unscathed, BK, and they end up 2-0 in the beginning of the season, look for that group to go in a row where they maybe only lose 2 other games after that.
Yeah, you're right. If they beat Baltimore and Cincinnati back to back to open up the year,
they're looking for a 3-peat. They're feeling it early in the season.
Oh yeah. All right, so there's the Chiefs schedule, but now let's dive into the Texas teams. We'll start with the Dallas Cowboys schedule, and I'll screen share it for the people, and I will screen share it for you so you can see exactly what we're working with here in the 2024 Dallas Cowboys season. So we'll open things up against Cleveland. We're not going to go game by game because that's just boring. But the Cowboys will open up the year against the Browns. It'll be Tom Brady's first game as a broadcaster. It'll be America's Game of the Week on Fox, Sunday, September 8th. But here is the Cowboys schedule. One of the easier schedules in the NFL, according to forecasted win totals from Warren Sharp. The Cowboys have the 6th easiest schedule in the NFL. I will say this, Dallas has 6 primetime games, which is tied with the league lead. So even though the Cowboys had a horrible offseason, even though they choked again in the playoffs last year, they're still the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, the teams you're looking at, I mean, even in their own division, the Giants will suck.
Yeah.
I mean, Pittsburgh, the Lions will be good. Atlanta, they've got Atlanta on their schedule. And they got New Orleans on their schedule.
Yeah, they get the NFC South as one of their divisions this year.
And if they can get through game number 1 against Cleveland, that'll be a tough game because that Cleveland defense is the real thing. And then you've got the masseuse, getting his stuff done with
Tiny Towel Boy.
Uh-huh. I mean, it all depends on how that ends up. But Tiny Towel Boy doesn't play defense, and Cleveland's got pretty salty defense too.
Yeah, everything about Cleveland is good except for the quarterback. That's why they gave up as much as they gave up to get Deshaun Watson. Like they knew they had a Super Bowl caliber roster. They just needed a quarterback. They thought they had one, and it doesn't look like they do.
And I agree with you. Then when you look at that second part of the schedule there, I mean, you're gonna have to play the Eagles twice, and but you also get Washington and the Giants in there.
Yeah. Yeah, back-to-back division games.
And you got Tampa in there, and you got the Panthers. Is that a Panther I see in there too?
Yeah, so the two divisions the Cowboys will play, the AFC North. That's why you see Cleveland, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati on the schedule. That's tough. That's generally one of the toughest divisions in the league, but the NFC South is not good.
No.
Not good at all. So, look, it's a relatively favorable schedule, all things considered, for the Cowboys. Considering it is a first-place schedule, it's about as good as you could have asked for. But I don't think the Cowboys are that good this year.
No.
I think they're a 7 to 8 win football team.
Well, there's that San Francisco group still on their schedule somehow, somewhere.
They had to make that a Sunday night game.
Why would they do that?
Because everyone likes watching the Cowboys get their ass kicked.
Just blasted on Sunday night.
Yeah, 6 primetime games for Dallas, which is tied with San Francisco and the New York Jets for the league lead. We're really doing this again.
Oh.
Remember last year? All of those Jets games in prime time.
Doesn't matter. That dude's not playing anyway.
Rodgers got hurt the first drive of the game, so we were stuck watching Zach Wilson. And
so we're seriously thinking he's still going to show up at camp and be the starting quarterback?
He's already there. Barring an injury.
It's just a great thought.
Yeah?
Yeah, he'll eventually say, you know what? I really gave this a good try, but I need to go back to a wash now or whatever he's doing.
Bless you.
What's the stuff that he's taking?
The ayahuasca?
Yeah.
A wash now.
Yeah, he's got to go back to that.
Not even close. He's probably doing that and playing football and running for vice president.
Oh, gee.
Oh, that's over. His VP bid is no mas. But there you go. How about this Cowboys-Texans game on Monday Night Football, November 18th in Arlington? That's going to be a ton of fun right there. So there's the Cowboys schedule. Where are you at? I'm at 8 to 9 wins right now. I know the Cowboys have won 12 in a row in each of the last 3 years. But
I don't think they get to 12 this year. I think they get to maybe 9 or 10 at the most.
Their Vegas
10.
over under is 10.5. And
Man, it's a lot.
I would lean under on that right now. I really would. Just, I don't like the offseason they had. They have too many holes on the roster that they didn't address. And I'm a Dak Prescott guy.
Yeah, and they can't lose to teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, they got to be
Pittsburgh. They have to be
home.
Atlanta and the Pittsburghs of the world.
That's on the road, excuse me.
But those are games that you can't even split that. Those are wins that you have to have. New York, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, BK, they have to win.
Mm-hmm.
And really, if you want to have a really good season, you got to win the Cleveland game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to win
one.
that game. That's a big game.
Because I think Dallas will be an underdog on the road
against
the Browns. And even though Cleveland's probably not a Super Bowl contender, that was a playoff team last year.
Yes, that's a game you have to win on the road.
With Joe Flacco. So that is a talented team. And if you can win that game on the road, then that probably changes. I know it's just 1 out of 17, but that would change my overall feeling, I think, of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, if they lose that opener, you're going to start thinking about, as you said, 8 games, 9 games if they can.
That's about where I'm at here. All right, now we go to the Houston Texans schedule. And the Texans, we mentioned how the Cowboys had the 6th easiest schedule, according to win total projections from Warren Sharp and Sharp Football. The Texans actually have the 6th hardest schedule, according to Warren Sharp. So an easy start to the year for the Texans. We'll get to the latter half of the schedule in a moment, but they open up at Indianapolis.
Okay.
It's a winnable game.
Sure.
They get Chicago, Sunday Night Football. C.J. Stroud versus Caleb Williams, but the Bears at home, that should be a win. That's the home-o for the Texans. Then they get your Vikings, breaking in a new quarterback.
Right.
That could be a win. Then Jacksonville at home. The Texans have owned the Jags in recent years. Like that should be a 3-1 start at worst for the Texans, right?
Dude, they look like they've got 5-1 looking at you now.
And then they got Buffalo at home, week 5, and no one's quite sure what Buffalo is going to be. Obviously, you get your Stephon Diggs revenge game there. And then at New England in week 6, they're not very good. So that's a relatively easy start to the year for the Texans. And I think anything less than 4-2 would be disappointing. But things get a hell of a lot tougher the rest of the way. So you go to Lambeau Field in week 7. That'll be tough. Colts at home, at the Jets on a Thursday night game.
Beat them.
See if Rodgers is playing. Then the Lions at home. Then the Cowboys on the road. Then back-to-back division games with Tennessee and Jacksonville. But how about the last 4 for Houston? Miami, playoff team. At Kansas City, Super Bowl champ. Baltimore, playoff team. And then at Tennessee.
So that's a tough stretch right there at the end.
You can maybe leave the Titans out, but it's still a road divisional game to end the year. But there's 3 games before that. After the bye, the Texans have a really late Week 14 bye. But then Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore. Back-to-back-to-back. Good news for Houston. 2 of those games are at NRG Stadium. But, man, that is a little bit of a murderous
those last
row.
4, that is murderous row for sure.
It is indeed. It is indeed. So it's look, I like the Texans. I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to win the division again. They are favorites to win the AFC South, although I do think that division will be tougher in 2024.
But there's some real winnable games there because they're that good.
Well, that's the thing. Like they need to get off to a good start.
For sure.
And look, last year they made up a lot of ground in the month of December. They got hot at the right time, and that's what got them into the playoffs. But this year,
they have to win those first 3.
Yeah, just knowing what they have in December, they've got to find a way to get off to a good start because there are some very winnable games in the first month and change.
What are the Colts going to do? Are they going to have the young quarterback? Is he going to be coming back for his second year?
Anthony Richardson, who only played in a few games last season. Yeah, he'll be back. We'll see if he could stay healthy because that guy had a couple of different injuries, and he's got to learn to slide. I know he's big. I know he's 6'6", 245.
Yeah, he can stop with all that.
But, yeah, he's he can't keep getting concussed. It's going to ruin his career. So, how you feeling about the Texans looking at this?
I like the Texans. I like it. I just don't like those last 4.
That's a tough
Depending on what your health is like then. By then, do they have it wrapped up? But the Titans are at the end too.
Yep, in Tennessee. Texans over-under is 9.5. So the Cowboys actually have a higher Vegas win total than the Texans do. Once again, Dallas 10.5. Houston 9.5. You said under for Dallas. What would you say for Houston?
I would say over for Houston.
I would too.
I would say over for the Texans.
I would too. I think they're an 11-win football team.
Yeah, because this is a group that looks like they can get on a roll for like 6 or 7 wins in a row.
Yeah, especially early on.
Yep.
Man. And I'm a big believer in C.J. Stroud. How can you not be? Texans had, I think, one of the better off seasons in the NFL. Getting Stephon Diggs was massive. Obviously, Tank Dell coming back from injury is big. Joe Mixon in the backfield, that's an upgrade over anything they had at running back a year ago. Spent some good money on defense. It's not a perfect roster by any stretch, but man, they've loaded up. It's amazing.
It's a solid offensive roster for sure. How do you get the ball back from them?
Yeah. Well, that defense was salty.
Yeah, and they can control the clock with their offense now. I mean, they don't always have to throw it down the field. With Joe Mixon coming out of the backfield and running the ball, if their line stays healthy, that's good stuff.
Big key. Yeah, their O-line was banged up last year, which is another part of why the Texans season was such a surprise. Right? I mean, they were down so many O-linemen, especially early, and they were still good enough to keep C.J. Stroud upright, and the run game wasn't perfect, but obviously it was effective enough to get the Texans to the postseason, to round 2 of the postseason.
I like their schedule.
Yeah, I do too. I like their team. And Daniil Hunter on that defense. Now across Will Anderson with Azeez Al-Shaair. Question at their second corner. And can Derek Stingley Jr. stay healthy? Speaking of guys who need to stay on the field. But Houston's got a lot going.
Yeah, if he's healthy, he's an all-pro corner now.
It is. Yeah. And the Texans, a lot of teams criticize them. A lot of football people criticize them for taking Derek Stingley Jr. over Sauce Gardner. Look, to this point, Sauce has been the better player.
Sure.
He was an all-pro as a rookie, and Derek Stingley missed a lot of the year as a rookie, but bounced back in a big way, and I think the expectation should be very high for him.
Plus, I love the kid that played at Baylor. I thought he was
Petrie.
Yeah, that guy's exceptional when he's healthy.
He took a step back last year, which was weird because I felt the same way. I looked like a genius doing radio in Houston because of all the Jalen Petrie that I had watched.
Yes.
And when the Texans drafted him, I'm like, this guy's going to be one of the best rookies in all of football. Like, just keep an eye on this dude.
Yeah, but he had some little injuries last year, too.
He did. And new defense, too, with the Miko Ryan system. Maybe it just took him a while to figure some things out. But if he can get back to his rookie form.
If he can stay healthy and understand that he's not the same guy he was at Baylor where he's trying to knock out NFL wide receivers because they're kind of stout, you know.
Yeah.
When you go to have the knockout punch on every hit, that's not going to work if you're going to last in the NFL. You're going to have those years where people think that you're great, and then the following year you're all banged up because you tried to make the death blows to everybody. I mean, he's got to pick his shots, you know.
Oh, Jalen Catalon bit.
Yeah, he's like that. He's very much like that. I mean, he was one of those guys that could really, put the knockout blow to you, but he would try it every time. It was just the way he played his first year, and people love that in him. But I don't think you can survive in the NFL trying to be a big hitter, trying to be Rodney Lott. You're not big like Rodney Lott. You're not that guy.
About 4 primetime games for the Texans
after
having
stuff.
0 last year. You could really say they have 5, right? Primetime games are technically night games, but I'll give the Texans a 5th primetime game because they're playing on Christmas. It's a day game.
Sure.
It's the first of the doubleheader, but they're playing the Ravens on Christmas Day.
Oh, that's a good game.
Which is a great game down in Houston. That's a Wednesday affair. So not only do the Texans have Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore back-to-back-to-back, they got Miami on Sunday, Kansas City on Saturday, so short week for the Chiefs.
Sure.
And then Wednesday against Baltimore, even shorter week. So, I mean, those teams are dealing with that too, of course, but annoying.
Yeah,
sure.
that's a stretch right there with those 3. Even if you ended up 1 of 3, okay. You just can't lose them all.
Can't lose them all, and if the Texans win 2,
that's
those games are in December, so that's right before the playoffs start. If
that means they're on a roll if they win 2 or 3.
Yeah, because I think all 3 of those teams. I mean, definitely Kansas City and Baltimore will be in the postseason again.
Yeah, I think Miami will be there again too.
Yeah, if they're there, that'd be huge for the Texans to have a winning record down the stretch. All right, so there's some of our biggest takeaways from the NFL schedule release. 6 primetime games for the Jets, man. I'm going to lose my mind if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again. Dallas, San Francisco, and New York, I think I already mentioned this, they lead the league with 6 games in prime time.
Understandable.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, before we shift gears here, what else do we have? We got a TBT video to get into.
Oh, yeah, we got some Sark too, don't we?
Also some Sark audio and some Dabo Sweeney
sound Dabo.
To discuss as well. But before we switch topics, let's give some love to some sponsors.
Our good friends over at Texas Orthopedics. Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement, trauma care, of course, rheumatology, Dr. Christopher Danny and Chris Stockton. But they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic group in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out Texas Orthopedics, and also some love to our friends at Olipop.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. The game changer of all game changers. Olipop's slogan, a new kind of soda. And that's exactly what Olipop is. It is a game changer. It's a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Inside of every can, you've got a unique blend of ingredients that will help support your digestive health. 9 grams of fiber in every can. Very little sugar, hardly any calories, and it tastes great. They found a way to make a healthy drink actually taste good. It is more of a miracle than the U.S. beating the Soviets in the Miracle on
There you
Ice.
go.
It's awesome stuff. Pick some up at H-E-B, Costco, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries. Tons of great flavors. Check out the new Peaches and Cream. That's their collab.
Still haven't had that yet.
Yeah, I haven't had it either. Got so many other flavors in the fridge at home. I literally just restocked and bought a ton right before the Peaches and Cream came out, but I got to go buy one of those soon to see what that's all about. But, yeah, something for everyone. Once again, great tasting soda that is actually good for you. Also, a shout-out from our friends at Covert BK. We'll let you see and hear from our friends at Covert BK right now.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, folks.
You got to get you on one of those commercials.
I'm ready.
You just bought a Covert car.
Yes, I did.
So now they need to interview you for one of those.
It's a used car, but you know what? For me, it's a new car.
I was about to say.
No.
It's got less than 200,000 miles.
Yes, it does.
So that's new to you.
Yes, and it is a beauty, too.
Yeah, I was trying to find where you were this
I'm
morning.
right over there. I'm there.
I don't know what your car looks like
Just
anymore.
don't be bumping into my car.
The carpet munching car is
Yeah,
no
it's
longer
gone.
with us. So
It's gone.
I don't know what to look for anymore. Usually there's just a group of blue-haired women running around
Just
your
look
car.
for, it says GL300 on the side. of it.
Beautiful. Well, hey, there's a few of those here at Barton
Oh,
Creek
yeah, there
Country
is.
Club, I would think.
Oh, my
I'm
goodness.
driving around in my Altima. Everyone's like, is this the lawn guy? What's
What are
going
you
on
doing,
here?
you lawn guy?
Yeah. And then I look at the lawn guy's car and I'm like, oh, shit, it's not even as nice as those guys. Might have to call up the Coverts here soon. But love Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group. All right. Do you want to hear Sark first, or do you want to hear Dabo Sweeney
I want to hear
first?
Sark. I'm going to go some good stuff.
All right. So Steve Sarkisian, we played a couple of these cuts earlier in the week. This is a one-on-one interview that Steve Sarkisian had with Josh Pate of 24/7 Sports. We heard from him talking about the quarterbacks earlier in the week. We heard from him talking about the biggest question mark that Texas has leaving the spring. But also, this is just kind of an all-encompassing cut from Sark. Then we'll get to his thoughts on how much Texas's experience that they got in the college football playoff is going to help them this year. But here's Steve Sarkisian just kind of talking about the major changes in his program from year one in 2022 to where things are right now going into 2024.
Year one, year two, we couldn't play a spring game. And the reason was I would have 7, maybe 8 offensive linemen total that could physically go compete in a game. This year in spring practice, we had 17 to 19 to 20. I mean, when you start adding up the walk-ons and so on and so forth. So now you can play a real game. And that goes across the board, whether it's having enough receivers, having enough defensive linemen. Now, I think a couple things have contributed to that. One, I think we've structured our roster in a way to where we have equality in depth across the board. It's not just 1 or 2 position groups that are loaded. We've kind of assembled it in a way that is lateral, which I think is huge for us because as you look ahead into this season and why depth is so important, we're going to play our first game August 31st, which is really early in college football world. The national championship's not till January 20th, and we're not getting that month off like you would in December because of the college football playoff. You may have to play 16, 17 games. We are going to need all the depth that we can have and to generate, and we're going to have to play young players early to try to be at our best after Thanksgiving.
Wow, dude, you could possibly play 16 games?
Yeah.
Whew.
I mean, 12-game regular season,
Man.
plus a conference championship, that's 13.
Yep.
And then if you lose that conference championship, that means you're going to have to play in the first round of the playoff, right? If you win the conference championship, then you get a first-round bye. You're one of the top 4 seeds. But if not, then you got to play in the first round. That's 14. Second round, 15. And then third round is 16. Could it get to 17?
Championship, yes.
It's a 17.
Man.
Yeah.
That's
So
a lot of football.
up to 17
You better have the
games.
depth in your program.
So get ready
from
to
August
see
on.
some of these true freshmen against Colorado State, right? Hopefully
Sure.
the entire second half you're seeing backups out there. But the combination of, the long schedule, you don't have that month off like you had last year between the Big 12 title game and the start of the college football playoff, which is good from a viewing perspective. But obviously that's tougher from a depth perspective. Guys like getting healthy during that month of December that they had. And now, it's going to be tougher to do that. But also, the temperature. Like Sark brought up, August 31st. When I heard August 31st, I'm like, oh, shit, that's 105 degrees outside. Forget games in January. You're going to need depth in that game to get through all 4 quarters.
Absolutely.
It's 105 in the stands. It's 130 on the field.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to have to be rotating guys, which means, you're going to have to make sure you feel good enough about the guys who you're rotating in and out. And I think,
like I said, we're at the point here now that it's not about who the second and third guys are. Are they good enough to be the ones? Are the threes good enough to be helping out with the ones? Because you could get a guy who's first and second hurt. Your third guy comes in. He can't be just anybody that just sits in a spot, and holds on for dear life and costs you a game. He has to be able to compete and help you win a game, the third, especially on the offense and defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys have to be able to go. Wide receiver, you're going to be fine. Running back, I don't know. You get to the third. I know they have a guy that they like, but you start getting to 3s and 4s in your running back room, you got a problem. That becomes a problem.
Spoken like a true running back coach.
No, you can't.
Come on,
dude.
You could get down to your third and fourth running back.
You can't get down to your third and fourth running back. You can get to 1 and 2, and you can survive with 3. If 2 just got hurt just at the end of the game or something, you can put them in there, but you can't survive on your third and fourth running back for a couple games. That's not going to work.
I'd rather be on RB3 than on left tackle 3.
Oh, well, you definitely don't want that.
Or like, I don't know, DE3 or a lot of other positions
you definitely don't want wide receiver 5 out there.
I don't know. Wide receiver 5 might be Ryan Wingo, so you might be okay on that.
That'll be interesting to see. Like, once again, he's probably the most interesting wide receiver of all for me.
Yeah.
To see how he fits in, because he's going to fit in.
But it's just remarkable, though, going back to that Sark cut. And I think I said 2022. Obviously, Sark's first year was 2021. But Steve Sarkisian saying, we didn't have enough people to play a spring
I remember
game.
that. They didn't have enough offensive line.
Yeah, and now it's like he said, 16, 17, 18 offensive linemen that they –
Well, hell, the year before that, when Tom Herman was here, he made those guys play. They played the entire spring game. There was only like 8 guys. I'm like, dude, you're going to kill these guys before the season starts. You're not going to have it, guys, because of what you're doing to them in the spring game. Oh, we want to play a full spring game. Oh, no, they can play both sides of the ball. You got to be kidding me.
The Mensa man.
Oh, the Mensa man he really didn't know what he was up to.
No.
Yeah, that should have never been a spring game. That should have been some situation scrimmages,
Yeah.
But that dude stuck those guys out there. I remember that year he stuck all those offensive linemen, not all of them, all 6 of them, and said, okay, you play in the orange and you can play on the white team. I'm like, dude, you're going to crush these guys.
And the winner's got crispy bacon, nice eggs.
And the other one's got soggy Krispy Kreme. I mean, it was awful.
Yeah, and runny eggs and saggy.
Then he's no longer
bacon.
with us. He's shooting double birds.
He's still alive. He's with us.
He's no longer with us in Austin.
Okay.
That's for good.
Gotcha.
For sure.
Just making sure. But yeah, there's Steve Sarkisian talking about the depth increase of his roster, and give him credit and give this entire coaching staff credit for.
But what they're doing is they're increasing the depth with really talented players.
Oh yeah.
They're not. It's like I said here. It's not about numbers anymore. You don't just go out in the portal and do things and get numbers. You got to get quality football players now.
Agreed.
And as I said, those quality 3s at some time may end up being 1s. Here and there for more than just a series. It could be for a game or 2.
And you can't replicate in-game reps.
No.
Right? So you think about Colorado State, you think about UL Monroe, maybe UTSA, but no, they've been a very good G5 team.
That's right.
In recent years. But no, your non-Michigan, non-conference games, you like to see those young guys get playing time.
Yeah, you like to see your left tackle go sit down
Sure.
for a half of a game.
Yeah, you get to rest your starters. You need those guys for the important SEC games.
Right.
But you'd also like to see, hey, maybe we have a young guy with some juice, right? And okay, hey, this guy looks really good in practice, but how does he actually look in a game? So,
right.
Of course, yeah, depth is important for keeping your starters fresh, but it's also important, like, hey, maybe we have something here.
Absolutely.
And you got to find out how they actually play when the lights are on come game day. All right, another one from Steve Sarkisian. He was asked about the experience of playing in the college football playoff, right? Obviously, a short stay and a disappointing one for Texas, losing that semifinal game to Washington. But hey, still, Steve Sarkisian says that experience is going to help his bunch moving forward.
I think if it nothing else, we tasted it. And everybody, it was so good, they want it again. And so it really is serving as an awesome piece of motivation throughout the winter, throughout spring ball, heading into summer. Because it didn't go the way we wanted to and because we were so close, I think it served as great motivation. The same way maybe the Bama game served from 2 years ago. Wait, that was Alabama, and we lost on a last-second field goal. Let's keep doing what Coach is talking about, and then let's try to take the next step. And so I think it's been part of the progression as the program, as we've grown from year to year to year. Yeah, that stung and it hurt to walk off the field, New Orleans not winning. But I think inevitably what's come out of it, we've got a really hungry football team that wants to get back to that stage and see if they can overcome that.
What's nice about that is they're not hoping anymore. They have good enough players.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they if they put everything together the way they need to on a week in, week out basis, they have enough talent to continue that and just keep getting that good feeling. You know, it used to be you kind of, when you first get here, you're kind of hoping, I'm hoping that guy's good enough. But now it's, no, that guy's good enough, and so is that one, and so is that one. So it's no longer hope. It's you have the players, but it just has to come together because once again, you get the championship play, you get into that Final Four, anything can happen. You can be as good as you want, but the other teams that you're playing against, by the way, that got to that far, BK, are pretty good too.
Oh yeah.
And so anything, one fatal mistake in a game like that can cost you.
For sure.
One secondary screw up or screw ups can cost you a chance at a title game or getting into the title game.
And that's what cost Texas last year.
Yes, it did.
They were right there until the final second, and a different play here or there, and they're playing in Houston against Michigan for a national championship. Let me ask you this, Coach, because you've been a coach on good teams, conference championship winning teams, and I'm sure you've been a coach on some bad teams. How much does winning help with getting your message across? Because Sark referenced that there, like, oh, because we're winning these games, because we just made the playoff, like our guys are going to further buy in to what we're saying because they see, hey, what our coaches are saying is actually working because it's leading to success on the field. Yeah. How much does that help?
Well, winners like to win. They, you know, once you start getting into the habit of winning, that's all you want to do. You know, it's that whole thing is, you know, losing creates losing. You know, what do you learn from losing? You learn how to lose. Yeah. That's what you do. And what do you do from winning? You learn how to win. You learn how to find ways to win. It's not always perfect, but at the end, when the, you know, that final gun goes off, you've won a game. That's why to me sometimes scores and, you know, when we talk about average, what you have to do, it's just hard to win those games. And when you come out as the winner, I think it's really, really important. You learn an awful lot by winning. It's not by how much you win by. Oh, we should have won by 3 touchdowns. No, if you win the game, it's going to go up the same way it was if you won by 6 touchdowns. You've won the game. Those things are hard enough to do. So I think winning creates a winning atmosphere. It creates that all around your, not just through the football team. It goes through the secretaries. It goes through everybody. When you're losing, that it's awful.
It's just so much easier to buy in.
It's awful. Right? I mean, like I said, I was around John Malkovich the week after playing Michigan when I was at Illinois, and I just knew, you know, even as a coach, you can go in there and coach it all you want to, but dude, you went into that week with that guy being on a downer. You know, he just was, we're not going to beat Michigan. And I'm thinking, how the hell can we not compete against a Michigan team in Illinois, but and beat Ohio State every year I was there? For 4 years, we beat Ohio State. I'm like, wait a minute, these guys this is the best looking group I've ever seen at Ohio State. And we play Michigan, and they just were kind of dumpy. I mean, they weren't the greatest looking team. You know, it was Michigan, but I'm thinking, how do we beat Ohio State, but we can't compete against Michigan?
The coach would actually say that we're not going to win this week.
Well, no, you could feel it. I mean, he didn't have to say anything.
Yeah.
His attitude showed you that. And then even after that, the guy he went into a deep depression for the following week. He had a game the week after that. He was in depression. It was like you're coaching by yourself. That next game, you're on your own. That's just the way he saw things. And for some odd reason, you play against Ohio State. I never lost to the Buckeyes. I don't know what that feels like. I don't know how we did it, but for some odd reason, the stars would line up. The offensive line coach would say to me, he goes, how are we going to beat that group right there? Because when they came onto the field without pads on and just their bodies and their tights, I'm like, dude, we're about to get crushed here. And we just whipped the living. Well, then again, John Cooper was the head coach at that time, so that made it easier. And on the other time with the Michigan, it was Bo Schembechler, so that was a little different too. John Cooper and Bo Schembechler are two different dudes.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
but
indeed.
It's just once you win, you start learning how to win. You start finding ways to win, and it's all about winning.
Yeah, I think every coach has their strategy. Every coach has their mindset. Every coach has their culture that they try to instill.
Yeah, I've never been into a coaches meeting where we won a game on that Monday that we sat there and we talked about, we should have won this game by 3 touchdowns. I've never been into a meeting like that. Mm-hmm. It's just, once you get into that part of it, all you talk about is how we won the game. Because generally it's some dogfight that maybe you shouldn't have been in that dogfight, but how do we win that game? Here's how we won that game. And that's all that matters.
Yeah, and you win. It's like, oh, this works. Like
absolutely.
Our coach told us to do that. We did that. We won. And okay, that means we should probably do that again. So yeah, after you go 5-7 in year one, you see a bunch of guys transfer. You got guys not necessarily buying in. You get the Bo Davis rant after the Iowa State game with players laughing on the bus. It's like, you think we're going to listen to you? We can't win. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Sure.
You just make it to the college football playoff. Like Steve Sarkisian said, you got to taste it. You were right there. You were right there on the cusp. That's like, okay, no, shoot, they got us there. So maybe if we do that again and just work a little harder, do this a little better, we're going to get over that hump.
Absolutely.
We won't be one and done in the playoff. We'll actually get to the national championship game, and hell, maybe we'll win a national championship. So
yeah, but you also there are certain times that you have to have the talent at the right position, and this group right here has talent at a lot of positions, but there are some key positions that they're going to struggle. So how are they going to hide some of those deficiencies? They got to have it. They got to have that with a better pass rush this year, I believe, because you don't put the pressure as much on the secondary, because I know what they're going to be. They're going to be what they are, unless some guys will develop, some guys will stay the same, but your defensive pass rush can't stay the same. That has to be different this year.
I just hope Texas has a top 50 secondary this year.
God, I thought they were going to have last year. I thought they were going to have a top 10 by midway point of the season. I was just so wrong.
And look, pass yards per game allowed is not the only stat you should look at when you're evaluating a secondary, but that is the most popular stat. And yeah, Texas was ranked outside of the top 100 in that category.
The top 100.
Yeah.
And the players coming out of this state and the recruiting that they have, that they just couldn't find guys that could cover guys.
No, they couldn't. They got a lot of new faces back there. And
now they'll talk about, now it'll be all about schemes. Do they understand the schemes? Well, that's when it comes down to the coaching.
Are the schemes good?
Let me just say this.
I don't know if I want them to understand the schemes, because I'm not sure what Terry Joseph is teaching them.
That's
makes a whole
the
lot
problem.
Of sense.
That's where they're going to come down to eventually. Eventually, it's going to come down to your coaching.
Yeah, that's a big year because
people are going to look at the players and say, wait a minute, Oklahoma wanted that kid right there.
Right.
Texas A&M, Georgia wanted that kid right there.
Well, if Andrew Makuba looks like he doesn't know how to play football, it's like, he was really good at Clemson.
Yeah, that's gonna change a lot of people's minds about a lot of things. If that guy takes a step, there's no reason for guys like that to take a step back.
And a guy like Derek Williams or a guy like Manny Muhammad, who were great as freshmen last year, if they get worse as sophomores,
right?
Like, the coach, was their high school coach better than the college coach? Is this coaching making them worse? Yeah. So
well, I always thought, last year when Adonai Mitchell was playing, I just thought he was a self-made kind of wide receiver. He had been to 2 national championships. He just needed a little tweaking there. Mm-hmm. And Chris Jackson was the guy who tweaked him into becoming a really fantastic, probably NFL player and a fantastic college player in his last year. I think he got that tweaking, and I think he got the kind of coaching that he really, really needed. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't a good enough player himself, because, as I said, I thought he was just kind of self-made. Mm-hmm. But he needed to have a guy like Chris Jackson. I think Xavier Worthy needed to have Chris Jackson.
Sure.
as a guy who taught him in that last year. I mean, I think Chris Jackson is one of the better coaches in the country at that position. So certain guys need it. And a guy like Wingo, can you imagine a guy having this guy as a freshman, having that coach when you're just coming into college football and not on your way out of college football?
Right.
This is the guy you come in with. That's unbelievable. He's not going to be here long enough to worry about. He's not going to be a 4-year player. He's going to be here for whenever. But
3 years.
Yeah, to have that guy to be your coach, I think is fabulous. I think Sark, one of the greatest hires, with the exception of the offensive line coach and the special teams coach, that guy right there is a special coach. I don't know much about Chris Jackson, but boy, it looks like he's made such a difference in the passing game.
Came from the NFL ranks.
Yes.
So that helps too, right? He knows what it takes to be successful at the highest
level. So you're not going to and for what Steve Sarkisian makes and his status in college coaching right now and his status at the University of Texas, he's not going to play the secondary game very long. He's not going to play. If he can hire better people, that's a part of it too. You make those moves. You have to make those moves.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can't stay the same.
A lot of Texas fans who wanted those moves to be made this offseason.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think you can do that after where you went. I didn't think he would do that.
I didn't either.
He's not going to fire people when you have a great year like that. He's going to say we can get better at something else, and then we'll give those guys another year. But they won't get two.
No,
if that's the problem.
He already lost his other 2 defensive position coaches, so he didn't want to completely clean house there and have to start over anew under Pete Kwiatkowski.
I would agree.
All right, one more from Steve Sarkisian. Obviously, Texas making a move from the Big 12 to the SEC. Josh Pate asked Sark, what are some of the differences between your preparation in the SEC versus what you've been doing in the Big 12?
You transition to a new conference. There's a lot of information that we've got to wrap our brain around and get a lay of the land of to help us prepare, right? In training camp, what are we going to have to get prepared to play against when the season rolls around? That's probably the biggest shift, right? Of getting acclimated to maybe they're not on the schedule, but we might play Ole Miss. So what is Lane's offense looking like in P. Golding? Or we're not playing LSU, but what is Brian Kelly doing at LSU or Josh Heupel at Tennessee? So you're looking at your own schedule, but then if you can make it to that game, just making sure you're preparing your team. Schematically, that's one thing. I think recruiting is a whole nother thing, right? Because where our niche was in Texas and in and around Texas and maybe a little into Louisiana, now being the Southeastern Conference, now we're sweeping all the way across, right? I-10 and take you over there. And so you have to adjust some of that too because not only do we want to recruit our great state of Texas, it's critical to our success, and now nobody can say, why would you go to Texas? You have to play in the Big 12, right? So we kind of get that back. But we also now can broaden our stroke a little bit to the Southeast, which I think is good for us.
I think it's great for them. I think they'll be in the Atlanta area where Georgia gets their players. They're going to be, they're inundate some of those areas down there. I think that's just going to work out for them really, really well. And now, they're going to pick up every once in a while. You'll get a war daddy from Athens or somewhere like that around that area around Atlanta. It's going to be, they'll get players like that now to come to Texas.
Yeah.
They have everything you want that you could get at Georgia.
Get somewhere
and Florida.
Athens.
I didn't mean to say
the home
Athens.
city.
They don't. There's probably no players in Athens. I just said that because I probably couldn't find another place in Georgia,
right?
Valdosta or something.
Savannah, one of those places. Yeah. I don't know.
But they're going to start going to those places and getting players too, which is good.
Yeah.
But the changes are that you don't have to change in order to get to where they got to and win in the Big 12 championship. I know it's the Big 12. They won the championship. I know they played teams. They had to play Tech and the rest of the clowns. But I'll just say this. They don't have to change up what they're doing practice-wise. I think they're at the point right now where, now that we're playing Georgia and the Bamas of the world, I think they've already – that's what they do. They just practice. There's a certain way that they do things, BK, that no matter what conference they go to, that's just the way they play. That's the way they play the game. That's the way they practice the game.
Right.
So I don't think all of a sudden – them going to the SEC means, hey, our practices are going to be different.
No, I don't think it is because they prepared to play an SEC team. Most of last offseason was about beating Alabama on the road.
Yes.
That was a huge game, right? I know 2 years ago when Texas lost to Alabama on that last second field goal, most of that offseason was about how do we beat Alabama, Well, they couldn't do it in Austin, but they prepared for it. They found a way to do it.
You're going to prepare for teams in the SEC like you would do for OU week.
So that's, it's preparing for Michigan. Of course, it's a massive game in week 2, but it's also focused on the SEC. And I think this is probably the hardest offseason Steve Sarkisian has ever had. Now, recruiting is going to be easier in the SEC. Not to say it's easy. It's probably harder to recruit than ever because all this NIL stuff and the transfer portal. Not only do you have to recruit a guy to your campus once, you got to re-recruit them every year to make sure that they don't leave. But recruiting and pitching the SEC is going to make it easier for Texas in that front. But yeah, I mean, Steve Sarkisian for 3 years, he knows what Chris Kleiman's going to do. He knows what all the what Brent Venables is going to do.
Yeah, he's right. He doesn't know what Mississippi. He doesn't know what Lane Kiffin's going to do.
No, he knows what Matt Campbell was going to do. Like he's gone up against the same coaches 3 years in a row. Now he's got to figure out, okay, like I'm sure he's been working on it, and he's got some familiarity with these coaches.
That he does.
Obviously, he was the offensive coordinator at Alabama, so he schemed against some of these guys, but it's just different. Like he's been used to playing the same teams every year, 3 years in a row, and now all of a sudden it's different teams this year. And once we get to 2026, the SEC schedule will be completely different.
And top to bottom, they have better players.
And it's just a better conference altogether.
Yes, and they have better players.
Yeah, game planning is going to be a little bit tougher. It's just going to be a little bit.
But it's
different.
not the way they. But it's not the way they practice. It's not. I mean, they're at a level right now that this is what they do all the time. This is our expectations of when you go into the practice field. No, we're not practicing any harder because it's Alabama. We're not practicing any harder because it's Georgia. And we're doing that. That's what we do.
And we want to win a national championship.
Yeah, this is what we do. You're right.
Yeah, that's the goal right there. So look, I'm not making an excuse for Steve Sarkisian. The results need to be there, regardless of what conference this team is in. And he just got a pretty big pay bump too. So, $5 million, people were still critical of Steve Sarkisian, but now he's a top 5 highest paid coach in the country, making upwards of $10 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
The expectations are going to be even higher right now. And the missteps that Steve Sarkisian has are going to feel like much bigger steps if things don't go well for Texas because of that contract that he just signed.
No doubt about it.
All right, so there's Steve Sarkisian. Some good stuff. It was about a 40 to 45-minute one-on-one sit-down with Josh Pate. Played 3 cuts today. We played a couple of cuts earlier in the week. I think you can check out that whole conversation if you would like over, I think it's on YouTube, but I'll do that after we're done today. All right, before we get to what Dabo Sweeney had to say.
Yeah, man.
And also we have a TBT video that we can't forget about.
Yes, man.
Let's give a few more shout outs to a few more great sponsors.
Our good friends over at Big Hat. I think I saw Troy here today from Big Hat.
There you go.
And the mocktails. I had plenty of those, as a matter of fact, during the course of the Mullet Open, the non-alcohol mocktails, tasty margarita mocktail, and it's got all kinds of wonderful ingredients in it, folks. If you're thinking of a drink and you don't want to have alcohol with it, try the Big Hat mocktails. The margaritas are about to have the mojitos that are out, and they are tasty. I was a ginger ale guy because I love the taste of ginger, and you get plenty of that in the margarita. Over ice, that's the only thing I put over ice. Is that mocktail, BK?
There you go.
And it is delicious. And all their drinks, as a matter of fact, are delicious. If you do like the alcohol, obviously they've got those for you too. They got the mojitos, they got the margaritas.
Pour them over ice every time, huh? Even though they're cold, even if you take them out of the fridge, you still pour them over ice?
I still pour them over ice.
All right.
The mocktails have to go over ice for me.
I like that. Mix up the flavors a little bit.
I have to do that if I go in the golf course with that. And
you bring a glass to the course?
Well, I get ice. I get it. The cart lady or cart man,
They can be cart man, Harrison
Can
Butker.
they? Are you sure? Are you sure?
I don't think I've ever seen a cart man.
I've seen cart man before.
Well, in South Park. That's about it, dude.
That's it. Just cartman there.
You've actually seen a cart guy before?
I've seen a cart dude.
You play a lot more golf than I do.
Yeah, I've seen cart man. Didn't get quite the tips.
I've never
cart lady.
He gave you a tip though, huh?
Yeah, I know. I'm like, dude, no, you should be in this cart.
The woman should be in the cart. We need cart girls.
We do need cart girls. We need more qualified cart girls.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah, make sure you go back to the kitchen when you're done with your shift.
No, once you graduate, then you move on.
All right, unbelievable.
Harrison.
Yes. Shout out to Big Hat. Also, shout out to CentexTickets.com. Hey, the last baseball series of the year starts tonight. It's Texas and Kansas. If you want to be at the Dish, hopefully the rain stays away. We might have a double header. But, hey, there will be 3 baseball games played at UFCU Dish-Falk Field over this weekend. Get your tickets at CentexTickets.com. Plus concert tickets, Broadway shows, any event, any festival, anything live that you want to be a part of, you can get seats online at CentexTickets.com. Super easy. Just pull out your phone, Log on the computer and head over to syntextickets.com, and they've got everything you need right there. They'll deliver the tickets right to your phone.
Love
It is
it.
so easy to use. And, of course, you're helping to support local business every time you buy from syntextickets.com. All right, Dabo Swinney, Buck, the head coach at Clemson, of course, the two-time national championship winning head coach at Clemson. It feels like Clemson's fallen off a little bit. Where are you at with the Clemson Tiger football program right now?
Oh, Dabo just got caught in the NIL. He just didn't want to. He didn't want to give in to that. His mindset got a little bit different. He got a little bit softer because he thought that was way too soft, paying kids to play college sports, and he just hasn't got back. I don't think he's got his mind straightened yet, BK, when it comes to that. You got to get with those times,
Clemson,
or you'll get left behind.
Excuse me, Buck. I'm with you. Clemson went 9-4 last year.
Yeah.
First time they had not won double-digit games since 2010. That was Dabo's second year. They went 6-7, and then every year between 2011 and 2022, they won double-digit games, and, of course, 2 national championships in there as well. There are 134 FBS teams in college football. 133 of them took a player out of the transfer portal. Clemson, the only team in the nation that did not add one single player from the portal.
Yeah, you can be hard-headed all you want to, but you keep losing, they'll replace you.
Well, Dabo Swinney was asked about that earlier this week, and he gave his thoughts on his program's lack of use of the transfer portal.
Every player is technically a transfer. You know, we just signed a whole class of guys transferring from high school. So we like our guys. We like our starters. We look at every position and we say, okay, you've got, Coach Reed, you're going to get, 2 corners. Do you want to trade? No, sir.
About that.
He's the anti.
That's a new way to look at it.
Anti-Dion. That's what he is.
They're all transferring from high school. We got a whole bunch of new transfer players. What are you talking about?
Dude, you better get with the times or you'll be gone.
You know, it's funny. A few years ago, Dabo Swinney said on the record that he would quit if players ever got paid. I'll give him credit. He's been true to his word. He didn't actually leave his job, but he quit.
Oh, no.
If you're not adding transfers in college football, if you're not even trying to improve your team through the portal, you are quitting.
Yeah, he is. I mean, the university there ought to start thinking about, we're going to have to get a new coach here eventually because he's going to win a bunch of 8 games, 9 games in the ACC, but he's not going to be playing for national championships, and we're used to playing for national championships here.
Yeah.
And he's as I said, you don't have to always join them. But if you want to keep your job, and that's the way things go, you're going to have to join them. You're going to have to join the NIL world.
It's a tough predicament for Clemson, right? Because Dabo's obviously the best coach they've ever had. They had 1 national title before he got there, and now they have 3, and they've been the model of consistency. And God, for a while, it was them in Alabama. Like those were Bama won, but those were the 2 premier programs in the sport. And
it's about your program. It ain't about you.
But you have to adapt or die. And Nick Saban did such a good job of that at so many different turns in his career. He just did everything he needed to do to make sure that he and his program would stay relevant, and they always were. And this is like obviously major changes in college football with the portal and with NIL.
Right.
But like the best coaches are like, oh shit, this is how it goes now. Like I have to do this if I want to continue to compete for national titles.
And if I want to have my job.
And every other coach in the country is like, okay, yeah, I'm adapting. This is what college football requires now, so I'm going to do it. And Dabo Swinney's like, nah, I'm going to do with what worked in the
I'm going to take my high schoolers, and we're going to build straight through that.
And if it works, I'll give him a ton of credit, and I will eat my words, but it's not going to work.
Oh, it's going to work for him enough because he's still going to get really good players. They're going to win 8 or 9 games, but they won't be playing for national championships anymore.
If they're not giving out a ton of NIL money, though, they're going to get some good players, but they're not going to get the best of the best.
No.
So it's not just portal; it's NIL too.
Remember that guy had big slides in their room where guys would come down a slide. They were the ones that had barbershops, in their facility for players. They're the ones that started that kind of stuff. But when it just came straight out to them making money, he just said, no, this is not the way college sports should be.
Guess what? Everyone else caught up to those facilities.
Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah.
And on top of that,
then they paid them.
Everyone's paying the players. And they're using the transfer portal. So I don't know. 12-team playoff in the ACC sucks. Clemson, I guess, has a shot to make it to the CFP. I still think
they do.
Florida State's probably the best team in that conference going into the year. But yeah, when they get to the playoff, when they're going up against the Georgias and Bama's.
Yeah, but that guy being a hardhead has really cost them because Florida State now is catching up to them, and they're going to pass them.
They already did.
It's
I know it's 1 year,
ridiculous.
but I mean, Florida State, they went undefeated
Yeah,
last year.
Yeah, they were still behind Clemson and what they had been doing over the culmination of years. I mean, Dabo had it. If he would have just gone with the top, gone with the flow.
I hate it for Cade Klubnik too.
Oh,
Austin's own. Like, I mean, he hasn't been perfect, but if Clemson had better players around him, and they used the portal and they used NIL to get more talented dudes, then I think life would be a little bit easier for him.
Yeah, that guy's just a dude playing there right now.
They lost to Miami. They lost to NC State. They lost to Duke. They got crushed by Duke, remember, in the first game of the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team that should be still winning in the ACC.
I'm with you.
I mean, and they shouldn't even be losing to Florida State. Florida State has really had to work their way. But once again, Florida State is that school, just like if you get it done the right way in Miami, you can continue to flourish. I don't think that Miami has the right coach for it.
No.
I mean, they have the money, they have everything else. But Florida State, if you get it going, that place is a special place too.
Sure. Well, Dabo Swinney, a bunch of transfers this year. They just all transferred in from high school.
That is such a weird way of thinking.
It's such an awesome quote.
That is just.
I love that. I'm glad Dabo exists, man. I am glad there's a dinosaur
He's just not
coaching.
going. Just don't give in.
No, he won't.
Don't give in.
He said he'd quit if players got paid, and he has quit.
Oh, he's not going to quit. Yeah, he's quit. Yeah, and they're also going to fire him too. He's going to get both.
And he'll get the payday too, either way. Oh, man.
And he's still got 2 rings.
Still got 2 rings. All right, let's let you hear from our man Tom McKay and the kid before we get to our TBT video to wrap up a Buck Off Thursday show.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
So the kid's on the payroll now, huh?
Kid's on the payroll. The kid's dropping S-bombs during commercials. And
she wants to know when she's going to get her first $1 million.
Yeah, that's what she's looking for right there.
Yeah, good luck.
Love AV Consultations. Dallas Stars lost last night with a chance to close out the series against Colorado. 5-3, the final score in Dallas. I don't want to talk about it, so we're not going to talk about it.
They'll get it done.
On the road tomorrow night?
Yeah, they'll get it done.
Okay, Game 6 back in Denver tomorrow.
And what do I have tonight? What do I have tonight that I need to?
Well, you said you've got 5,000 units on the Denver Nuggets closing out Minnesota on the road. You do have 2 hockey games tonight if you want to put some units on the NHL.
Don't tell me. Are the Rangers playing again?
Rangers in Carolina. The Rangers were up 3-0. They've lost 2 straight to the Raising Canes.
Well, look for Game 6. Go ahead. We'll take.
Taking the home team?
Yeah, I'm taking the home team.
All right, Carolina.
5,000 units.
And then you've got Oilers at Canucks. That's a 2-2 series going back to Vancouver.
I will go ahead and take the Oilers again.
Okay, so 5,000 units on the Oilers and 5,000 units on the Canes to go with your 5,000 units that you have on Denver in the NBA.
Yes.
All right, down 2,000 units.
Yeah, and I won't do anything to your Dallas Mavericks until when?
Saturday's the next game. So tomorrow will be your opportunity to pick Game 6 in the Mavs Thunder series.
All right, what do we got today?
All right, we've got we go back to the year of our Lord 2018, and we go to South Africa
pre-COVID
for this clip.
South Africa and such as
South
Carolina and such as.
I don't know if they have maps down there yet.
South Africa?
In South
Maybe
Africa
not.
or the Iraq or everywhere like such as. But we've got UDM, which is a political party down there in South Africa. And the UDM stands for the United Democratic Movement. So you've got a guy from the UDM speaking on live TV during a newscast. And have you heard the saying, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, there's certain variations of that, but that's kind of how the saying goes.
I know about Moses, yes.
Well, that's our guy.
Yeah,
that's Moses who came up with that one.
Yeah, something like that.
Way to go, Moses. Big fan of that dude. Well, here is a UDM leader, Bantu Halomisa. Sure I pronounced that one correctly. He is, I guess, trying to make reference to that saying on live TV.
Oh, no.
Things did not go well.
The UDM is of the view that government must do more to restore the dignity of our people. As the adage says, You give a poor man a fish and you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish. You give him, and no.
Do you think that there is a possibility?
Give him lures. If you give him lures, he can fish for a lifetime.
He just stopped there, and the screen stayed on him for like 5 seconds. It felt like 5 minutes.
He's going like, nah.
Oh, I guess.
The UDM is of the view that government must do more to restore the dignity of our people. Okay. As the adage says, you give a poor man a fish and you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish. You give him, and no.
Oh no, my brother, no.
You give him.
You give him
Oh,
some.
No,
Do you think that there is a possibility?
Wow.
You give him. You give
dude.
him. No.
No.
And he
Give him-
points. He's like, "Somebody help me, please!" And they just leave this dude on the screen
Just
for.
give him some lures and he can fish for a lifetime.
Oh my God! I mean,
My
don't,
goodness.
don't go with the saying if you
Give
don't
some
know the
Rapala
saying.
lures and everything is good.
What do you think happened there? Like, was there a teleprompter that just stopped? Was he
No,
Ron
forgot what
Burgundying this thing?
No, he probably didn't have that all. He thought he could memorize that deal.
He tried to go.
I don't know if it's a poor man. It's just a man. You know, it's not like you give a poor man. It's just you give a man.
Mm.
He went with the poor man.
He went with the. I mean, that all of it's bad.
It is
The
bad.
poor man's not the worst part of the thing. The
No.
fact that he just couldn't remember the whole second half of the sentence.
No.
Well, he's on live television. We'll do it live. Not great from Bantu
Gee, come
Holomisa
on.
there.
Bantu.
Well, now every time I hear that speech or even think about saying that, adage.
Come on there, Bono.
I'm going to think about
how Bono screwed it up.
Give a man. Give a
A
man.
poor man. Give a poor man.
No. That's so good. So there's your throwback Thursday.
Give a poor man mice. He make mises. Come on, dude.
No, the plural of mouse is mouses. We've already established this on the show. We're not
more
going to get
mouses.
into that debate again. Somebody says on the Coda text line, the military schools are not allowed to accept transfers. So 4 schools didn't take a transfer. So apologies to y'all for getting
West
that
Point,
one wrong.
the old West Point group.
I found that on the internet. So who do we blame here?
The internet.
We're blaming the internet for that one. I should have thought that one through, though. Yeah, no transfer football players going into the academies.
No, they can't just roll into the Air Force and start flying.
So maybe it'd be a
some
disaster.
Of these guys.
Hey, Terrence Brooks is headed to the Naval Academy.
Great for us.
Good luck, Terrence Brooks.
Great for our safety.
Oh, man. Austin Jordan is going to Army.
Wow.
That's breaking news right there. Savion Red is going to eat all the food at Air Force.
Wow, that's great for us.
Oh, my gosh. So there you go. We got a couple of minutes left in today's show. I think what else we haven't hit today. Oh, one more PGA Championship update.
Oh, we need an update. Yeah.
Before we hand things off to the fellas. I know I wasn't thinking about something. Xander Schauffele in sole possession of first place right now. 5 under through the front 9.
Finau.
Tony Finau, where he be now? He's 1 shot back of Xander Schauffele. Lifetime Longhorn Doug Gim, 3 under par. He's tied with Jordan Spieth. So we've got 5 golfers in a tie for third place right now.
Yeah, all these dudes like, where have you been?
2 lifetime Longhorns, Doug Gim, Victor Hovland, Jordan Spieth, Robert McIntyre, and Steven Yeager. Currently 2 shots
Jägermeister's there.
Jägermeister's there. So Xander Schauffele in the lead right now. Tony Finau a shot back and a 5-way tie for third. Very early stages of round 1.
What's Xander thinking?
PGA
I'm going to be here the first day, but you know what's going to happen by Friday?
He's never won a major, has he?
No.
Has he won a tournament yet?
I don't know. I think he's won 1 tournament.
You know, Tommy Fleetwood has never won a PGA Tour event.
That's hard to believe. He's never won a PGA event.
Okay, Xander Schauffele does have 7 PGA Tour wins, but he has never won a major. Finished tied second at the Masters, tied second at the Open, tied third at the U.S. Open. His best PGA finish is tied for 10th. That was back in the COVID year 2020.
Jordan Spieth hanging in there, huh?
Jordan Spieth still in there. He is through 6 holes, so he was 3 under through 4. He's parred his last 2 holes to remain at 3 under par, 2 shots off the lead. Who did you say was going to win this thing? Wyndham Hotels
and Rewards.
And
yes.
Rewards. That's your guy.
Yeah, he hadn't gone off yet.
No, he's with Scotty Scheffler this afternoon. Bryson DeChambeau is on the course. Give you a Tiger Woods update. Tiger Woods is 1 over through 8. He was one of the first golfers on the course this morning. He is 1 over, 2 bogeys, and 1 birdie to this point. We're just on cut watch for Tiger, right?
That's all.
We're not on win watch.
We're on cut watch. Yes.
Oh, Dustin Johnson, 4 over through 8. One of the worst scores out there. Come on, liver.
He hasn't had a good live here either.
Oh, and Ludwig.
Oh no, he has a good live here. When he goes to the bank, every day is a good day.
He's doing great.
Yes.
That's why we're trying to get Live Golf as a sponsor here, so we can also do great every single day.
He's doing great every day he wakes up.
And Ludwig Oberg, 3 over through 10. He was, I think, top 5 odds to win this thing. One of the favorites going in. He, of course, was really good at the Masters, finished second right behind Scotty Scheffler. He's been great over the last couple of tournaments, but not a great start for the Texas Tech Red Raider.
Well, that's what happened to him.
Yeah, he went to Texas Tech.
Yes.
That's what did him in right there. All right, so there's your final PGA Championship update of the day. I'm sure the rest of the shows will keep you abreast of everything that is going on at Valhalla.
Can the boys see our background right here?
Yeah, I see the boys. We've got Double R. We've got Wag.
Wag, did you see that artwork behind us today?
Yeah, I painted that. What is it?
I painted that. So then I can take it off the wall and walk away with it then, since you painted
it's got my name on it. Look down in the bottom left corner.
It looks like Jay
Novacek.
Jay Balvin, the artist.
Jay Novacek?
I don't think it's Jay Novacek. Cowboys great, but I don't know. I don't see a W on there.
No, we don't see any W there.
Look, I'm telling you, right. Look in the lower left corner. I'm looking at it right now.
I see a signature. It's just not yours.
It's there.
What is this, like the Declaration of Independence? I got to put lemon juice and a blow dryer on there to see it.
Talk to Nick and talk to Diane Kruger and let her know I'm coming.
That's who that is? That's who the actress is?
Yeah, Kruger. That's her name. I can't think of her last name, but it's Kruger. The last, or her first name, but her last name's Kruger.
Okay. What is he?
Dude, those gummies are good.
Freddie?
Abigail Riley, I believe, is her name. In,
those gummies
in the movie, she's Abigail Riley, correct?
Abigail Chase. Is it Abigail Chase?
Yeah, and Riley's the other dude.
Riley's the other dude. Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies.
Wait, is this the one time I got something on you? Oh my God, there was no daylight savings time at the time, Ben. That's why I got you.
The gummies are supposed to be vitamins this early in the morning.
Oh, you're on the
took vitamins. I took a lot of them.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
What are you on the THC this morning, Wags?
Vitamin THC.
Vitamin THC.
That's what the kids are calling them these days.
Yes, they are.
Sure.
How you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic, man. We're never as good as you guys are when you guys are out and about and live, though.
This is a fun place, man. At Barton Creek, this is a beauty here in the foyer.
Yeah,
here.
the last time I was in there, I actually did steal a painting, so they won't let me in anymore. So.
We don't have the speakers plugged in, so nobody else can hear Wags.
They're all gone.
Yeah, all the golfers are on the course already.
Guys, what do y'all think about this? I guess, BK, I'll be talking more to you. Bucky, you'll have some insight right here. This 10-episode series of the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones and all this stuff coming out on Netflix. Yet another distraction talking about the glory days. Let's not worry about right now. Let's talk about what used to be with the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, we didn't get into this today, Buck. We might have to deep dive tomorrow, but Netflix has announced a Jerry Jones documentary that will be 10 parts.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to tell me how successful a CEO this guy has been for many a company, not just for the Dallas Cowboys, I'm fine if that's what it's going to be about. But when it starts coming to him being the general manager and the owner and everything else, great owner, knows how to make money. But, man, this guy is clowning. He is clowning himself.
It's going to be about him purchasing the team and transforming the team into America's team and also into the dynasty that the Cowboys were in the 90s, but I don't know how much of it's going to be about the last 28, 29 years, Double R.
It's going to be 88 through 96. That's all we see.
Jimmy Johnson will get no credit.
We get all that. We get Michael Irvin, and then no Quincy Carter. None of that shit. They may sprinkle in when Emmett broke that track record. Tells you what I was doing this morning. Broke that rushing record, but hey. Netflix, whatever.
I'll be
I'm curious if they give Jimmy Johnson any credit at all. Like,
I'm sure. I'm sure now that he's in the Ring of Honor.
I think they'll give him a lot of credit now. Now that
it's all a plan. It's all a plan. It's marketing. It's good marketing. It's good.
Well, he knows how to do that, man.
Do we need 10 parts on this?
No.
Can we not just get like a 2-hour documentary about the 90s
call it
Cowboys?
Quits, call it quits then.
We need 10 different parts, probably an hour long on this.
I want to know what went down with the hire of Mike McCarthy. That's what I want to know. Like, I want to know what really went down with the blue bottle of Johnny Walker, and what, if everybody just had a kumbaya and came to tears and everybody just loved each other like they really said. What really went down with the Mike McCarthy hire? It's just not adding up.
This is a Harbaugh sleepover. They all came over and slept over at Jerry's place.
He heard
all those dudes are in the barn watching.
Yeah, Jerry got took. Jerry got took is what happened on that deal.
That's exactly what happened.
By the way, guys, with your video, what was wrong with that dude? He just like lost. They put me on TV one time to talk about NASCAR, and they were like, "Look at that teleprompter," and I was the same way. I was like,
"I'll show it one more time."
But did they ask you about fishes? They didn't ask you about loaves and fishes, though, did they?
No, Adasia's here.
The UDM is of the view that government must do more to restore the dignity of our people. As the adage says, you give a poor man a fish and you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish. You give him and no.
You think that there is?
That is awful.
So you can see the prompter. That's happened to where I've been reading the prompter, and the prompter just stops, and you have nothing else to say. You're just like, dude,
where's my next words? Keep going. Let's go.
And
no, you blame it on the intern. The intern did that again.
Right. But you see the prompter start to go again, and the guy just doesn't read. You're just
way
like
too low. Way too low. Did it again.
Too low. Well, full disclosure, when that happened to me, so they send me over to the TV. They send me over to the TV station, and we're sitting on one of those couches, doing Daytona 500 or whatever it was, and like the two ladies were wearing very short skirts.
Oh boy!
And I'm sitting there, and it's like,
you just forgot English, huh?
Forgot. I started talking about Formula One and a NASCAR preview. You know what I'm saying?
They were so good looking that you couldn't remember the English language, huh?
Something like that, man.
When you teach a poor man to fish, you send him to the hatchery and you get all the fish he wants.
No. All
right, boys.
Time to fish.
All right, guys. Shout out again to Barton Creek Country Club for having us out. Had a great time this morning. We will pass the baton to y'all. You guys have a great show and a great day.
One, boys.
Be safe getting back, boys. What's up, Double R? How you doing today, bud?
Good, buddy. How you doing? You ready for the storms, dude? Batten down the hatches. It's coming. It's going to hail.
We got hail last night.
Really? I didn't.
Yeah, I was just coincidentally outside, out back, not doing anything, just looking at the stars, and all of a sudden,
I get it. Yeah.
Well, there was no stars out there, but yeah, I mean, there was some, thunderstorms coming through. There was a one hell of a system coming through or whatnot. Not to be a meteorologist or the show's residential meteorologist, but yeah, started with just some real big, heavy raindrops, and then all of a sudden I heard a pop, 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 pop. Looked right off the grill that we have right there, and all of a sudden, the yard's just starting to fill up with little pebbles. There wasn't huge, massive hail balls like we've seen the past couple of times when it's hailed here, right? Almost to the size of a fist or not a fist, but a quarter or whatnot. Wasn't nowhere near as big as that. Probably like pea size or hell, I don't know, maybe nickel size, not quarter size, or I would say dime size hail pellets that I saw. Wasn't too big, but I did see some hail up here around the Round Rock Cedar Park area.
Yeah, it was like when I got in bed. So I get in bed and we had the Mavericks game on, and I started hearing thunder. I mean, I thought it was like my dog's stomach or something, and so I turned the volume down, and it did. It thundered.
Hey, your dog's stomach's that loud?
Oh God! Oh man!
Is it that loud?
My little boy dog, that dude. Oh my God! I tell
That's
you, man.
Tough, man. So CB, wait, it really rains more here than it does up in the Seattle area, because that place is notorious for rain. Just nothing but rain.
I think so. So CB, you can tell us. I mean, like up there. So is it more just like it's just like dewy and moisture? Where here it's like we say in Texas, a gully washer, a turd floater, to where it's just like you flood, or you're in a drought, or you have a tornado, or hail, like you're talking about. I mean, there's no in between. There's
So
no
when I think
constant
of
rain here.
when I think of the Pacific Northwest, I compare it to like England or like Pittsburgh, right? I feel like Pittsburgh, there's usually overcast, or it's just gloomy in Pittsburgh for some. I could be absolutely wrong, but the times that I've gone through the Allegheny or passed through the Allegheny, just feels like I'm not in sunshine. I don't know how else to explain it. It just doesn't feel like there's sunshine around me. But I've seen Pittsburgh to where you're watching a ball game at PNC, or you're watching a ball game at Hines or whatever, and there's sunshine there. So I know it does. The sun actually shines from time to time. I just haven't seen it.
Well, and it's so funny because that's where I think people really don't understand the massiveness of Texas unless you've been here, because it's like I get when they talk about storms, like on major, Weather Channel or whatever, it never fails that I get my friends from Rhode Island or from Maine or along the southeast Gulf Coast that they're like, "Hey man, I heard the storms in Texas are horrible." And I'm like, "Yeah, in El Paso." On the Panhandle,
the West Texas town of El Paso.
Yeah. I'm like, or down in the valley. I'm like, yeah, that shit's about 300 miles away from me. So I'm good. But yeah, man, yeah, all or nothing around here. Wags, how are you, my man?
I'm fantastic. My joints, my bones feel rested or whatnot. They don't feel as bad as they did a couple of days. I really do think that old man weather thing is true, to where if you feel a storm coming, it's coming from your bones or whatnot, and then once that storm passes, it's I guess it's the barometric pressure or whatever the hell it is. I'm not a scientist or a meteorologist, but I guess
barometric,
yeah, but I mean, I don't even know if it's really the barometric pressure. Once it actually releases or gets out of the stratosphere or atmosphere, it kind of releases the tension in your body or tension in your bones. I know this. Whenever we have a big storm building up, that's when my headaches usually start to get pretty consistent and almost unbearable. And then once we get a huge, massive opening and it just dumps rain on us, it's like relief and pressure in my head. I don't get it. I don't understand it, but I'd love to know. I'd love to know more about it. That's for sure.
Well, I will say
it storms up in Seattle once a year. That can't be right.
Dude, that's like once a week right now with the roll that we're on around here. Wow. But that's why I think over there, like, it's just constant, I don't know, just feels tropical. I think over there is what I've heard some of those guys say.
Like a mist, that can't be right. You gotta have downfall. You gotta have water. All I remember about Seattle growing up is that they had constant rain downfall.
Yeah. All I know about Seattle when I was growing up was Jim Zorn and Steve Largent. I mean, that's about all that.
King, I mean, hell, the Mariners were, the talk of the town because they had, the father and kid. And then I think Ken Griffey became everybody's favorite baseball player in the, early 90s and late 80s. So good baseball, man. Hey, there was some good baseball on yesterday. Orioles actually stopped the sweep. Orioles ain't been swept in a long time, my guy. I got one from the Jays. Jays actually took one from us in the first game, and then we had a rain out, and then Orioles were able to right the ship 3-2 yesterday. Paul, we didn't. You know what? We didn't get to talk about. We didn't get to talk about Paul Skeens the other day.
I know.
The dude had a lot of buildup in his debut, right? Like they were comparing him to, could he have, outdo Steven Strasburg, who had 14 Ks in his first outing or whatnot. And Steven Strasburg's debut was something that I think was unprecedented, and for me in baseball, I'd never seen anybody come out there and absolutely dominate. Skeens, I thought, was fantastic. Of course, there was a rain delay in the game, so it kind of threw things all out of whack or whatever for the Pirates in the Cubs. But you were treated to a dandy. He got into a bad situation where bases were loaded, gets out of a jam there a few times. I mean, he didn't look as dominating as I thought that he would be. Like the way that he went through the minors and the way that he was just cutting through people in college baseball, I thought that maybe he'd have a chance to kind of catch Strasburg or be on the doorstep of Strasburg. But again, I think going back to it now, that's a very, very unrealistic milestone to put. I mean, 15 Ks in your first outing. I mean, hell, I think half of pitchers these days don't even make it to 7 innings or 8 innings.
I thought it was 7. I thought it was 7 strikeouts in 4 innings.
That's what I'm talking about, innings pitched.
Oh, you're talking about Strasburg. Oh, yeah. Okay.
No, Strasburg had 14 Ks.
Okay.
Strasburg was like when Strasburg's debut. Strasburg had 14 strikeouts.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, the stat's not up in front of me. But I mean, like, that's just a number that doesn't go away. 14 Ks.
No. And the thing about with Skeens, I mean, that fastball was teetering at 100 miles per hour, in 4 innings the entire time. I mean, the 6 hits, the 3 runs.
And dude, that's the thing too. Like, he had so much control with it. You know what I mean? And like he's throwing triple digits and like low command too. Like he's commanding it low. He's being able to dot it all over the plate, right? And then he's knocking you out with a backdoor hook or a backdoor slider. Like, this dude's insane. He's fantastic. I saw him range from 102 to 82.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely I mean, again, wasn't nothing like Strasburg's debut, but you were treated to a dandy if you watched Skeens on Saturday. And I'm sorry we didn't talk about it at all. We've had a ton of baseball or a ton of basketball and a ton of hockey to get in, and we sprinkle our bullshit here and there with the chaotic theory. You know what I mean? The chaos theory. We sprinkle that every now and then. But yeah, dude, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about Skeens.
Well, and thank you, Harry Dean, right here. I remember this one right here. J.R. Richard with the 15 there with the Astros and the Giants back then. And I mean, J.R. Reed is one of those dudes, right? Or J.R. Richard. That's J.R. Reed. That's music.
Yeah, are you thinking of Harry Reed?
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing right there. I'm putting 1 and 1 together. But yeah, J.R. Richard, man, that's a guy, if he hadn't had the health issues right there for the Astros back in the late 70s, where it was just such a special talent that he had. And that's kind of what I see right here with Skeens and a great debut. It's going to be really cool to watch the progression right here of what he does. I mean, because this is one of these talents that comes in, Wags, and it's like you're going to be, and you have to wonder about this, because we've watched Skeens as he's come in, but you have to wonder. It's like, okay, is he going to hurt himself? I mean, that's where you wonder.
What do you mean?
Is that arm going to give out? Is there going to be something?
Oh.
Is there going to be a shoulder thing? I mean, you can never predict that, but it's like, man, you hope that doesn't happen.
What's the trajectory for you with Skeens after seeing what you saw on Saturday, or were you able to take it in? I know you had a lot going on with the race and stuff.
I just caught highlights and caught bits and pieces of it and caught the box score and all of that. I mean, the thing about it for me is it's going to get a lot of run just simply because of the value of the prospect that he is, getting into the show. The other part about it is he's pitching for the Pirates. So, I kind of think that's the other part where it wouldn't quite get the run that it would if he was a Dodger or a Brave or an Astro or a Ranger or whatever you want to call that right there. But the dude's exceptional, and it's fun to watch those guys. It's really cool to watch that.
No, of course, Pittsburgh. I don't know how much they actually needed the help with the hurler or whatnot. I think they were top 10 in terms of not run support, but in top 10 in terms of pitching stats and pitching categories. Clearly Skeens makes them better on the mound for sure. But it's all for naught if you don't have the run support there. And they kind of struggled to give Skeens the run support there on Saturday. But again, it was an anomaly of a game. Weather delays. I think it was in a break for at least 3 hours. I know, when you have it on MLB TV, it says, hey, we'll bring you to another game, check out the rest of them, and you just go around and basically baseball surf. Yeah, it was, but Skeens didn't go back out when the game reconvened or whatnot. But I can't wait for his next outing, which I think is tonight.
Yeah, I was gonna think it should be tonight because that was over the weekend. And like Jake, great point right here. So they'll trade him in about 3 years. Yeah, they won't be able to afford him. I mean, if he's able to stay, the demand's just going to be so great.
So that's the thing, right? Like that's kind of like the guy I was going to compare him to was a Garrett Cole. You know what I mean? And not with the command and with the stuff that he has, but just the fact that when Garrett Cole hit the market, I would say that he was one of the most coveted pieces in terms of an arm or for a hurler. Which brings me to my question: is the arm more coveted than the bat? When you see a free agent go on the market, are they usually scooped up, or are they paid for more than a pitcher? Or than a hitter? Because we just saw what Shohei Ohtani got, but of course that's a hitter slash pitcher. Bryce Harper was able to collect the bag, but is the arm worth more than the lumber? If you're a GM, what are you paying more for? The arm? Or are you paying for the lumber? The arm only goes out there once out of 4 or 5 days.
Yeah. I would honestly think if I was a GM, I would go for the lumber. I mean, because like we're talking, like I was mentioning right there. I mean, with the arm, I mean, you just never know. I mean, it's to watch what these folks do with a baseball, to watch them manipulate the way a baseball, the velocity of it and everything. And I saw this to where I saw something on Twitter a couple of weeks ago where there was this 8th grade kid throwing this massive, almost 90-mile-per-hour fastball, had no control of it.
He'll have Tommy John surgery in 2 years.
Exactly.
8th grader doing that? Yeah.
Yeah. And that was exactly the point right there where, man, if he could put it right down the middle, it was just a beautiful pitch. And you're thinking, wow, this kid is unbelievable. But so many times it was like up over head level or down in the ground or whatever. And that's the thing when it comes to these pitchers. Yeah. To these pitchers where it's like, and look at the Astros. I mean, the Astros are a great example of what we're talking about. And this dates back to last year to where the pitching has been good. The starting pitching has been good, but you don't have any run support. And I think that's where the value of the bat right now is so important.
I would say that the value of the arms are more important because the arms are going to be more consistent. The bats go to sleep a lot.
That's true. It's kind of
both
right
there. With what Jake just said there, you can score 5. You can have crooked run innings, right? But if you can't pitch, it's dog shit. It don't matter.
That's where
they're gonna outscore you.
And that's where I would be more, with a pitcher. I mean, I know speed, velocity, all of that's important, but you give me a dude that's throwing in the mid 90s, and then can come back at you with a slider and do all these different things. I'm going to value that pitcher more than the guy that's blowing the radar gun up, because at some point, I think that elbow, that shoulder, something is going to quit.
So I was comping him to a Garrett Cole, and just in terms of their value, or I would say their hypothetical value when they hit the market, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, as far as stuff, like as far as like their out pitches, or as far as their off speed stuff, I don't know if I can compare Skeens to Strauss. Just because I think Strauss had a different bag or a different repertoire. I know Strauss had the slider. I thought Strauss had a 2-seamer, but I could be absolutely wrong. I know he had a slider. I know he had a curve. He might have had a 2-seamer though. I can't remember. I don't know if Strauss had 5 in his bag or if he only had 4 pitches. But I thought it was 5. I thought that's why I have him usually around Mike Messina, like the Mike Messina comparison, where Mike Messina was able to reinvent pitches or whatnot, and he had 5 pitches in his bag with a knuckle curve and whatnot. So I don't know, I can't remember, but yeah, good conversation, good baseball conversation. You guys know we got to get our baseball in from time to time, but of course hockey and NBA, rightfully so, has been dominating. What else you got going on, Double R?
Hey, the other thing that I do want to mention, baseball related, Ronel Blanco kind of touched on it yesterday with him and the sticky substance in the glove in the fourth inning. So he's been thrown out for 10 games. So
hey, that was your best arm. We were talking about that.
Best arm, and that's 2 starts right there. But fortunately, I mean, the thing about it is here with the Astros taking on the A's, they're in a very soft part of their schedule to where they can, they've got themselves out of the basement at this point to maybe make up some ground right here and try to get their legs back under them and reassert themselves again. Going with the West, I mean, hell, Seattle, you mentioned Seattle a while ago. Hell, Seattle is pitching right now. So everybody's chasing Seattle, but there you go again with the Houston stuff and Blanco. It's like, damn, come on, man. What are you doing here? He said he didn't know. Wag.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
he learned.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely knew.
He learned.
You ain't cheating. You ain't trying. You all know that.
That's exactly right.
No, I think the Astros are absolutely fine. I think it was a knee-jerk reaction. Of course, it's getting around June. You might want to start waking up just a little bit here. But no, the bats, it's the scenario that we just talked about, right? The arms are usually more coveted. Of course, it sucks that you're going to lose Blanco, who, and I wasn't saying that tongue-in-cheek, like he really has been, I think, in my opinion, the best arm or the best starter for the Houston Astros, or at least in this young campaign.
Yeah.
You lose him for 2 starts. Which, I mean, hey, you like to think maybe this forces the bats and forces the lumber to actually stay woken up. I mean, it's good to come, awake from your winter nap or whatnot, but hey, you got to stay awake. You know what I mean? Like you've seen, and look, Bregman, you're starting to see Bregman. He had a night or he had a day. Maybe you put a couple of things together here. Maybe he gets started. He's the heart of the order, and then. Who knows? Maybe, you got an actual fire, across the camp here, and the bats are absolutely sizzling.
Yeah. And I think the other part of that is, I mean, like Verlander, Verlander's last start was really good. I mean, we saw Verlander assert himself as the leader of the pitching rotation, if you want to call it that. I mean,
that's great. But it's good that it happened right now. But Rodney, I'm not bullshitting you, man. Like it's been Blanco. It's been Blanco.
Oh yeah.
Rotation, bro.
Yeah, but at the same time, you look in Urquidy and Javier. I mean, we keep thinking about that they're going to be back. I mean, once they get back in, and I saw some stuff out of Houston where it's like Joe Espada's not communicating with this team. He's lost the locker room. He hadn't lost the clubhouse. He has not lost the clubhouse. I think a lot of what this is a transition. I know Joe Espada.
Never mind.
Yeah, Espada's been in the organization. Espada hadn't been the manager. It's a matter of him. I mean, there's going to be some transition right there. Bring Dusty back, all this other shit. Just give the dude a little bit. Give dude a little bit of time. Give dude a little bit of time. He knows these guys, and they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Like we said, the thing is, AL West is coming back to him, Wags, and that's the whole thing. If you had somebody, Seattle, like I said, Seattle's good, but if you had a New York Yankees in the AL West, then I'd be like, oh shit. I think everything's going to be fine, and we're going to have a good race down to the end.
Hey, I'm pretty sure Skeens has a curve too. I'm pretty sure it's all backdoor curve. I saw a slider and I saw a curve on Saturday. I'm pretty sure, or else I was dehydrated by the damn heat and trying to cut the grass. Don't quote me on. Let me double check on that. But I'm pretty sure I saw Skeens throw a damn curveball, a few curveballs as well. Matter of fact, I thought I saw him use it as one of his out pitches, a backdoor curve. He's working on it. Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think there's things from him that we haven't even seen yet. I mean, because he's so new and fresh in.
How often do pitchers have to reinvent themselves or reinvent their pitches?
Man, that's a great question, man. And I think that comes with age. Look at Verlander for one. I think we've seen Verlander when he came to Houston. I think he had to reinvent himself because he didn't have. I mean, obviously all the years in Detroit, and then as these injuries have started to damper him and limit the starts. I mean, I think you have to go back in there and you do have to do it. I would say anywhere from a 3 to 5 year cycle if you're pitching every 5-6
4 to
days.
5. Yeah,
Yeah,
4 to 5.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate that my mind goes to this shit all the time, but I just can't. Like every 6 seconds, you think about girls. You just do, and Skeens
She's on the Coda
rookie.
text line. We're getting people talking about her.
Look, so, and you all know exactly where I'm going with this. Skeens has already entered the category of baseball dudes with hot wives, right? Like you go there. I think there's a legitimate list of it's sports players in general, right? Sports athletes in general, but I think in particular there's a special list for baseball athletes and baseball players with hot wives. As a Baltimore Oriole fan, I remember Chris Benson coming over and being a pitcher for us, right? After
his wife.
He was a Met for a while. And when he came to Baltimore, he brought Anna Benson with him. And Anna Benson, and at that time, like for him magazine, like FHM was a huge publication that was, servicing print was huge actually in the 90s, late 90s and early aughts.
Yeah.
I had pictures of Anna Benson all over, my wall in Iraq or whatnot. When you would, get to your huts or get to your sea huts or whatnot, I just have nothing but Anna Benson pictures. And there was this one with her in a layout or a bikini or a spread or whatnot, where she had baseballs as like her tits, so to speak, or like the, her top that she was wearing.
Right.
And man, it's for the life of me, I could never get that vision out. And here we go. We got Paul Skeens, dating Livy Doon or Olivia Doon, already joins the caliber, the pantheon of baseball players with extremely smoking hot wives or hot fiancés, man.
Yeah.
FHM and Maximum. Yes, CB. Yes,
Maxim.
CB.
I've got some
Absolutely.
Maxims still put away somewhere in this house. I need to dig those out. But Anna Benson, yeah, and I remember that thing turned. Didn't their relationship turn kind of volatile?
Yeah, it got wild. It got very wild.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. It got more chaotic than this show.
Yeah, that's a blast from the past right there, man. That girl was a babe. Holy shit.
In the past 25 years, there are probably 2 pitching prospects that have both power and precision. Is that Strauss?
These 2 that we're talking about, probably.
Is it Strauss and Skeens?
Yeah. Got to be these 2 that we're talking about. And I mean, it really is to see. I just, for him, I wish he was playing somewhere else, to have the, I don't know.
I'm thinking there's got to be more than that, right? There's got to be more than that.
I don't know, dude. In the past 25 years, I mean, we've seen a lot of. I think the other part of it. I think the other part
Cole didn't really have the
precision. I think the precision is the thing to me.
Good, all right, precision.
Yeah, I think the precision is the thing, because power. That's like what I'm talking about with power. That's where I'd rather have somebody that's going to have that. It's going to have accuracy. It's going to have consistency than just the sheer speed and be able to throw stuff. Or this is one thing why a few years ago when I was doing Lake Travis baseball, when Coach Mike Rogers, I had Brett Beatty that I broadcast for so long, and the
you ain't got to tell me on Beatty. I've seen Beatty. I saw Beatty on all 3 level high school level and baseball.
Yeah, it was he was just an amazing third baseman, amazing aluminum.
He's just a ball player. He could just do anything.
Yeah, and so Lake Travis gets into a playoff run, and Rogers inserts this dude, and he's out there throwing mid-90s and throwing all this different junk at people, and I'm like, damn. I mean, I know you got to have good power to throw from the hot corner to the other side.
Yeah,
but this dude is throwing stuff, and I'm like, man, it's unbelievable, man.
Strauss's curve was sitting at 82 to 85. You're getting a backdoor curve at 85.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's unbelievable.
I ain't got time for that, man.
Yeah, no shit.
The thing is, too, is when you're seeing Strauss consistently up around 102. Then you're seeing it rise, you're seeing the ball come down low, or you're seeing his change up that's just sitting there, because he had a change too, right? And his change looked, the motion and the fluid in his arm didn't look like he was changing anything with his fastball and his changeup too. Jake, if you can, man, I hate to like task you out, but see if Strauss had a two-seamer, or I'm pretty sure I think he had a two-seamer, because he had one that ran right. He had one that ran inside on a lot of people, man. And I want to say it was a two-seamer. I could absolutely be wrong. I could be wrong.
Here we go. Code text line. Lauren Burke married an MLB player for Detroit. She's good looking right there. And a Texas alum, Lauren Burke, Burke. I have heard that name. Might have to do
there was a dude that played for San Francisco. I want to say Pat. I can't think of it. He played in the outfield back when San Francisco was having their run.
Was it Chris Burke that we used to have for Dallas? God damn it! Why am I getting all these teams confused today? For Houston, remember Chris Burke that played for the Astros? Made some great catches in some of those playoff games.
We're going to have to do a matching game. We're going to have to do like a guess who matching game, to where we pull up the pitcher, the wife, and we guess the pitcher, or we guess the athlete or whatnot. Mm-hmm. He did not have a two-seamer. He had a slurve. Okay, so I feel like he had something that always went inside. But I mean, hell, I can't remember, yesterday half the time. But thanks, Jake. I appreciate you, my dude. Thank you so much.
Wags, I want to ask you this, just kind of get your candid thoughts on this. And this is totally a random one, but I think we can kind of go back and forth, and our folks can check in with us. So you got Texas and Kansas to get rolling tonight, hopefully, weather permitting. Dude, we are at the end of, and you, having worked in TV, can probably really discuss this further. We're getting to the end of the Longhorn Network. Just your thoughts on when this came out. Remember when Longhorn Network came to be? It's like, oh, well, look at Texas. They're full of themselves. Well, you're damn right. Texas is full of themselves. They should be. They generate more revenue than any fucking body else. But so now because there's been a lot of criticism, with the 05 championship over and over and over, and doing fashion shows and whatever. But dude, that's where you catch baseball. That's where you'd catch the random football game. That's where you get the pre and post games, unless you were checking this out or radio. It's going to be weird not having that there, just as kind of a fallback.
I think it's gonna suck, actually. I don't think people realize how often you have the Longhorn Network on just in the background, right? Like for me, whenever or when we didn't have Texas Sports Unfiltered rolling constantly, I would usually have the Longhorn Network on all the time, just because it was just like white noise, you know what I mean? Just like space filler. And also, you hear a headline or you hear something, that was a throwback. You look up, oh, I remember this play, you know what I mean? Or, oh, I remember this game. Hell, like, how many times did you guys have, or how many of you guys still subscribe to ESPN Classic, just so you can watch some of the old time games, or NBA TV, just so you can watch some of the old time hardwood classics? I do, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what we're losing here. I think, and when you get a channel that's dedicated solely to your fan base, or to the, the institution that you grew up watching or you went to, it's shitty to see go off the air or go off the network. Now you're going to have to search for these games online, you know what I mean? When you had a producer and a programmer rolling out, classic programming for you. I just, and plus, we made friends with a lot of people that work over there, you know what I mean? A lot of people are going to lose their jobs, and it just, just sucks when you're thinking about the whole macro of everything.
And think about this part. I mean, when you think about the Longhorn Network, I mean, I just flipped it on right now, and they're showing Texas volleyball. So, I mean, you're not going to catch Texas. I mean, I know it's a replay. I know it is, but the whole thing is you're not going to catch that, on the day of that game. You would have to go like somewhere to LHN to find that. And think about the people that have come through there. I mean, I know folks talk about Lowell Galindo. I don't want to hear him and all this shit, but I mean, Jane Slater. I mean, all of these.
Kevin Dunn was there.
So mainstream talents that we have watched come through the Longhorn Network. And it's like when people want to talk shit where it's not going to be missed, I'm like, bullshit. It is going to be missed.
It'll be missed. It'll absolutely be missed.
Like you said, with background, I would rather have that on in the background as just that ambient sound and look up and see something every now and then than see Stephen Smith and Shannon Shay Sharp and all these people screaming at each other.
National pundits talking about shit that we already know.
That's exactly right.
And, like, of course, we know stuff that's going around the 40. We're very, we got our ears to the ground or whatnot, but still, it's good to have logical and sensible people talking about it, not just people trying to make a hot take or trying to, make a marquee headline with some outlandish thing that Adam Wagner would say.
Yeah. And great points right there. Code of text line, obviously Keith Moreland. I'm not, Jane is just first one that came up because I've been working on Cowboy stuff today. Sam Ponder. I mean, she hosts NFL Live, for crying out loud. And
Zeke too. I mean, Zeke's over there, isn't he?
Yeah.
And hell, and you can, dude, when I think the best thing for me in terms of Longhorn, I mean, and I know we got a lot of seam heads on here, but when you're watching Texas baseball and then you see Zeke, you see Keith, and then they bring in, you're starting to play the Bayou Bengals or whatnot, and they bring in Ben McDonald, like it just don't get any better than that for me. Being a Baltimore Oriole fan and having, Ben McDonald, a longtime Oriole, we called him the alligator wrestler for a reason because the dude came from LSU or whatnot. And he's still, being able to be in the broadcast, for the Baltimore Orioles. And then he comes down and he's able to do a collaboration with some of my favorite Longhorn analysts. You know what I mean? It's just fun. It's like a dream come true seeing all my favorite seam heads being able to talk baseball. And I don't know, you're taking that element, you're taking that aspect away. And, I'm sure it's going to be fine for everybody that's outside the 40 and, that doesn't don the burnt orange. But how can it not suck?
It sucks.
Yeah, how can it not suck?
And we talk about like our platform right here, our digital platform that we come on and we're doing all of this and we're doing it, every day, all day, live, all day long here in Texas Sports Unfiltered. And yeah, you could go and catch Shaka Smart, you name the coach's show, whatever you want to call it. You could listen to that on whether it was the Horn or the Zone or whatever it was. But when you could flip it on and you'd actually see Craig sitting there at Pluckers talking to those coaches, I mean, it was just kind of a really, who else got that? I mean, I'm sure some of these other college programs, maybe they had like a local show, but shit, that was a network dedicated to Longhorn sports, and it's going to be missed. I'm sorry for the folks that say, good, I'm glad it's gone. You're probably not bleeding burnt orange if you think, great, it's gone, because it's going to be missed, man. It's going to be missed.
I'm with you, my dude. I'm with you. Hey, you want to talk a little hockey?
Shit, we talk whatever you want, my man.
First off, let's talk about our sponsors before we get into the
hockey.
Yeah,
we got to take care of them people. That's right.
If you're watching hockey or if you're watching baseball, if you're watching basketball, if you were watching the Longhorn Network, you did it with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. In the past 35 years, they've been setting the standard for audiovisual automation, and they can set up your perfect situation for your living room. If it's going to be your dude's den or your princess palace, maybe you want something on your patio or whatnot, give them a call. 512-255-8678. Oh, you don't know what you want in your house? Oh, go to their website, see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years since 1988. I guarantee you'll get an idea too. If you don't want the 2 screens that I have behind me or the 4 screens that BK has, maybe you can make a video wall. Ask Tom about it, but that's just video. What about the audio stuff? They got this Sonos surround sound system that they've been cooking up. You guys got to give them a call about that. You can listen to Jingle Bells or Nat King Cole, get into the Christmas season in mid-July if you want to. Who knows? It's all deadly. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Little Bill Withers on one of those sounds.
Yeah, use me again.
Beautiful day. Beautiful day. Man, that's good shit right there. Right quick before we hear from Covert, because this is kind of correlated, when you were talking about ESPN Classic, it was always this time of year where ESPN Classic just rolls out classic Indy 500s.
I'm seeing Rodney, I'm seeing all the damn questions and all the comments in here about college football 25. I'm trying to avoid your all's questions. I've been throwing for a reason. I've been throwing. You guys have been dancing all around secrets. confidential shit. You've been dancing all around it. And I've been trying to throw you off a little bit talking about, covers with Carson Beck on there, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
You guys are too good. Everybody, the fucking internet, man. God,
Just tell them.
People. So you guys don't understand. People worked on this game, worked on this title for so long, and to see everybody's secrets come out, 30 days. Fuck. Come out.
Tell them, Wags. Sorry, bitches. I can't say nothing.
Come out, soon. See all these things get leaked so close to the launch date. It just sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys are close. Stop. No, it's not 30 days. It's not 30 days. It is not 30 days. That is an estimate, an estimated time. It is not 30 days.
It's not 30. It's 27.
I'm fucking done. We're done talking about this.
Nothing that I know. But I do know what I want to talk about. I'm going to let them talk about it. It's my friends. It's Dan and Hayden. Y'all be nice to Hayden on a Thursday, especially with these new commercials. How about a word from Covert BK?
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And here's another good point, right quick, Wags. For everyone that would say when Longhorn Network came out, where it's like Texas, this, that, and the other, right there, like CB says, who would have turned that down? Who would have turned that down? Nobody. Nobody would have turned that down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So look, no, there's not a reveal today. The cover did get leaked. All right, the cover absolutely did get leaked. But it felt like, honestly, it felt like people knew what was going down with this game. Somebody inside leaked a lot of information. That's what really sucks about it. When you're in the development world, because guys, like, this is one of the most anticipated titles in all of it. It's been off the shelves for a decade, man. It hasn't been in the market for a decade, and it was arguably one of the most played titles in all of gaming, and it's coming back now. And the creators and developers want to keep this thing a secret because there's a lot of really cool features and a lot of cool stuff that's going to be rolled out, man. And this is just year one. Year two is going to be I mean, shit's already popping off for year two. You know what I mean? So again, stuff that couldn't get into year one, they're starting to make implementations and annotations rather for year two.
Here's what I'm curious. Here's what I've been curious about with this is, I mean, you know how it is, like on a project like this, and then when for whatever reason, I mean, we were just talking about with LHN, you don't want anyone to lose their job. But if somebody loses their job within the creative initial launch of this thing, I mean, that's where you have to worry. Where it's like you get some dipshit that's going to be like, like you said, power of the internet. Because people, you can say you have confidential, whatever, but when they're pissed off, if they get run off of their job, it's like gloves are off. So I mean, that's where I've been concerned about this, where it's like shit's gonna leak because you get a disgruntled ex-employee or executive or somebody like that, and then dropping little nuggets. Again, I'm just a conspiracy guy.
Quad, you're such my dude, bro. What date did I actually give away?
Yeah,
I love Quad Standard. He's the best troll on here. He's the best troll,
dude. You did. I think I told you the other day. I think I told you at the Mullet Open. You did. I'm not going to repeat it, but I think you did give that date. I'm not going to check the tape. I don't listen to us. We drive me crazy. I'm not listening to that shit again. But
Quad's my guy. Best troll on the internet. Best troll.
It's all good. It's all good.
So I don't even think I gave the date. I've just been all over the place, just giving teasers and feelers, but it appears to be working.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh, yeah, he's great. He's fantastic. All right, we got some NBA to get into. Let's see here. Cleveland, you are done, son. You're absolutely done.
They gone. Yeah.
What do you? I mean, you don't have Mitchell. You don't have Miles. You're not playing, or not Miles, but you're not playing Jared Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much. Trying to salvage anything that you can up against one of the best teams in the NBA, and it's not working for you.
Yeah, and for me, the question becomes, I mean, this series is a little more competitive than I thought it was. I mean, I thought this was going to be a sweep, but now for me, really the question becomes, I mean, with Donovan Mitchell, what happens now? I mean, I know that the option's coming up, and that seems to be, since that loss went down last night, it's like, okay, the Lakers have an offer, so-and-so has an offer. All of these teams have an offer on Donovan Mitchell. It's not so much about what direction does Cleveland go or what does Boston. It's where's Donovan Mitchell going, or who's going to be a better opponent for Boston, New York or Indiana. So that seems to be where we're with the East. But yeah, Cleveland's gone. I mean, what you think of that series? I thought it was a little more competitive.
I thought Cleveland gave way more than we were ever going to get from them. I thought maybe this would be, hell, you heard what I first said. I first thought it was going to be a sweep. I didn't think Cleveland would even show up. But I mean, when you're removing the stars, Rodney, we talk about this all the time. Basketball is nothing but stars, right? It's based around your three stars essentially, or since that formation started to happen where you started taking the three stars, but usually, dude, like if you're not getting anything from your three big guys, then it's not going to happen. And when you remove the three guys off the roster completely, what do you got? Especially when you're going up against a star-studded roster like Boston has.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with that. I mean, it's going to be very hard, and this is where we get to now with the Eastern Conference Finals. I know we've got New York and Indiana tonight. That's where moving into this. I think finally we're going to see Boston get tested. Maybe. No, they're going to get tested.
Is it all said and done for New York? Is New York going to be able to finish off Indiana? New York,
I don't think so.
Struggling a little bit, my guy.
I don't think that they do. I mean, because I think the ebb and flow of this series is where it's like boxing. I mean, they're just trading jabs. I mean, it's a prize fight, just like the Dallas series. I mean, that seems to be what we have going on right here. But my question to you is, I mean, now with Boston advancing, taking care of Cleveland, they're still at minus 130 as the NBA championship favorite. They're minus 130, the clear cut. Let me see. I wrote it down. You got Denver at plus 210, and then you got Dallas at plus, I can't read my own writing, but my pen gave out, dude. You know, I get these free pens in the mail where it's like they put my little company logo, all these stupid little companies I have, and they're like, use this, and it runs out. Is Boston still the NBA championship favorite to you with what we're seeing in the West? It's going to be a beat up West team coming out to take them on if they advance.
I think Boston, like we've been talking about it, I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago too, right? Like where if Boston, kind of just skates through, clean, no injuries or whatnot, no setbacks. Kristaps can rest. Kristaps can get healthy or whatnot. I think Boston's going to be fine. Where are they going to get grinded out next series, Rodney? We don't even know that yet. Like I can't answer a hypothetical. You know what I mean? Based off of the Eastern Conference Championships. We still got to wait for that one. Wait for that series. But if they can go through, maybe a 5-game, maybe a 6-game series with New York, I don't know. I don't think they'll be worn down too much towards the West. But I mean, if we're still going off of that scenario to where the West is going to be beaten down and worn down, and battered off of who they're dealing with, with their trajectory or with their their route to the damn NBA championship, then yeah, Boston's got a shot. But the best teams are clearly in the West.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's kind of my thought too, and I keep seeing that Boston. But I think before we put the cart before the horse here, with the Knicks and the Pacers, I mean, tonight for Indiana, man, get Halliburton loose. I mean, I think you really have to do that tonight because we didn't see that in the prior game. And
Halliburton got busy, got after it. Last game, Halliburton had a pretty decent game. I would say for the Pacers, you're going to need Miles Turner's got to step up and get busy, get after it. Siakam's going to have to, get after it. Or what's is it Connaughton? I think Connaughton's one of the other dudes, one of the other core players that's on Indiana as well, man. Look, I think New York's too tough of a team.
Yeah.
Could they get it done and make this thing absolutely, finish and capiche or whatnot, and then battle with Boston? I think they'll be able to get it done tonight. Look, man, is Hart is McConnell? Thank you. Is Hart? I don't even know if Hart's going to be able to play tonight either. I thought I saw something where Hart's going to be out as well. So we'll see that. If that's the case, then Indiana's still got an absolute shot. But I'm pretty sure the Knicks put it away here. But I've been wrong the past 2 nights. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, because I think I put Indiana to bed a while back, and they've managed to come back. And like I said, I mean, these two.
I've missed my last 3 picks on the Knicks. Last 3 picks on the Knicks.
Wags, right quick. Dallas. I mean, Luka last night. There was that Luka Kyrie that I think, if they can advance, get out of this, get to the conference final. That's where you see Luka and Kyrie last night. That's the continuity right there. That's the 2-man game right there that you're looking for if you're a Maverick fan. And yeah, it got a little worrisome at some point, but still, Luka. Man, that was pretty special to watch last night. That's the Mavericks, the way the Mavericks are really, really scary.
Washington last night was the dude. Again, only 10 points, but being able to go in and getting boards, also make getting busy and getting with the assists as well. Big contributions, key contributions last night from the Cogs. What can Oklahoma do when Dallas is playing this well? You're sitting here, you're controlling pace. You just talked about the back and forth between Luka and Kyrie Irving. That's looking well. And then you're also getting, tremendous contributions from Lively as well, I think, too. I think we talked about when we previewed the series here, I wasn't bullshitting. Like, I believe that Dallas is one of the teams that can actually make a deep run at this thing. They're knocking off one of the best teams in the West right now. And when it comes down to it, I think it's going to be Dallas versus Denver.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get, the cart ahead of the horse or whatnot, but it's looking like a Dallas versus Denver Western Conference Championship. Here's the thing about Dallas too. When I think of Luka, I don't think of Luka as a point guard. And maybe it's because he's 6'7" and 230. I don't. For some reason, I feel like Kyrie's still the fucking point guard. They're like the natural point guard, even though Luka brings it up, more times than not, more times than Kyrie. If the 2 point guard system with 3 forwards, seems to be absolutely working out, because when Luka has to take a little bit of a load off, Kyrie's still there with nothing but gas to go with. And also, Kyrie's defense is fantastic too, because Luke is basically controlling the pace. So Kyrie's defense has been able to be tenacious and nasty, getting off-ball steals. We go back to stats too, and going and I'm going with the comparison between Shah and Luka here. I think both of them were pretty. I looked at this last night or 2 nights ago. I think both of them were pretty up there in terms of getting steals. I think Luka was top 10 still in steals. I can't remember. I know Shah having 2 steals, averaging 2 steals. That's a Jordan stat, right? But also, I think his turnovers were around 2 turnovers as well. Luka, the alarming thing that I saw from Luka is that Luka had 4 turnovers. Luka averaged 4 turnovers, right? That's where I'm going with this. Like, if you have 2 point guards, right, and you're seeing that Luka's worn down and starting to turn the ball over a little bit, and you have the defense rotating over and starting to get doubles on him, what's that doing for Kyrie? Like, Kyrie's absolutely wide open. He's going to dismantle you on the wing, right? And if that starts to happen, dude, which it feels like we've seen happen in the series, it doesn't look like Oklahoma has an answer for Dallas. It looks like the entire bag is unlocked for Dallas, and they're playing fantastic.
Well, and I mean, it's pretty simple for Oklahoma City. I mean, for the Thunder at this point, and again, I still say we're going 7. But even after, whatever we're seeing here, at some point, if you're Oklahoma City, man, you got to have more than SGA. I mean, that really seems to be about the only answer that you're trying to answer with at this point, and it's just not enough. I mean, especially when you get Kyrie and Luka playing like they were last night, and then you add the Washington, and then you add Timmy Hardaway, and you add all these different little pieces right there, and you've got SGA. I mean, you're just gonna run out of steam.
I just saw something that cracked me the fuck up.
Okay.
I just saw it.
I thought you were laughing at my comment. I'm like, Wags, come on, dude. I was thinking about that. Here is my take on this game. Shit. Come on now. Okay. I missed it. I didn't see the comment. They flash too quick sometimes.
Let's talk about who you jerked off in Iraq more. Oh my God.
Anna Benson.
I don't know. Anna Benson, man. Clearly you know me, Quads. It's some dude that hides behind a false name. You're fantastic.
Man, it's all good. That's why we do this, man. It's interactive.
I love it.
Very, very interactive. Very interactive.
What were you saying? Sorry, I saw
no. I was just talking about where SGA is really the only the only thing at this point I think that Oklahoma City is able to come back at Dallas with, and we're going 7 games. I mean, we're still going 7 games. But when we get to that 7th game, I mean, that's where it is going to be the combination of Kyrie and Luka, and then with Washington and Timmy that are going to be contributors right here. They're just going to outwear them. They're just going to outwear them and move on.
When you're breaking this down, what is the differential in terms of why Dallas has just started to turn it on and be in my mind becoming more dominant? I think it's bench point. I think it's key contributions and bench points, man. Bench play. That's what
I will tell you. I mean, to your point, I think Kyrie's a big part of it. That's why you went and got him. That's why you.
I love the and maybe it's the combo point guard play with it, but I love the fact that you can have a fresh set of legs as a point guard with. It's not even arguable. He's the best ball handler I've ever seen in the NBA. Kyrie Irving's just sensational, and he's. Yeah, I know he's my favorite player, but like still, he's absolutely sensational. And then there's just something about Luka too, bro. Like he is not fast at all. He is not stepping by you. He's just he's so damn good at getting you on his back hip and then playing the 2-man game. Like he's never bothered. You can be all up in his grill and he's never frazzled or anything. He just looks smooth. He looks calm. He looks cool. He's Luka, bro. He's Luka. And I don't get it. I don't know how you can be that poised with so much shit going on in your face and still looking like you can dish, like your damn Steve Nash, unevaded or whatnot. He's just so damn good, bro. He's fantastic. And the fact that like you're not even overplaying him because of his speed, because he's not beating you off the ball, right? And he's still able to hit step back jumpers on you. He's sick. He's absolutely crazy, man. I used to talk about this with Zay all the time. I don't know how Luka is not being stopped. I just don't get it because of the speed there. He doesn't change pace either. It's the same consistently slow steps, and it's lights out. It's daggers.
That's the whole thing. And I think kind of your point right there. Welcome in, Jeff. It's only an hour coming up, but I think that with the NBA, like we talk about how the NBA has changed. We talk about football, how it's become, RPO and all that. That he is slow. That is different. He's slow, and it's like, so it's definitely a different pace. It's definitely a different pace. Guys, I'll be right back. Jeff, I'm hanging with you for a little bit. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, patience is how I would describe Luka Wags. Just unbelievable patience, and I think that comes with. You got to remember about him. I mean, he turned pro at 13, 14.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was. Dude barely had hairs on his peaches, and he's playing pro ball against full men.
Playing men, dude.
Yeah.
But what's that do for his wheels, though? Like how soon will his wheels break more than anybody else?
I gotta think. It eventually catches up to you. Like, people want to know. Like the one that kind of got everybody was like when Kevin Durant started breaking down. And I said, because you figure, well, he only played the 1 year of college and then, turned pro. And I'm like, think about it. all the international games he played, plus, when he was in Oklahoma City and then Golden State, those deep playoff runs. I mean, you're playing the equivalent of like, I don't know, 4 or 5 extra full seasons. Maybe not that much, but a couple extra full seasons. So at some point it's going to catch up. Dude, look, other than in all of sports, other than Nolan Ryan, Tom Brady, and LeBron, dude, Father Time's undefeated. I think those are only 3 L's he's technically taken.
Right.
But yeah, it's going to happen at some point. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to enjoy the ride with Luka.
How much of the ride are you enjoying with the whole Kyrie and Luka scenario? Did you think it could work when you first saw it?
No, I was skeptical, but the caveat was always, where is Kyrie's head going to be at?
Right.
And so far, it's been so far.
He looks cool with being the 2, bro. Or not even. I can't even say the 2. He looks cool with being the 1B.
Yeah,
he looks cool with being the 1B.
Yeah, and I think players, you go one of 2 ways. You either go, Russell Westbrook. Russ took this path too late, but most guys go kind of that Allen Iverson, Stephon Marbury route where, no, I am the number 1. I'm still the number 1. All right, you want to be the number 1? Go play in China. Like you're not a number 1 on an NBA team anymore. So it takes a lot for Kyrie to do that, to do what he's done, knowing that, hey, as long as I'm on the same team with Luka, I'm not number 1, but I can still be a pretty damn effective number 2.
What else you like from with the playoffs, Jeff? Anything crazy? Anything?
No, I figured Boston Cleveland was going to end last night. I still think Knicks Pacers is going 7. The one I'm not concerned. The one that I think I'm kind of with you. You've got me convinced, Wags. I think T-Wolves. I think Wolves Nuggets could be a wrap.
I don't get it, man, because after the first 2 games, I was all on Minnesota. I was like, how in the hell is Denver going to come back from this? Like, there's no way. Like, Jokic can't go through 3 dudes, three towers of physicality. And sure enough, man, he's not just going through him; he's dominating him. Again, the narrative's changed drastically because of just how dominant Denver's been in the past 3 games. But I mean, you can't lie. I mean, everybody saw what they saw in the first 2 games, just the domination of Anthony Edwards. And hell, when you have Rudy out there on the floor and you also have Cat, and Cat's being able to stretch the floor and being able to hit from the perimeter, I just that's a recipe that you can hardly beat sometimes. And yet Denver's able to do it.
Denver's so good. I think probably those first 2 games took them time to figure it out, but it seems like they've got Minnesota figured out now. I just don't. I think there's too much forward momentum there. I think they've got it figured out. They know their plan of attack and they're going to roll accordingly. So, but I really think Nick. I'll be pretty surprised if Knicks Pacers doesn't end up going 7.
Mm-hmm. See, I think it's done. Well, of course, I've said that twice now or 3 times now for the Knicks, and Knicks have proved me wrong. I thought the Knicks would be able to finish. I also thought the Rangers would be able to finish Carolina, but that didn't happen either. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here, get ready to roll. Rodney staying on with you, Jeff, for about another half hour or so.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, boys, y'all have a good one, man. See you tomorrow.
Wags.
Boom.
All right. Chaos Theory is done. Rodney's still here. It's only an hour. It's Jeff and Rodney. So Jordan got in touch with me probably about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. Had to reschedule some things in Houston. He's out on the road, he and Colin Kennedy. So he's hoping to be here at some point, hopefully by the bottom of the hour. So we'll see what happens. But Double R, it's me and you. And I like hanging with you, Rodney, because I can talk Cowboys football.
I'm glad somebody does.
We can talk about the Cowboys anytime. And I don't know how I missed this yesterday, but Rodney, do you know the significance to a Cowboys fan of May 15th?
May 15th. May 15th.
What significance does May 15th hold?
I'm trying to think back. I'm going way back. That wasn't when Jerry took this. No,
it's going to be a birthday. May 15th is a birthday.
Oh, yeah. No.
It's going to be
not Hollywood, is it? No.
It's the birthday of the NFL's Russian king, Emmitt Smith's birthday.
The man
was yesterday. Double Deuce turns 55, the double nickel yesterday. Rodney, do you feel like
this guy?
Yes, sir.
There he is.
Yes, sir. Look, if you want to talk about just favorite football players, if I had to rank them in my lifetime watching football, Emmitt Smith is my guy, right? And I grew up with everybody telling me, oh, what would Barry Sanders do behind that offensive line? Emmitt's only good at that offensive line, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Yep.
Is Emmitt Smith maybe the most underappreciated running back in NFL history? Because I think people may just look past the numbers and say, well, he played a long time. He played behind that great offensive line. Of course he had that many numbers. And we all talk about Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, Jim Brown, go down the list. I just feel like Emmitt doesn't get his just due for being as good as he was in addition to having the numbers. Maybe I'm obviously biased, but I just don't think he gets the level of respect that those other guys in that top tier running backs get.
Yeah, and you know, the argument that I hear all the time with that, Jeff, is the Barry Sanders one. It's like, you know, if Barry Sanders would have played longer, you know, if so and so would have, it's that whole if thing. You know, if is a really big word. Well, you know, if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle, is my answer to that. Because the bottom line is this dude, and the other part of that for me, Jeff, is so much not only, I mean, I know he was a shell of himself in that game against Seattle when he took the handoff and broke that record. Yeah. But I mean, that's what happens when your tenure is that long in the National Football League. You're going to get beat up and your team is going to dissolve around you. But the bottom line is, and the other part for me, Jeff, is he did it the right way. Always a class act. I mean, breaking Walter Payton's record. And again, you have one class act breaking another class act's record. Although when you look at Walter Payton, maybe some of the other stuff, maybe wasn't quite that class of an act. But the bottom line is this dude is the all-time leading rusher in the NFL. And he did it the right way. I don't care if he ended up with the Cardinals. He's a Cowboy. And he really is. He's just a good guy, man. Another great 30 for or NFL life thing to watch.
I will look, I'm not taking anything away from Barry Sanders. I think Barry Sanders is the most physically gifted player to ever play that position. To me, it's Barry Sanders, and for very different reasons, Adrian Peterson. Antoine, you bring up another one, Frank Gore. Frank Gore is another guy that, and really, you look at the knee injuries Frank Gore had in Miami when he was in college. It's amazing that he played as long as he did. Rex, you bring up another good one, Curtis Martin. But Rodney, I'm pulling up Barry Sanders' playoff numbers, and look, the Lions were not a great franchise, but Barry Sanders in 6 career playoff games. How about 64.3 yards a game?
Yeah,
4.2 yards per carry for Barry Sanders in the playoffs. And this is the big one for Barry Sanders. Would you like to know how many playoff rushing touchdowns Barry Sanders had in 6 playoff games?
How many? 2, 3?
Many as you and me combined, Rodney.
None.
0.
Well, and this is where you go back. I mean, Michael C. says it right here, Jeff. And that game, that game right there, I mean, the shoulder injury, and I mean, what he did right there. And oh, by the way, he had a really good day that day. I mean, he put that team on his back and one shoulder, literally, gave the Cowboys the East, launched them into the playoffs and on another Super Bowl run. And it's those instances. And I see all the time where it's like, if Terrell Davis had played longer, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He didn't.
Yeah, you know, with Emmett's game against the Giants in 93, I think people need to remember, if the Cowboys don't win that game, they don't win the division, which means they play in the wild card round.
Yep.
Because you don't get the first round bye. By beating the Giants, they won the division. They got the first round bye because it wasn't just Emmett. That whole team was beat up at that point. They get the extra week of rest. And I think people forget, man, you beat Green Bay in the divisional round, or was it Green Bay or Philly? I forget who they beat in the divisional round. But then you pretty much run the 49ers out of the building in the NFC Championship game at home. And on top of that, you go to the Super Bowl and beat Buffalo again, where you just dominate the game in the second half. That Cowboys team, that 93 Cowboys team, doesn't get enough credit for how great they were because they lost the first 2 games of the season when Emmett was in that contract dispute.
Holding out.
Yeah. So that's his 94 when he was the league MVP, or I'm sorry, his 93. He was the league MVP, won the rushing title, and helped the Cowboys win the Super Bowl. He was at 106.1 yards per game that season. He was at I'm looking here. He only had 9 rushing touchdowns. He's at 1,486 yards, led the league in rushing. Yeah, so he was Emmett was awesome.
Yeah. And a lot of that is, I mean, like you mentioned, I mean, like, you know, some of the arguments there for some of the others, you know, the offensive line and everything. Yeah, I mean, but you know what, when you package a whole story together, that's part of it to getting in that situation to where he comes in and Dallas got that good. And the thing with Peyton, with Walter Payton and Barry Sanders and all the greatness that they both were, man, they played for some really bad teams for a long time. I mean, you're mentioning about Detroit right there. I mean, Barry Sanders right now with Detroit in his prime, shit, look out.
And I'm sorry,
how good was Chicago? Yeah.
I was looking at receiving touchdowns. Barry Sanders had 1 rushing touchdown in his, and he actually, you know what? I don't know how I forgot that. You remember what the 1 rushing touchdown was, Rodney? It was in the 91 playoffs
against Dallas.
He had at the very end of the game against the Cowboys where he's bobbing and weaving, and it's the one where he's running right behind Tony Casillas, and Tony Casillas is looking around like, where is he? Where is he? And there goes Barry out the back door.
Yeah.
And then they got destroyed. The poor Lions got destroyed by the team formerly known as the Washington Redskins.
That's right. That was the year for Dallas when who was the quarterback? That was
well, it was Aikman, but Aikman got hurt, and then it was Steve Berline.
Steve Berline.
Steve Berline led that resurgence they had at the end of the season. Actually, Aikman got hurt in the Washington game that they won at RFK. That was, I think, on 1 of 2 losses Washington had that year. Was watching like 11-0, 12-0 at the time. Don't forget, man, there's even some analytics sites, right? I think Pro Football Focus is one that they've looked at that 91 Washington team and what they did, and it's probably one of the top 5 most dominant seasons an NFL team has had, because they still had the posse with Art Monk, Gary Clark, and Ricky Sanders.
You had the Hogs.
You had the Hogs. You had, Mark Rippon was not great, but was efficient in that system. I mean, yeah, your running back tandem was Ernest Biner and Gerald Riggs. And had a pretty good running tandem, and that freaking defense, man. That's Darrell Green leading that secondary. Yeah, Wilbur Marshall, Monty Coleman, that crew at linebacker, and then that defensive front with Charles Mann and that crew. That was a damn good football team.
Oh man,
that
it really was. It really was.
RFK and beat that ass.
Oh God. Jeff, I keep seeing Peyton getting mentioned there. I think for me as a football fan all my life, and sitting here talking about all these guys that we're talking about, and Emmett breaking Peyton's record and all that, the fact that once, like I'm talking there about Peyton playing for all those bad Chicago teams being led by Vince Evans and Bob Avellini and insert quarterback, it's like the fact that once they finally got to that Super Bowl in '85, the fact that the rushing touchdown came from William Perry, and that Walter didn't get him one in that game. That kind of sucked.
Yeah, I watched the ESPN. I watched the 30 for 30 on the 85 Bears, and I've seen and read up on the 85 Bears. I don't know that I believe Mike Ditka when he claims that he didn't know how important it was to Walter Payton to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Like, come on, like at the time, Rodney, I was in diapers still, but I think, I don't know, I can't do the math in my head right now, but at the time, you probably considered that the 2 greatest football players that had ever lived at that point in history were Walter Payton and Jim Brown.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for you not to understand the gravitas of what it would mean for Walter Payton to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl, I don't buy Mike Ditka's excuse. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. But you have quarterback debates, but the running back debate has always been just a little more fascinating to me, because like you said, there were some really good teams. Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, they carried themselves. They carried a couple of, schlub franchises. And Walter Payton at least got to a point where by the end of his career, the Bears got really good. Barry Sanders never quite had that, even though some of those Detroit teams in the mid-90s, their biggest crime was they were good. They just weren't better than Dallas, San Francisco, or Green Bay.
Yeah.
That was their biggest sin. But, Emmett, I just look at his importance to that 93 team. 95 when the Cowboys go back to the Super Bowl and win it again. He breaks the single season touchdown record, 25 rushing touchdowns. So I just don't know that Emmitt Smith gets his just due. The names that we've seen, Rodney, come through the chat. Frank Gore is one that
sure.
Emmitt Smith has he's fortunate enough to have that signature game. We talk about the 93 game against the Giants. Tell me what the signature Frank Gore moment is.
Yeah. Frank Gore is more, and I applaud it. The longevity. I mean, bouncing around and just continuing to be able to play for so long. And that's where you give him that. And the whole other part of it is he doesn't have the signature game, doesn't have the signature moment, doesn't have 3 Super Bowls. That's the other part of it, that it's just not there. He would come in and do some really good things for his team or for a franchise if he moved around, but it was never really that blow you out of the moment, for him. And I'm not diminishing what he did, because that's a running back. That's the running back you want right there, what he did. But it's just not Emmitt Smith. It's not what Emmitt Smith accomplished.
Yeah. Curtis Martin is another one. Curtis Martin's got the numbers, but again, what is the signature? What is the signature Curtis Martin? Hell, there are other running backs that don't have nearly that production that I can tell you. I could tell you a signature moment from Garrison Hurst's career, because I remember a game against Curtis Martin and the Jets where Garrison Hurst walked it off in overtime on a 97-yard touchdown run. But I can't tell you what I think that's a big part of a running back's legacy. And I think Barry has a ton of those, just individual highlight moments. He's got a 2,000-yard season. Emmitt's got that game against the Giants. He's got so many other ones. He scored touchdowns in Super Bowls, carried the Cowboys across the finish line. Because, again, the 92 and 93 Cowboys, I could do hours upon hours of broadcasts about them. I think the other thing people forget about 93, the NFC Championship game, because you didn't get that week break between the championship game and the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, you went right in after divisional. Yep.
Quick turnaround. Troy Aikman got concussed in the NFC Championship game. To this day, he still doesn't remember anything about that game. God. And in today's NFL, Bernie Kosar starting the Super Bowl. Troy Aikman's not available. And, he obviously wasn't 100%, and the passing game was pretty much non-existent. So it was Emmitt Smith, Darryl Johnson, and that offensive line that carried the Cowboys the finish line in Super Bowl 28. Yeah. So Emmitt's got those moments. Somebody mentions here too, LaDainian Tomlinson's name got brought up. Rodney, I think of LaDainian Tomlinson and Priest Holmes is not necessarily the on-field stuff, but those two guys, to me, I put those two guys on a pedestal as you talk about the first superstars in the fantasy football era. If you were playing fantasy in those early days, you wanted LaDainian Tomlinson or you wanted Priest Holmes on your team.
Yeah, no doubt. And with the running back conversation, obviously Texas Sports Unfiltered, I don't think Ricky Williams gets what he deserves for his NFL career, right?
I'm so glad you said that.
Dude had a great career in the NFL. And it's like people think about, well, he took time off and he was out smoking dope or whatever. Look at his numbers.
It used to be that 10,000 yards was, to me, I always viewed 10,000 yards as kind of like 500 home runs in baseball.
No doubt.
That meant you were an automatic, no doubt, Hall of Famer. And you look at some of the guys that have 10,000 yards. O.J. Anderson, great career, was a Super Bowl MVP. He's not a Hall of Famer. Eddie George, Tiki Barber, Thomas Jones. Some of those guys aren't Hall of Famers. But you know who, through all the muck and the controversy and the missed time and the injuries and the weed suspensions and everything else?
Yep.
Who, Rodney, is one of 31 men in the history of this game to rush for 10,000 yards?
Our man Rico Don,
10,000 yard rusher.
Yeah, and that's the one to me where it is it just floats under the radar. And that's where people just don't really dig in to like the stats that you're talking about right there, Jeff, to where it's like, it's the full body of work.
Yeah.
And that's where I go back to the Emmett conversation is look at the full body of work. I mean, he is the all-time leading rusher in the NFL. And he's, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say he's the greatest running back of all time, but to me, he is. To me, he is. And I'm a Cowboy fan. He's just been my dude. I love Tony Dorsett. So, I mean, it's a great argument and this is where it gets frustrating to me, Jeff. I'm sorry to where now these days where the running back has kind of gotten diminished a little bit.
Yeah.
These conversations to me are like, okay, this is the real running back talk right now. Running backs are that important.
Because I'm trying to see, okay, Derrick Henry should get to 10,000 career yards. He's at 95.02 going into the season. He needs less than 500 yards to get to 10K.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I mean, Zeke Elliott a little over 8,900. I'm not confident Zeke Elliott's going to get.
Well, he's going to get 2,000 this year, Jeff. I mean, so that'll take a big chunk out of it right there. I mean,
2,000 steps, like kind of what I'd get in a day if I had that on. Dude, don't get me started on the Cowboys offseason and running back, but shoot, Rodney, I mean, you're talking about active guys. I mean, is Latavius Murray still active? Because he's at 6,552.
Yeah.
Melvin Gordon at a little over 6,500. Nick Chubb at 6,511. Joe Mixon. None of those guys are getting to 10,000 yards.
No.
Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Aaron Jones. Most of these guys we're talking about, Rodney, they're already considered either damaged goods or getting toward the twilight of their career.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, that's not going to happen for those guys. So, yeah, I mean, the Ricky thing baffles me. I mean, it really does. I mean, I'm like, guys, come on.
Here's what I think about Ricky. This is what I think about Ricky, and I hope this about Ricky. I'm not just saying this because Bucky Godbolt's a friend and a mentor and is on this channel with us. Or that I've enjoyed the time that I've gotten. I got a one-on-one with Ricky the weekend. It was the weekend that they unveiled the statue at the stadium. I got a little one-on-one interview with Ricky. Couldn't have been more gracious with his time. And didn't have to do it, but we talked and he was awesome. But I really hope that at some point a veterans committee looks at Ricky Williams. If you're going to take these guys in chunks, right? You're going to take that chunk of Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
You're going to take that chunk of Gale Sayers, whoever, the running backs that had a short shelf life, and say, well, in this 2 to 3 year run, go look at Ricky's best 2 to 3 year period. And I said this about Priest Holmes too, but Priest, CB in the chat mentioned Jamal Charles. I think Priest gets lost in that Jamal Charles, but it's like, all right, how many Chiefs running backs without Super Bowl rings are you going to stomp for to be in the Hall of Fame? But if you look at Ricky's run, Rodney, he had that 3-year run in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where 1,200 yards or actually that was his last year with the Saints. 1,200 yards his last year with the Saints. Over 1,800 his first year in Miami, and over 1,300 his second year in Miami. If you look at Ricky, as a matter of fact, when he was healthy, those 3 years, let me do some napkin math here, Rodney, on the old iPhone. If you want to know why Ricky decided he needed to step away from football, how about from 2001 through 2003? You want to venture how many carries Ricky got over that 3-year period, Rodney?
Oh, my God. 367.
How about 1,088 carries in that 3-year period?
Dude.
Led the league in carries. This is one of those deals. Led the league in carries in back-to-back years. Had 383 in 02. Had 392 in 03. And I think what we forget from 01 to 03, Ricky's receptions, caught 60 balls in 01, 47 balls in 02. That year where he was 8 carries shy of 400, he also caught 50 balls.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
And see, this is where just another part of Ricky. I mean, when Mike Ditka gave the farm, gave everything away to draft Ricky Williams, and you had all of that. You had the magazine cover. You had all of that. You had the Master P. I mean, all of that stuff that was going on. I mean, the debut for him to come in was just the fact that he bounced back from that initial shit show. Really, the only way to describe his whole debut into the NFL to this that we're talking about, and he just doesn't get. I'm taking the orange blinders off.
Yeah.
He just doesn't get the love and the respect that he deserves for what he accomplished in his NFL career.
Contract he signed as a rookie.
Exactly.
Where Master P was his age.
You remember that shit? I mean, and dressed in a dress with Ditka. I mean,
Jordan and I were talking about the other day, like, you know, we were talking about a reference in the 90s Bulls, like and the crap Dennis Rodman pulled. Like, dude, if that team was around when Twitter was a thing, dude, the internet would have exploded. Like if Ricky's Heisman year through that first year in New Orleans, if that was played out on social media, dude, they'd be doing the Scream at People shows, would be doing like hour-long specials on what's wrong with Ricky Williams.
Oh, Harrison Butker would be at full blast right now. Back in those days, if that would have happened.
Yeah. Harrison Butker said some stuff, but dude, look at Ricky Williams. Let's go back to Ricky Williams and look at it. But yeah, you're right. He and what sucks is ages 27, 28, and 29 for a running back. That's the prime years of your career. Because of the retirement year. Missed the whole year for violation of league substance abuse policies, got sick. And I remember this game, the 07 with the 07 Dolphins. He came back for a Monday night game in Pittsburgh. Well, I don't know if you remember it, Rodney, but it's raining and it's like Heinz Field. I don't forget what it is now, but the old sod at Heinz Field where it's just like, it's like playing football in a swamp. And Ricky got his shoulder stepped on at the bottom of a pile, and I think broke a clavicle or cracked a shoulder blade. He was done. That's all. That's the only 6 carries he played all year. So Ricky, the 4 seasons that should have been the prime of his career, he only played 13 games.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm glad you mentioned 13 games. And I know that this name will rub some people the wrong way, but you know, OJ Simpson passed away a while back. I think that's where you go back and look at this. I know the other stuff is atrocious and everything, and yes. But I mean, this is where when you really look at all this and we have these running back discussions, and I talked about this on Chaos Theory the day that OJ passed. It's like, this is where you go back and where we're talking about all these great running backs. You go back and you have to appreciate what OJ Simpson did with Buffalo back in 1973 and those years before he became a 49er, because that was 14 game seasons.
14 game season.
And 2,003 yards.
Crazy about that. What's crazy about about OJ's 2,000 yard season? He averages 143 yards a game. And at that point, football at that time was very much played in a phone booth.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody knows, everybody in the stadium, the few fortunate enough to watch on TV, everybody knows Juice is getting the ball. And he still averages 6 yards a carry. So yeah, you got to look it up. But you know, Rodney, as somebody who digs professional wrestling like I do, it's not quite to this level, but asking somebody, okay, you got to separate OJ the player from everything from June 17th, 1994 on. That's like asking, okay, can you separate Chris Benoit from his in-ring stuff to the final hours of his life?
Yeah,
you can't. Like,
you can't.
It's impossible. It's that bad that you just can't. The only thing separating them at this point is OJ was acquitted in a court of law.
Yeah. And that's no matter what argument you make or how hard you try to separate it, somebody's going to put something in your face to where, no, you can't forget this. I mean, because like you said, it was that bad. But so let me ask you this, and I guess this is going to turn into running back. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you, have you ever, since that summer in 2007, have you ever gone back and been able to watch a Chris Benoit match?
I haven't.
I can't. I see a picture of Chris Benoit pop up or a clip, and you just kind of get that sick feeling in your stomach, like I shouldn't be digging this. I'm just not going to bother.
Funny you mentioned that. I had a buddy of mine. He had I live like in a medical district here in Round Rock. I've got all these medical things over
Right
here
there by the hospital. Yeah,
we're right by the hospital. And I had a buddy that he said, "Hey man, I've got an appointment at 7:00 on Wednesday morning. Would you mind if I crash at your place? That way, because he lives in Taylor." I said, "Come on over, whatever." We had a couple beers and we start watching what's the wrestling on Netflix or wherever it is, the Dark Side of the Ring.
Dark Side of the Ring, yeah.
Dark Side of the Ring. We're going through that and the Benoit one pops up. And the wife is like, "How about this one?" I'm like, "No." Keep scrolling. I can't.
Because it was they did it, they piggybacked it, right? They did Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit. And I can now, because the circumstances around his passing were different. I can watch Eddie.
Yeah.
I don't want to say people romanticized Eddie Guerrero after his death, but while he was alive, because it's not the case, because while he was alive, even like his early WCW stuff, like I'm not going to lie, I had no idea about, his AAA stuff and his tag matches with Art Barr and all that stuff. But when Eddie was in WCW, like 95, 96, you knew what you were watching. Even me at like 12, 13, I'm like, that I've never seen something like that. That looks different. And I don't know why it's different, but I like it. There was just something about Eddie Guerrero back then that I really dug. But I can go back and watch Eddie's stuff.
Yeah. Hey, right quick, Jeff, I know the guys in the morning were talking about it. Xander Schauffele -8, 3 shots ahead right now of Tony Finau and McIntyre as we play at the PGA Championship.
How's Tiger doing?
Where is Tiger? I don't know. Rory's -3. And, Rory's on that divorce trail. So I think Rory, 2 in a row right here. So keep your eye on.
We'll to borrow some parlance from my man Rod Babers, will independent Rory be a better golfer than committed Rory?
Well, I think from the last 2 weeks, we should have realized that something was going on, and then you get the divorce announcement there, or not announcement, but the that comes out. Let me ask you right quick on this running back thing. Where do we put Eric Dickerson? That dude had a long career, kind of bouncing around. That's going to go back to the Gold Trans Am, but lots of good stuff right there with ED.
Eric Dickerson, I almost put Eric Dickerson kind of in the Barry Sanders category, just from the standpoint of you can't argue with the numbers. I mean, he was the second guy to rush for 2,000 yards in a season, did it in 16 games, but still, crossed that 1K mark, 2105. That is his second year in the league. I just, again, I think, he had the one big playoff game against the Cowboys. What was that, Rodney, in 84 or 80? It was 84, 85, right? That massive playoff game against Dallas. But the closest Eric Dickerson got to a Super Bowl was in 85 when they made the NFC Championship game and just got punked by the Bears. It was a 24-0.
Yeah.
Dickerson, he didn't really do a whole lot in that game. Couldn't against one of the best defenses in NFL history. I put Eric Dickerson up there, but I think it faded out for him so bad that about the time you look at where he started fading out, his last really good year with the Colts was in 89. That was the last time he was really productive, made the Pro Bowl. That's Barry Sanders' rookie year. Thurman Thomas is in his second year. Emmett comes into the league in 90. So it was pretty easy, I think, to forget about Eric Dickerson because you had that next wave of running backs. To me, it was those three. It was Barry Sanders, Emmett Smith, and Thurman Thomas. Right as Eric Dickerson slowing down, those three guys come into the league, and you kind of, like I said, you just kind of forget them.
Yeah. Another one too. I mean, speaking of the Colts, I mean Marshall Faulk. I mean that's a guy.
That's a different argument for me.
That's a different argument to me,
man. Because Marshall Faulk, not only he's got a league MVP, I always felt like, and it's satisfying now to hear like guys like Bill Belichick and Ernie Adams that played against those Saints teams, and Ernie Adams being Bill Belichick's right hand man, to now say it. But Kurt Warner was not what they were worried about defending against those Rams teams.
No,
they figured, hey, if Kurt Warner wants to throw the ball 100 times to beat us, go ahead. We're going to make sure Marshall Faulk doesn't beat us. I always felt like Marshall Faulk was the difference between the Rams being okay and them being just I think people forget. Because again, you talk about a short shelf life. 99, 2000, and 2001, how freaking good those greatest show on turf Rams teams were.
Man. And I think so much of that is like you're talking about right there. Yeah, flinging the ball around, and I mean Isaac Bruce and all the different receivers that were a part of everything right there. But Marshall Faulk was the guy that, I mean, they come back and they grind you on the ground, and I mean the dude was exceptional. I mean it was really a matter of when the Rams got him. It's like I remember when that went down. I'm like, okay, you know, I didn't really know how it was all going to come together. But you remember
how that came together though, because Marshall Faulk with the Colts. We're talking about Ricky is that '99 draft.
Yep.
Colts had their pick. They had their pick of the two. They had two running backs. It was Edgerrin James and Ricky Williams were the two best running backs in the draft. Remember early on, it was Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Achilles Smith with the top three picks. Everybody, that was the year of the quarterback.
Yep.
I'll remind you of this past draft a little bit. Like, not all these guys are going to be successes, but the Colts had their pick, and they went with Edgerrin James. They felt like Edgerrin James over Ricky Williams was a better pick. And later in the draft, I think it was the day 2 of the draft, like in the late rounds, it was just kind of like just the part of the draft where you're not even covering the draft anymore. You're watching ESPN, and they're talking about stuff that happened the day before. It's like, oh, we have a trade. Marshall Faulk traded from the Colts to the Rams for a bag of footballs or whatever it was. And I thought, hey, at the time, you're like, well, you know, they signed Trent Green. Now they get Marshall Faulk. And the Rams might be all right. Yep. Little did we know, dude who was bagging groceries a couple years before was going to be the quarterback. But dude, Marshall Faulk was the guy that made those Rams teams go.
He did. I mean, he really did. And man, Trent Green. Man, I keep forgetting about that playoff or preseason game where he goes down, and you know Vermeil, as emotional as he is or was, and you know coming up, and we're riding with Kurt Warner, and it's like this dude's full of shit,
dude. Marshall Faulk, but Marshall Faulk to me, if you look at just the raw, did it a different way. He's Eric Dickerson with an MVP in the Super Bowl ring. And why I say that is this, and I don't remember if Eric Dickerson had a league MVP or not, but you look at Marshall Faulk, Rodney, just look at his scrimmage yards, okay? His scrimmage yards. 98 is last year in Indianapolis through that Super Bowl year with the Rams where they lost to the Patriots. He's over 2,100 yards from scrimmage every one of those years. 99, the Rams won the Super Bowl. Marshall Faulk, almost 2,500 yards from scrimmage.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's 20s. That was the year 26 total touchdowns. He broke Emmitt Smith's touchdown record in 2000 and won the league MVP. He was great. He was like, you talk about a guy that was before his time. When people talk about CMC and Alvin Kamara and all these guys too, you put Marshall Faulk in today's NFL, he's producing at a higher clip than what he did in his prime. Because this is tailor-made for him. I feel like people forget, as good as the rushing numbers were, he had 5 straight years where he had over 100 targets.
Yep.
86 catches, 87 catches, 81 catches, 83 catches, 80 catches. Like he was the all-purpose back.
And see, that's Jeff, where we go back to with the discussion with him and going back to Ricky. I mean, that all-purpose. All-purpose.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you still have to be an all-purpose back like CMC, but not like then. And the other thing, talking about all these guys that we're talking about right here, football is football, but back then football was a little bit different. It wasn't quite as soft, if you want to call it, as it is now. I mean, look at Earl. I mean, hell, when you want to say the what if, Earl Campbell's the biggest what if to me. If Bum Phillips hadn't run him into the ground, it would be a totally different story.
I don't know if Ricky's ever said this, but as close as he got to Earl, like when Dave Wanstead was running Ricky's dick in the dirt in Miami, like, dude, almost had 400 carries in back-to-back years. I wonder if Ricky was like, well, I look at Earl, and Earl can't walk all that great, so maybe I need to think about doing something else here. But you know, a guy that I feel bad for too. I'm glad we can have this discussion, Rodney, because I just love the running back. Like you said, this is all we have to talk about with running backs is you know, who of these old days getting the Hall of Fame. You know, one guy that I feel bad for, and it's not his fault. He came up a yard short of a Super Bowl. There's very little doubt in my mind. If Eddie George has a Super Bowl ring, he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you look at, man, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons to start his career. And you talk about now, here a guy you talk about when the NFL wasn't as soft as it is now. You talk about a guy that spent the prime of his career playing not in the AFC South, playing in the old AFC Central, where you got to play the Steelers twice a year. You got to play the Ravens twice a year. Yeah. And that was that 2000 Ravens defense. Dude, Eddie George in the year 2000, he had 403 carries, 453 total touches for those Titans teams.
Man.
But nobody ever accused Jeff Fisher of being wise with how he utilized his players.
No.
Is Sal saying Eddie George is overrated? I don't think Eddie George is overrated.
No, I don't think so either. And I saw Roger Craig's name pop up in there as well, in his time with the 49ers. I mean, that was so to me, that was a guy, that was one of those dudes to where back in those days, he kind of reminded me of a tailback fullback hybrid. As big as he was quick and he'd run you over. I mean, kind of the fullback tendency right there with those loaded 49er teams. And again, I think that was where, with Dwight Clark, Freddie Solomon, well, he was after Freddie Solomon and all those guys, but he kind of fit in a really good system right there in those 49er teams to where Roger Craig, I think. But again, this is where we go back to Emmett. All these people that we're talking about, they don't have the longevity, and they don't have the consistency, and they don't have the records. I mean, maybe Emmett wasn't the breaking all-time game records or whatever. He's still the constant. It's just constant what Emmett did.
Yeah.
So the whole basis of this conversation.
Yeah, and like Roger Craig had a season in '88 where he was over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. But I mean, you start looking at it, and I guess you could say the same thing about Eddie George, even though the all-purpose stuff isn't there like it is for Roger Craig. Roger Craig only went to 4 Pro Bowls, 1 All-Pro selection. At that position, that's not going to get you in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. And so I remember Roger Craig as the fullback of the 49ers. I mean, that's when I think Wendell Tyler had come over from the Rams, and it was like, so he was more, I mean, you can put Tom Rathman in there also. I mean, Tom Rathman very much a fullback, but dude, guy out of the backfield, you want to talk about somebody lay you on your ass, was Tom Rathman.
I was a big Tom. I hate the 49ers, but I was a big Tom Rathman fan back in the day. It's funny for the West Coast offense and people talking about how soft the West Coast offense is. Bill Walsh had some kind of affinity for Nebraska running backs, didn't he?
Didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he really did. Man.
So it's interesting though. So we bring this. I want to bring this to Texas running backs, Rodney, because a couple people have brought it up in the chat. Between Ricky, Priest Holmes, and Jamal Charles, if you've got a stump for one of those backs to be a Hall of Fame guy, which one are you stumping for? Priest, Jamal, or Ricky?
I go to Ricky because I'm looking at the full body of work that we're talking about. And it just goes back to the numbers that you were talking about a while ago. Like people don't realize that he rushed for over 10,000 yards, and they just look at other things. And I mean, the manner that he did it. And I think that now it's even a better argument now because you can look at the lapses in time right there and so forth, and whatever may have happened at whatever point. I think, man, if anything else now in the modern era of looking at this stuff, you respect it even more the way that he did.
I don't think I finished my thought on Ricky, but I think a veterans committee at some point, they'll look at Ricky's numbers. And I think over time, with the way the NFL has treated marijuana, which don't even test for it anymore.
Yeah.
I think at some point people will say, yeah, you know what? Ricky wasn't the Antichrist because, he smoked, he enjoyed the sticky icky a little bit. I hope that happens. I really hope that happens. Because like you said, it's a pretty freaking remarkable career. That'd be a hell of a Hall of Fame speech. I don't want to be there for the Hall of Fame speech. I want to bring this to the table for discussion, though, Rodney. When again, and I think a guy like Priest Holmes, maybe Jamal Charles, hell, maybe even Eddie George. I think when people realize how short a shelf life running backs had, especially as you get into this era where you're still using them like you used them throughout the history of the game, but you realize athletes are bigger, stronger, faster, the more punishment guys put on their bodies, that when it's over, man, it's over. It falls off a cliff. But Priest Holmes, over 3 seasons from 2001 through 2003, again, that's like the prime. I mean, at the time, you can argue the University of Texas had the 2 best running backs in the NFL.
Yep.
Both Bucky Godbolt recruited at the time over a 3-year period, who you would probably consider the 2 best running backs in the National Football League. And Priest at that point, 2,100 yards from scrimmage in 01, 2,200 yards from scrimmage in 02, led the league both years, 2,100 yards from scrimmage in 2003. Also 27 total touchdowns, led the league. I believe that was the touchdown record time. It was like Priest, Marshall Faulk, and Sean Alexander were jockeying for the total touchdown record at that time. But, Priest was another one that 60 catches, 70 catches, 74 catches, 1,500 yards rushing, 1,600 yards, 1,400. Priest's deal was once the injury happened, once his knee injury happened, it was done. I mean, was, as quick as it came for him, it was over. But you look at that 3-year period, name me, if the list of running backs that have had a better 3-year stretch than what Priest had right there, it's not a very long list. Because that's about 3 years. That's about the run Terrell Davis had.
Yeah, exactly.
98.
Yeah. And the thing about it is with Priest, I mean, so much of, as a Texas running back, you can go back and look at lists of, a matter of fact, I'm looking at one right now, to where you look at lists of great Texas running backs, and you got Deontay Foreman in there. I mean, you've got these dudes, Roosevelt Leaks. I mean, the list goes on and on. Obviously, with Ricky, you throw Vince into all these because he ran the ball a lot. I mean, in a lot of these lists, you don't see Priest Holmes, and a lot of his great. I mean, we saw it firsthand. But a lot of where on a national scale, people appreciate Priest Holmes is for that run that you're talking about right there that he had in the league.
Yeah,
and that's pretty special.
Yeah, and I read a story. ESPN, this was years ago, did a story on, because I did a little radio with Priest. I did a radio show with Priest back in like 2009, 2008, 2009, and he was in San Antonio, and you could tell even then, like, the game had taken its toll on his body a little bit. And a few years later, I forget who it was from ESPN did an interview with Priest, and it was basically like the first fantasy football superstar, and like kind of just how did obviously football taking a toll on his body, but how good he was. And Priest and Marshall Faulk too at that time. I mean, those Priest, Ricky, Marshall Faulk, probably the top 3 running backs in the league at that time. I mentioned you could argue Texas produced the top 2, but I digress. But yeah, Priest had a Hall of Fame run those 3 years. I mean, Terrell Davis did have 1,000 yards as a rookie. So Terrell Davis technically was 4 years, but after he goes for 2K in 98, he gets hurt 4th game of the season. I remember that I want to say it was a Brian Greasy interception, and he was making a tackle and tore up his knee. And then at that point, they realized, he's got a degenerative knee issue that he might not ever be the same again. And Terrell Davis only played 12 more games in his career and was never the same. But again, if you're gonna look at Gale Sayers' run, if you're gonna look at Terrell Davis's run, that's great. I think both those guys are awesome. Go look at what Priest Holmes did for those 3 years, and to your point, Rodney, go look at what Ricky did for those 3 years. I mean, it's there. Priest has enough career production, and obviously Ricky does get to 10,000 yards, where they're in the conversation.
Absolutely.
And I think the reason why Priest doesn't get lumped in with the other Texas running backs is because you look at Priest's career. I remember the first game I ever went to. I was in the 3rd grade. My first game at DKR. It wasn't even DKR at that point. It was still Memorial Stadium. Was in 1993 against Rice. Bertie Manuel was the quarterback for Rice. I remember that.
That's throwback.
And I remember late in the game, Shea Morenz is playing quarterback for Texas, and Texas is getting some other guys in there. And I remember this cat, Anthony Holmes, was running wild and scored a touchdown. I'm like, this Anthony Holmes guy is, but he's pretty good. Well, then officially he was Priest thereafter. But he had the great 94 Sun Bowl against North Carolina, got hurt and missed the 95 season.
Yeah.
And when he comes back in 96, it's Ricky and Sean Mitchell are the top two backs. So if you want to blame anybody for why nobody remembers Priest, blame Bucky Godbolt, because Bucky kept Sean Mitchell in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
But what do you remember Priest for, right? You remember him for that 94 Sun Bowl against Carolina.
That's right.
And then
Mac Brown.
Then the 96 Big 12 championship game against Nebraska.
Yeah, that's it.
If you remember nothing else about Priest Holmes, that's what you should remember, because I'll never forget, even going back and watching it now, man, how Dan Neal and that Texas offensive line, like nobody. It's really hard, Rodney, to explain to somebody who wasn't alive at that point or wasn't watching college football. You got to understand the accomplishment it was to push Nebraska around the field, which Texas did that day in St. Louis.
Yeah,
and you know, the one play I'll never forget. Everybody talk about roll left, right? The roll at the pass to Derek Lewis, and Derek Lewis running like a 5.9 40.
Clunk.
People talk about Mike Jones looking slow on that pass from Major the following year, dude. Derek Lewis was not trucking.
Dude, that looked like me at the Golden Corral. You know, like, jeez, come on, man.
Going up to the chocolate trough to put your Salisbury steak in the chocolate trough.
More corn.
But the play after that was the second time Priest had scored on a counter that day with Dan Neal leading the way, and just the way they ran through Nebraska like crap through a goose on those two touchdown runs was freaking awesome, man. And that's what I remember Priest for. And you know, put this up by CB real quick, Rodney. Bucky says the 96 Big 12 championship game is the greatest game Ricky ever played. I don't know if Bucky's ever said it like that, but what Bucky told me in the game, the 2 years he coached Ricky, was the proudest he ever was of Ricky, because Ricky had one job that day. Priest was going to get the carries. And Ricky had one job that day. Your job is to make Grant Wistrom's life hell. You got Grant Wistrom. And again, frame of reference is key. That would be like asking somebody, hey, you've got Ndamukong Suh, or you got whoever your dominant college football player of the last decade plus that you can bring up. That's what Grant Wistrom was for those Nebraska teams.
Exactly. And the whole thing is with that game right there, when we talk about how big of a game that was in Ricky's career, is I mean, you go back to breaking the record against A&M and everything, you know, his debut. I mean, all of that. That was not a Ricky day, because Ricky's job was not to be the show that day. He was to take care of the show, and that's what he did. And dude, that game, man, we were talking about this on Chaos Theory, and man, I know we're running out of time. The guys are in the hopper here. LHN going away. Man, I'm going to miss being able to maybe see some of those games from time. I mean, I know I can still see them, but I'm going to miss that a little bit. I'm going to miss LHN a little bit.
I mean, this will be a topic this summer. We might need to do a roundtable on it.
I think so.
LHN, the biggest of all the what ifs we've talked about today, to me, LHN is the biggest what if, because you know, when I was doing the show with Craig Way, I asked Craig this, and Craig kind of agreed with me. If Burke Magnus and the people at ESPN that put that thing together, if they knew going into it that they could not show high school football games and make LHN kind of the hub, if you will, for high school football, would they have even pressed forward with it? Maybe. They might have, but I don't think they would have gotten the price. I don't think Texas would have gotten the financial commitment that they got from ESPN.
So, Jeff, was that part of the intent with that for high school?
Oh, well,
UIL.
It wasn't known to Gen Pop up front that that's what it was, but that was kind of
sense. It makes sense.
Kind of the final straw for, you know, I say that was the final straw for A&M in Missouri, specifically A&M, because when you get divorced, I've known some people that have gone through divorce. When you get divorced, it's not the last thing that's the biggest transgression, but it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. And that was kind of the one that, you know, pushed the divorce papers onto everybody, was the revelation that, hey, we're going to show high school football games and we're going to feature Texas recruits and blah, 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 because I don't think I'm out of my depth saying this. I was told by somebody that was in those meetings when LHN was mapping out their high school football schedule for that first fall.
Yeah.
They were given games like, hey, if you want to get the essence of high school football, do Lufkin Longview or do Longview Marshall or go down to San Antonio with Churchill and Clark and do the Gucci Bowl, whatever. They were like, what's Jonathan Gray's schedule? What's the schedule for this guy look like? They knew what they wanted to do. And once it got out publicly and people in Gen Pop, specifically the presidents and the decision makers at A&M in Missouri found out, that was kind of the F this, we're out of here.
Wow, man. I think we definitely do. I think that's a great idea, Jeff. We need to do a roundtable, kind of like the RIP LHN thing.
Yeah.
Because it is. I mean, what could have been with that? I mean, God, what a vehicle that would have been.
It's a hellaciously missed opportunity. And you can say, football and men's basketball were not great during the early years of LHN, and that's what ultimately set the network back. And that's valid. But I think the combination of the getting as much pushback from some of the coaches, namely, you think Mac was very happy that LHN broadcast live, practice live?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Totally
And I think that's what another thing LHN wanted to do. I mean, really, LHN was, for all intents and purposes, it was a really expensive testing ground.
Experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really expensive experiment. And I think it's something that'll, especially with the way things are now, with the way cable and linear cable, cable's not what it was back then, and we're all on streaming. I don't think it'll ever happen again. I think LHN it's a one and done experiment.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
Yeah, guys, and the whole conversation with high school televised high school football, to flip on ESPN or whoever and to see it like on TV, it's like in my days of streaming, I've been streaming for so long.
Yeah,
that whole thought of that ever happening was such a far-fetched thing, and now it's common. And rules lifted and all these different things to showcase these guys.
Rodney, have you done stuff? And Jason, I don't know if you have. Rodney, have you done stuff with Texan Live?
I have done some Texan Live games. Yeah, I've done Texan Live football and baseball, and
Jason,
they are the ones that have trailblazed this thing to where their coverage is just. I mean, they're partnered with Dave Campbell's now.
Yeah.
So,
they're really good.
I've never done any work with Texan Live. So many of some of my closest friends at school have, and it's not only a great opportunity for people to break in and like get their chops in play-by-play and in broadcasting, but like hearing Jeff talk about what LHN was kind of supposed to be, that, if you were to have combined what Texan Live is and put that into LHN, I mean, even if it was like a over-the-shoulder kind of Big 12 plus type of thing that you had to pay, extra to stream, I mean, there would be huge interest in Texas, way more interest than there ever was for LHN, at least in my time at the school.
Yeah, I don't think DeLoss Dodds, I don't think Chris Blonsky, I don't think anybody at Texas thought ESPN was going to come with the financial commitment that they came with. And at that point, like, what are you supposed to do?
Right.
You're supposed to turn down $300 million?
Yeah. We don't want to look cocky and hurt people's feelings. That was literally what people were bitching about.
Yeah. We were talking about that on Chaos Theory. It's like, cocky, we're full of ourselves. Man, look at the paycheck.
Yeah. You're not going to take $300 million so you look more humble? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. It's like, come on.
Who are you? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's weird, man.
Just like the inside access you could have had, the specials you could have put together, the programming you could have put together, but it's just within. It's amazing. Like that was kind of the peak of cable, and then by the time men's basketball and football were really, for all intents and purposes, in the toilet, at that point ESPN decides, it's kind of going to streaming anyway. Let's just scale this down and do it bare bones. And that's, I don't know, Keenan, for probably the last 6-7 years, maybe longer. That's what LHN has been. It's been like, bare bones.
All it's been is, let's piss off all the people that don't have Longhorn Network by showing every non-conference Texas basketball game on the LHN, and then having everybody, when I was at Orange Blood, just like, this is bullshit, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's just like, you got to figure out a better way to do this, guys.
I've still got people. As a matter of fact, tonight, Texas plays KU. They open that series at Dish Falk tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have a few people in that baseball thread that will, even in passing, be like, well, I wish I could watch the game, but I don't have Longhorn Network.
And you won't.
Yeah,
You
now
won't
nobody
moving
will.
forward.
So
Yeah.
That's your wish.
All right.
right,
Rodney, great, outstanding job today,
Dude,
Rodney. Thank
good
you,
stuff,
sir.
man.
Appreciate
Love
it.
it. You got
Jordan got tied up in Houston. He'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, but now we'll turn it over to the Fall Star crew. It's Keenan and Jason today, filling in for Eric. So you guys take it over. Everybody have a great rest of your day.
Appreciate you, gentlemen.
How's it going?
What is up, my friend?
Going good, going good.
Dude, I had to ask a Chicago question. So you're a White Sox fan, yeah?
Yeah, so I've got.
I see that. That's why I asked. Yeah.
Back there, it was called U.S. Cellular Field at the time, and in the picture, and better name than Guaranteed Rate Field. But yes, I'm a diehard White Sox fan, and I have no problem admitting it.
They're tough.
Problem admitting it.
They're not great right now, but I do respect the fact that you rock with maybe not the most popular team of the two Chicago baseball teams. Like, it seems like everybody's a Cubs fan, but I actually really respect it. It's like a cooler version of rocking with the Clippers, because rocking with the Clippers isn't cool, but rocking with the White Sox is cool.
That is honestly the most comparable situation is the Clippers and Lakers. Like, the Cubs haven't won how the Lakers have won, and they don't have the laundry list of all-time greats. But the White Sox, and like, there are like 10% of LA people are Clippers fans, and that's kind of how it is out here. It's like 10, 20%. 25% is generous. Anyone who tells you it's 60-40 hasn't spent long enough in Chicago.
It's an insane take. Yeah, I'm going to LA today in like 3 hours.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's why I'm wearing my Dodgers hat.
There you go.
Going to a Dodger game on Saturday. Really excited about that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Visiting my frat brother who lives out there. He's one of my groomsmen. We're going to have a good old time.
Really nice. Have you ever been to Dodger Stadium?
I've never been to LA, so I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah.
Wow. I spent all spring out there last spring with Fox Sports, and I went to the Dodger game, and it was just to see the sunset like over the hills and at that beautiful stadium. It's one of the oldest stadiums in baseball now, and so just a fantastic place to watch the game. And it's honestly not too overpriced. Like, you'd think that it's just absolutely horrible, the price gouging, and it really isn't. It's a pretty average spending experience at a ballpark, in my opinion.
That's good to know, because I mean, I saved up a bunch of money for this trip, so like I'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, you go to specific baseball stadiums and they will jack the prices up, man. Like, I'm surprised LA doesn't, but you know,
Wrigley.
Wrigley's crazy. I went to Wrigley 2 summers ago. I'm sure you hate the Cubs, but no, you just don't care about it.
I don't hate the Cubs. I like watching the Cubs, and I like going to Wrigley, and I like going to Wrigleyville with my friends. And so the Cubs are like a net positive for anyone who lives in Chicago. Like, that's the other thing. I understand the White Sox fans who spite the Cubs because they get all the attention, but I don't understand how anyone can hate the Cubs because they've never won enough. And if you've been to a Cubs game, you've probably had a great time. And so I've had plenty of great times at Cubs games, so I don't have anything bad to say about them.
Yeah, we'll get into NBA playoffs in a second, but I love baseball too. Baseball is right there with basketball, and I mean, it's like a top 3 that I can't really pick between. But yeah, man, I am excited. They're playing the Reds, so might get to see Ellie De La Cruz, which would be really cool. That guy is electricity, man. And then Mookie's been one of my favorite players since he played for the Red Sox. You know, I love Mookie. I can't wait to see him play. And obviously, I'm a Rangers fan. Like, that's my team. Like, that's who I rock with heavy. But if I had to pick an NL team, I like the Dodgers. They got players I like. I mean, yeah, it's not cool to just pick the best team and like them, but they're not my team. The Rangers are, you know.
Yeah.
It's like picking Man U or something. You know what I mean? If you get into EPL and you just pick Man City or you know, Newcastle or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, dude. Let's get into a little NBA playoffs.
Let's do it.
My Mavericks last night go in to the cave of Oklahoma City, pull out a victory, and it wasn't a lucky end of they just won that game, man, straight up. I think that game 4 was an absolute meltdown, and I think that this Mavericks team is better than this Oklahoma City team. I just think they are. I think They're not way better to the point where they would sweep them or beat them in 5, but I just think they just have. First of all, the Thunder are inexperienced, okay, and that obviously plays a huge role in the playoffs, right? Like you don't know how to close out games, you don't know what good shots to take at the end of the game, you don't know what reads to make, right? It's such a different animal when everything's on the line and you haven't been in that situation. We talk about it with college basketball all the time, right? We talk about the experienced teams make the Final Four. And I think part of that is showing up in this series. You have Kyrie, who's hit, he won an NBA series on a shot he hit, basically. You have Luka Doncic, who's been to the Western Conference Finals, been the best player on the team for 6 years, 5 years. And then you have, guys like Gafford, and you have guys like PJ who stepped up. And I think, since these trade deadline acquisitions, the Mavericks have had the best defensive rating in the NBA since then. So I don't know what you think.
Surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. One thing that immediately jumped out to me from last night, I just think the Mavs are a bigger team than OKC, except for in the starting lineups when Chet Holmgren is down low. I mean, get Daniel Gafford out of there. Even though he could score the ball down low, he could not defend last night. He hasn't really been able to defend this series. I think Derek Lively is really coming into his own down the stretch of the season. He's been good all season, don't get me wrong, but he's really coming into his own and playing like a vet this postseason. And he was plus 22 off the bench yesterday, and Daniel Gafford was minus 10, and they played about the same amount. And so, I mean, that's a pretty stark contrast there between the two. Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic, those guys, I mean, you're expecting them to have big games every time they step on the court. Anything short of that, you're going home in the playoffs. And so, that's the expectation. For me with the Mavs, it's been the supplementary pieces, like you said. Daniel Gafford, he's fallen off a little bit this series, but this season, I mean, he set an NBA record for most consecutive shots made, which, I mean, that can't go unnoticed. And then Jalen Green, he's playing some solid basketball. Tim Hardaway Jr. can get you a shot when you need it. And PJ Washington has really been one of the best additions this NBA season. And that was one that was like pretty heavily scrutinized when the Mavs made that move. And so PJ Washington, I was a big fan of his game in college. I think he was very underrated in Charlotte because no one was paying attention to him. And now he's playing in the postseason. He's making a huge impact. And the Mavs are winning games because of him, because just Luka and Kyrie isn't enough. They needed that third piece to get them over the hump. They always had kind of pretty good role players who were playing their best basketball, but that addition of PJ Washington has really put them over the hedge, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point that you made about about Gafford versus Lively, right? So Gafford, to me, is more of a drop big versus Lively's more of a rim running big, right? And Chet is a rim running big. So, like, in order to counter those guys, and the thing is, like, Lively, he might not score a lot of points, but A, he's efficient. B, he is a great defensive big already. He has such good instincts. He doesn't foul all the time. I mean, given he's playing probably 20 minutes a game, but most bigs don't play that much more than that. And he is just affecting the game in so many ways. Like, he is such a lob threat at the rim because I think he's a little faster on foot speed than Gafford is. And maybe a little more
he's way
agile.
More athletic.
Agile
and
athletic.
More
yeah.
athletic.
I think Gafford's stronger, and I think Lively's more athletic. So definitely. First of all, real quick aside, what a job Nico Harrison has done. Look at this roster a year and a half ago, man.
Yeah.
It's Luka and who else? And now you have a full team of guys that can play in the playoffs. This is a playoff built team, and I'm not saying they're going to win it all, but I think they absolutely could.
They could. I mean, they're still alive right now, and they're a win away from making the Western Conference Finals. So I like their chances. What's happening in Denver with that series is certainly worth keeping an eye on. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a little bit with that game coming up tonight. But I like the Mavs as much as I like any other team remaining, to be honest with you, because on any given night, they could have the best player on the floor. They could have the most lethal shot maker on the floor, and that's a different player. And so, you have Kyrie Irving, you have Luka Doncic. We talked about PJ Washington. We talked about Derek Lively. I really like their wing pieces with Josh Green and Tim Hardaway Jr. because those are guys who can get you shots, come off the bench, quick burst, get the team some momentum. So I'm a big fan of that. But obviously, they still need to close out the series. And obviously this looks a lot like the Clippers series. I don't believe that history repeats itself in the NBA, especially not in the same postseason. So the Mavs are going to have to be really careful going into Game 6. But, I mean, it's hard not to like them to win this series. I just think it'll all depend on who they play next round. If Minnesota can come back down 3-2, I like the Mavs' chances against Minnesota. If it's Dallas against Denver, I would really like the Nuggets' chances to repeat. But,
It's
you know,
Jokic, man. It's
yeah,
just,
can't stop. Like, what are you gonna do about that if you're the Mavs? Like, what's the plan there?
there is no plan. There's no way to stop that man. I was thinking about this the other day. Is Jokic a top 10 player ever?
He's a top 10
player.
talent. He's a
Just
top 10
player, not
talent
career
ever.
player. Yeah.
Like
I
in
think so,
terms
too.
of like if you were to like be on a pickup court and you're drafting you have every NBA player in its prime sitting in front of you, and there are 2 teams of 5, like Jokic makes one of those teams. Absolutely.
Totally agree. I just think we've never seen anything like it. He shoots kind of like Dirk does, but not the same form, but just like the efficiency, the range at his size, the high release point.
Right.
And you just throw that in with like Magic's passing. It's like, it's truly unbelievable. And he's not a lockdown defensive guy, but he's so big that he gets a lot of rebounds on the defensive end, which is part of defense, is getting the defensive board. And B, he's just so big, he blocks shots just because of his size, just being there, being in the paint.
For sure.
I think it's an unbelievable team to watch. I think it's cool that all the teams that tried to buy championships are all like eating shit right now. Like, think about it, man. Like, all the teams that are left are teams that developed. I mean, yeah, they may have made trades here and there, but the Suns aren't in it. You know, the Nets, when they had all those guys, they didn't do shit. You know, there's a lot of these teams where they try to buy everybody. It doesn't work because they don't have any depth.
I mean, that's how you have to win in the NBA now. It's like you have to have good depth pieces. Every team that is still alive, each team has a player who's a top 10 player in the NBA, but they also have these role players, these associate pieces, and each team has a guy who is like really stepped up this year in a way that people just didn't expect. Like for Minnesota, the name off the top of my head is Naz Reid. For, the Mavs, it's PJ Washington. For Oklahoma City, I don't know if Oklahoma City necessarily has a guy like that because they have drafted and developed their whole team. I would say Isaiah Joe is probably the closest thing, just because when he came aboard in Oklahoma City, I don't think they anticipated him starting when they got back to the playoffs.
No.
And he has. And he's played all right. He didn't play good last night, but he gets the job done more often than not. And so honestly, like I really, it's so cool seeing the way that good GM work is actually applauded now. It's no longer like the players with the most clout and the most popularity and the best connections are just getting like 2 of the other best players on their team. And then it's like you have a bunch of like Matthew Dellavedovas and Timofey Mozgovs and Anderson Varejãos coming off the bench. Like, no, like these are all really good teams with like 9 to 10 good NBA players. And I love it. It's so good for the game. I'm so
much
glad
better.
you brought that up. I'm
So much
glad.
better, dude. I totally agree. I just love that it's back to traditional team building in a sense, right? It's not everybody's starting to figure out that it hits like 1 in 5 times, those super teams. Like they just keep trying them. They'll hit every once in a while. Of course, there's three that were great, but there's a lot other ones that failed. And what's important is that these teams can run 10 deep, because you may have the 2 best players in the NBA on your team, but they're not going to play 48 minutes, both of them. Like, you're going to have minutes where either one or both of them are off the floor. And guess what? You need to have a PJ Washington. You need to have a Josh Green. You need to have a whoever. You know what I mean? You need to have just other guys that aren't stars that are like, what do you call it? Productive.
Look what Marcus Morris did last night for Cleveland. I mean, they lost that game, but Marcus Morris had his best game in like half a decade last night. And that's the type of play that you need to still be alive in the postseason. Like, yes, they lost. They were overmatched. Like, it didn't matter who was healthy in that series for Cleveland. Boston was going to win. It is what it is. But the point is, you need these guys, some of which have been there before, and others of which have not and are still carving out a defined role, a defined, niche for them in the NBA. You need guys like that to step up. Like, that's how the story of the postseason is written, and we're seeing that right in front of our eyes. We saw another chapter in that last night, and so it's exciting, man. Like, you gotta love it. It's no longer like, gone are the days of there's one super team with 4 superstars and everyone else is chasing them. Now we have 6 really good teams who are still remaining, and any of these teams who makes it to the next round can realistically win the NBA Finals, and that is so good for the game.
So much more fun, man. I was talking to my coworker the other day about we were just talking about, gone are the days of 7 years ago where you knew who was going to win it. I don't know who's going to win it this year.
No idea.
I really don't. And that's the first time I felt this way in a while. Well, like recently I have, but there's that long stretch where you knew Cavs Warriors every year. And that's bad. That's bad for interest. That's bad for fan interest. I mean, maybe it boosts ratings.
I wish we enjoyed it. I wish we enjoyed it a little more in the moment. Like,
I love the Warriors team.
Yeah, like we don't, but we don't have a matchup like that anymore. Like, we don't have a Cavs Warriors anymore, and so I wish we appreciated that more. But hey, maybe we get a matchup like that this postseason. Like, maybe Denver and Boston meet up in the finals, and it is an unbelievable 7-game series, as it has the potential to be, because both teams are really good and playing their best basketball. And then boom, there's a matchup that we look at, and all of a sudden it's on Christmas next year, and then that's a great game, and then it becomes a little bit of a rivalry, and that's what we need to happen next. Now that the playing field has been leveled and restored in the NBA, now we need some rivalries, and we need the players to hate each other again. That's my only gripe with the NBA. We need the players to hate each other.
I was literally about to say, I think the problem with that culture is the AAU thing. All these guys know each other. These guys have been playing against each other since they were 12, right? That's why I think you take a guy like Luka and you inject him into the league. He doesn't know any of these people. He's like, man, F you, I'm going to eat your family alive. He doesn't care. Luka is so competitive. And it's funny because off the court, he's such a congenial, nice guy, like just very goofy and silly. But the second that buzzer goes off, man, he is locked in on a new level, and it's really cool to see. And the other guy that I think has that kind of energy is Ant Edwards, because he wants to eat your heart out, man. He does not care at all about being your friend. He doesn't want to dap you up after the game. He wants to kill you, and that's good for the game, I think.
It is great for the game. We need to see some more personality out of Jason Tatum, in my opinion, because the Celtics team is too good for people to look at them and be like, and I have to admit, yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel about them. I'm like,
they don't excite me either.
Yeah, and it's the Boston Celtics. Like, it's one of the token franchises in the NBA with a clear top 10, possibly top 5 player, and people don't really seem like they want to see them in the finals. Like, I'm sure that there's a certain aspect to that when Larry Bird was around and in the 80s and even the 90s, but it's for different reasons now. It's just because they're not really marketable, awesome players. Like, we saw the Celtics in the finals. That was a fun finals, man. Boston Golden State was awesome. We get a finals like that this year, oh my gosh, we will be eating well. I will be so excited about that. But, I think we got our taste of that, and it was okay, I feel like we've been through all the Jason Tatum storylines, his son, writing the plays on the bench, and his text to Kobe before game 3 or whatever it was. We get it, I don't know if we're going to see a side of Jason Tatum where we're okay, he could be one of the next big marketable guys in the NBA. I just don't think so. And so when I look at the teams who are left, give me New York and Dallas would be such a fun final.
Brunson versus old teams. That would be so fun, dude. I was thinking about that because I played the Knicks in the finals on 2K 2 nights ago. It actually happened that way. So
that's awesome.
Would be fun. Let's talk about another series real quick. Let's talk about the one I just brought up, Pacers-Knicks. Give me your quick thoughts, and then I'll respond.
Yeah, I've got the Knicks tomorrow.
I do too.
I think that Jalen Brunson is one of the most cold-blooded players on the court in the NBA. He is my favorite NBA player. He's a Chicago area guy. He's from the same area, the suburbs that I'm from. His dad played for the Bulls. won 2 national championships at Villanova. He's a winner. He's a unique personality, and he has such a fun style of play. And so I'll be rooting for the Knicks to win in Game 6, and I just think that they have it in the bag. The chemistry between Brunson and DiVincenzo and Hart is insatiable. And those 3 guys seem almost destined to win an NBA Finals together by the way that they just seem to click when they're on the court. And it's so fun to watch. And, Tyrese Halliburton was a great story the first half of the season. I think the Pacers bought themselves another series by trading for Pascal Siakam. I think this Pacers team, if they maintain the core and they add maybe one more veteran player who can put them over the hump, they'll be, still playing around this time next year, if not longer. But I think that the end of the road is for them tomorrow. Tyrese Halliburton's hit a snag, and Miles Turner, he had that nice 3 threes in like a minute the other day, and that was great. But other than that, he needs to be a guy who takes over games, doesn't just have a good game. And he's just not there. And so I've got the Knicks winning that one. And honestly, I am so excited. The last time I was on the show, we talked about Madison Square Garden. I am so excited to see how that arena handles an Eastern Conference Finals.
I know.
Especially against Boston. I mean, that is going to be so that's something that's going to make me feel like I'm in middle school again. Like another classic playoff matchup. Every day is going to be a different storyline. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. So
dude, me too.
And I want the Knicks to win tomorrow.
I want a Knicks Boston Eastern Conference Finals as well. We all know there's bad blood between those cities that really initiated with baseball, I feel like, with Yankees Red Sox, but then it's spread to every other sport too. But, it's not like football where the Jets and Patriots are in different leagues. They don't really, or Giants and Patriots are in different leagues. They don't really play each other as much. Play each other once every 2 or 3 years or whatever. But no, man, these guys play each other all the time. They're Eastern Conference teams. They don't like each other. I can guarantee you too. Brunson is another one of those guys that will eat your heart out. I don't think he wants to be your friend. I think he wants to kill you on the court. And
he's gonna laugh about it after too. That's what I love. He's so nonchalant.
And dude, you know what the last piece to that team is? They have to assemble Exodia. You know who they got to add? McCall Bridges.
Oh yeah. That'd be. I mean, they could have used a player like him before they had OG Anunoby.
Everybody can use a player like McCall.
That's true. That's
fair. He's one of those defensive wings. I always talk about, if I could add any max player or non-superstar player to the Mavericks, it'd be Herb Jones, the wing from the Pelicans, because I just think he's the best perimeter lockup guy in the NBA right now. So yeah, I mean, having a guy like that on the wing is super important, but just the culture of this matchup between New York and Boston, man, if it happens, I'm so excited, bro. That's some shit you play out in 2K.
No, seriously. And I mean, like I said, different storyline every day. That'll be the top game of the night. No matter what else is on. Obviously, the NBA kind of rules this time of the year anyway. So
yeah,
no surprise there. But super excited. And I'm really hoping that Minnesota wins tonight. Not because I have any irons in the fire there, but because the 2 best words in sports are Game 7, and I would love to see a Game 7 between Anthony Edwards and Nikola Jokic. I mean, give us what we want. Let us eat. I would love that. We would all love that. I think I speak for the majority there. So hoping for a Game 7 after tonight's game.
Dude. Yeah, let's talk about the Texas transfer portal. I feel like we've touched on most NBA topics for the day. Okay, so there's one guy that we're all hearing about. Unfortunately, I can't really delve into it because my friend is his agent, but that's JT Toppin. So you go ahead and say what you've heard, and I won't confirm or deny it.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the deal with JT Toppin right now is that he's probably right now leaning towards the NBA. He's had a pretty solid combine, and he, was a freshman in New Mexico and put up pretty good numbers. The one thing with his combine performance, he did measure 2.5 inches lower than he was listed. He was listed as 6'9". He's really more of a taller 6'6", generous 6'7", and so probably profiles more as a small forward for Texas. Definitely more of a small forward in the NBA. And so Right now, it's sort of between, is he going to go to the school? Is he going to go back to school, or is he going to go to the NBA? If he goes back to school, it's between Texas and Texas Tech. Both schools have offered JT Toppin a lot of money. Both schools have offered him similar amounts of money. He would likely have a bigger role at Texas Tech because their roster is a little bit less filled out for next year, but he'd probably win more at Texas, and he'd probably get more exposure for the NBA draft next year at Texas. And so right now, if I were to have to, if you were to make a guess on this, I would say that JT Toppin stays in the NBA draft. And then if not, I would say he goes to Texas. But it is by no means out of the picture that he goes to Texas Tech. At least right now, though, we know that there are three outcomes here: NBA, Texas, or Texas Tech.
Yeah. When people ask me, I just say wait till after the combine. That's like the response that I've been told. Just, wait till after the combine. You'll know by then, basically. I love JT, though. I've been a fan of JT since way before he was on Texas' radar.
Wow.
I was watching him. Oh, yeah, no. Well, my friend's his agent. So my friend put me onto him like 8 months ago. And,
yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of New Mexico basketball. I
they're
love them.
so fun to watch, dude.
Love the Mountain West Conference.
Me too, man.
So
Me too.
That basketball is so fun to watch, especially on, when they have it on CBS Sports Network.
So fun.
And some of the other kind of lower stations. And I love watching Air Force and Boise. Kid from my high school plays on the Air Force team, and Boise State and New Mexico and UNLV and Wyoming. And it's fun basketball to watch. And it's a different part of the country that we don't get to see that often. And so I watched a lot of New Mexico basketball, and I love JT Toppin's game. It was a very guard-heavy New Mexico team, which is how this Texas team is going to play with Julian Larry and Jordan Pope and Tremont Mark and Trey Johnson. And so for JT Toppin to have carved out such a distinct and impactful role as a freshman with Donovan Dent and Jamal Mashburn and Jalen House is very impressive. And that shows me you can plug him right into the starting lineup at Texas. And even though the guards are going to have the ball in their hands 90% of the time or whatever it's going to be, JT Toppin is still going to make a huge impact if he makes it to campus.
Yeah, I think JT is, you just plug him in. I think he's a 4. I don't think he has 3 skills yet. I think you just throw him in at the 4, even though he's a little bit undersized. You just let him bang down low.
He'd play the 4 at Texas.
At Texas, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, like when you look at their roster, it actually is shaping up to be one of the tallest rosters they've had in like the last 10 years. And so they don't necessarily like need the height. They could actually use somebody who's big for their position, like JT would be if he plays a 3. And so Texas will absolutely be interested in that. And honestly, like while the NBA Combine folks are probably a little concerned, raising their eyebrows a little bit when JT Toppin measured in at 6'6", 6'7", Texas was probably, sitting there like this. Like, that's exactly what they want. It's exactly what they want.
Trilly Donovan had a tweet about that. He was like coaches when players are in the combine, they're just like, please mess up, please. Like, I don't want you to mess up, but I want you to mess up.
What do you think that was like with Bronny? Like, his palms had to have been sweating when he was getting measured at the combine.
Was he 6'2", 6'1"?
6'1", and he has been 6'4" on every roster he has been listed on since his freshman year of high school.
Everybody knew he wasn't 6'4", though. I knew that. I thought he was 6'2". I didn't know he was 6'1".
If he measured at 6'1", that tells me he's 6 foot. Like that, he's my height.
Yeah, no, he's like Max Asmus.
Which is okay. He's probably an inch or 2 taller than Max Asmus. Like Max
is like 5'10". Max is like
5'11".
He's
5'10". Max Asmus is 5'10". He was listed as 6'1", but he's 5'10".
Yeah.
Bronny James' point is smaller. He probably knew that he had to have known. Like I'm sure.
Oh yeah, he knew. He probably measured himself before.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's been to the doctor. I mean, yeah. So I had to have been funny. Well, I just wonder what was going through his head, with the, they got the tape measure going up and the person's probably like, shit,
Yeah, man. Well, it's interesting because I watched those combine scrimmages during the day, the last couple of days. I watched 3 of the 4 so far. I'm going to watch the 4th one on the plane today. Bronny didn't look bad yesterday. He wasn't super efficient, but he was the second leading scorer for his team. The problem with Bronny, dude, is like, A, he needs 2 more years of college. Like, not 1 more year, 2 more years. And even then, you're talking about running backs. Hang on, we gotta pull this comment up. This is a Texas channel. You're talking about running backs. You know, mentioned college. I don't know what you're talking about. We're not talking about football right now. I think that was aimed at somebody else. No, dude. So, what were we just talking about? That threw me off.
We were talking about NBA draft, Bronny combine.
Oh yeah, Bronny. So the thing with Bronny, man, I've had this feeling with LeBron James where like I love LeBron, right? I'm a huge LeBron fan. I always have been since after he left Miami. I became a real big fan of his, and I don't like the way he's played this because he's put an inordinate amount of pressure on his son to end up being a star when he's just not one. He's just not one. He's not ready for the NBA yet. And I understand LeBron wants to play with his kid, but like Bronny's career could completely flame out before it starts because he's just not ready yet. I think he should be playing in the NBL. I think he should be playing overseas. Like he should be in the Rising Stars program. See if that works. You take a guy like AJ Johnson, right, who committed to Texas and he flipped to the NBL. That kid is much more ready than Bronny is for the NBA, and he's not ready for the NBA.
Yeah, no, I agree. AJ Johnson's going to spend a year or two in the G League at least.
Definitely,
he'll get drafted. Get drafted. He's looked really good this week, but
he had an awesome scrimmage.
He did not put together the most inspiring year on the court in the NBL. And
well, my whole issue with when he flipped to the NBL is like he's not physically prepared for that league. Like that's the difference. He's playing against grown-ass adults.
He just didn't want to go to college. And I think that's part of the decision here for Bronny. I don't think Bronny ever wanted to go to college. Like if the G League Ignite was as prestigious, had the names that it had a couple of years ago with Jalen Green and some of the other guys, like I think that Bronny probably goes to the G League. And things obviously didn't go as planned on or off the court at USC this season. I think some of this is LeBron looks at that past year, Bronny has a health scare, his team doesn't play that well, injuries. Like USC makes the tournament last season if they don't have they were one of the most bit teams by the injury bug, and 100%. It happened early.
Collier was hurt too.
Yeah, Collier was hurt, Boogie Ellis was hurt, Kobe Johnson was hurt.
Yep.
That's enough. Like that, they're three best players.
Your top four guys. Yeah.
Yeah. And so for that to happen, I think LeBron looks at that and he's like, there are people in the college game he trusts. Drew Joyce at Duquesne was the most, highly rumored one. But I think he looks at that and he knows that if Bronny enters the draft, the Lakers will probably take him in the second round. If not, they'll definitely sign him to a two-way deal, summer league contract, whatever. And LeBron looks at that and he thinks that by traveling with Bronny every week, him sitting on the end of the bench, he can coach and develop Bronny better than any college coach, college staff, college program. And since he's with him every day, since they're on the same team, they're on the same bench, they're traveling everywhere together, LeBron will be able to control these factors that in the past weren't able to be controlled, like school, like life, like the team around Bronny. And I think that's what LeBron is doing here. And I just want to not preface, but I want to add on really quick. I don't think LeBron would be doing any of this if Bronny was cool with it, if Bronny wasn't all in. Because if Bronny wasn't all in, the fact like people will be looking at it and be like, look at when LeBron tried to force his son into the NBA when he wasn't ready and his son didn't even want to be there. Like, no, like Bronny has to be at the forefront of this, saying, I'm done with school. I want to play in the NBA. Dad, help me get there. That's what I think this is.
I just I don't even know what his role is at the next level. Is he D'Anthony Melton? That's what people have told me. They're like, that's what I see. And I kind of see that.
His role at the next level will be to look nice on the bench and smile when the cameras are on him and make it look like he's listening to his dad anytime he talks and stay out of trouble. Not that he's ever been in trouble, but I don't think he has a role. I don't think he has a role.
I feel the same way, man. I feel like his best bet is to play overseas right now. Yeah. But I don't think he will. I think he's going to go to the NBA. I don't envy Bronny right now, man. I think this is probably a really tough place to be because look at the Eric who typically co-hosts the show as me. For those who are new to listening, if you are, welcome to the channel. We're having a good old time over here with my man, Mr. Jason Keenan, who is replacing our good friend Eric Henry for the day. But anyway, Eric Henry is telling me that he knew, who did he know related to the story? He knew somebody related to the, never mind, I can't remember, but whatever. Bronny is a guy who is just not big enough. He can't shoot. And that's the thing when you're an undersized guard. Like, if you're an undersized guard, you have to have a swing speed. You have to be an elite shooter. You have to be a Chris Paul passer. You have to be one of those things. And he's just okay at a lot of things and not good or great at anything.
And I'm also going to say really quick, I am so done with people referencing him going, what was it, like 17 of 25 or 19 of 25?
That doesn't matter. That literally doesn't matter.
I don't care what you do in an empty gym.
Doesn't matter.
Last year, I saw Dylan Mitchell draining threes in the same gym at the NBA Combine. And then didn't take one all year. I saw Zach Edey doing it 2 days ago, too. Like, I don't care what you do in an empty gym when no one's guarding you and when you're just taking rhythm shots wide open. Like, you're going to be playing in the NBA. You should be making those. Oh my gosh, it drives me crazy. Like, he did not show that he is a good three-point shooter this past season. And it's also becoming abundantly obvious who didn't actually watch him at USC last year. He was not good. He was out of his element. He was way overtasked on a team that was injured. And then when he got back, when the players got back, he didn't have the ball in his hands enough to really make an impact, to get into a rhythm. Just the misconceptions flying around. It's like, leave this one to the people who watch college basketball.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please.
Dude, I want to just record that one clip and just drop it all the time on people. Seriously, man, it's like you can absolutely tell who hasn't watched him at USC because they're like, okay, yeah, like you said, open gym. Like, congratulations, man. I can hit open threes. Me. I can't hit 19 to 25. I can probably hit 10 to 25, but in an open gym, who cares, right? So it's about shooting over people. It's about shooting with somebody in your face. What the hell does it matter if Bronny's, can hit open threes when he's 6'1" and he's going to be guarded by a 6'6" guy who's standing reach like 8 feet tall? Like, how's he going to shoot over those guys? How's he going to pass to those guys? How's he going to drive the rack and attack? He's not as good of an athlete as his dad. He's not as big or strong.
I'm interested to see what happens because LeBron's not the type of player anymore who you can add to a team and build around him. And it's like, okay, like that's an NBA Finals contender. Nope. He's at the end of his career. And I had conversations with people this week where they're like, oh, he's going to play, 2, 3, maybe even 4 more years. Absolutely not. I really think next season is his last season in the NBA. And I also think that you're going to have a hard time convincing any GM, any owner to use a first-round pick, even some teams a second-round pick, on a guy just for the outside chance that you'll be able to sign his dad for a year. And mind you, then it becomes the LeBron and Bronny circus. And I want Bronny to be successful. I want him to have his own, long NBA career. But the main attraction, wherever LeBron and Bronny are, will be LeBron and Bronny. It will distract from winning. It will put a huge distraction in the locker room, around the team. It's just like, it's not a risk that any team is really going to be willing to take, in my opinion. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. And that's why, people are saying that this is a draft that's going to get a whole lot of GMs fired because whoever takes the first overall pick, it'll probably be wrong. And there might be one all-star in the top 10, and they could probably go, 8 to 10 or something. And then some team might reach on Bronny just for the sake of getting LeBron. I don't think it's going to happen, though.
I don't either. Really. And my main thing is, you're an all sports guy. I'm like a NBA draft guy mostly. Like, that's what I really read and write and focus on. And I can tell you, man, if LeBron James' son wasn't named Bronny James and he didn't have the last name, he wouldn't be getting drafted, man. He probably wouldn't have even been a 4-star. He probably would have been a 3-star.
Keenan, this could be Kevin Durant Jr. And he wouldn't be getting drafted. Like, this is not 100%. The first
it's only
time.
LeBron.
He is, and no offense to Zaire Wade, he is a lot closer to Zaire Wade than he is to any given wing player in the NBA right now.
Yep.
And that's a fact. If his last name wasn't James, if he wasn't if he wasn't literally LeBron James Jr., this would not be happening, because it's not happening with LeBron's other kid.
Yeah, Bryce. No, Bryce isn't getting nearly as much attention. Yeah,
And Bryce has the frame. Like, Bryce has
Bryce is
LeBron's
6'6", yeah.
frame.
Bryce 6'7".
Yes. Like, he's been taller than Bronny since Bronny was a freshman in high school, basically.
So
but
weird.
he just doesn't have the talent. Like, that's the thing with kids of NBA players.
Coordinated.
Like, one day we'll have a Hall of Famer son who comes along and is better than them, and that day is just not going to be NBA draft day.
Ken Griffey Jr. He's not
in the NBA. In the NBA.
Oh, NBA. Because if you look at the MLB, it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of kids of players.
But to be fair, I did say Hall of Famer son. Ken Griffey Jr. was like a Hall of Good player. He was a good player. But Ken Griffey Jr., like, by midway through his career, had far exceeded his dad, in my opinion. I'm actually reading a great book on baseball right now, and it's very interesting reading about some of those father-son combos. It's like, wow, like, some of these guys, I'm sure, just knew that they were going to be great. And comparing that to Bronny, I don't know. Like, we also don't know enough about Bronny. Like, he's very into video games. He is a part of FaZe. Other than that, he's like, yeah, he was at least. Yeah. Other than that, he's just kind of like an average kid. Like, we're going to find out, though, the biggest thing here, we're going to find out how bad he wants this. It'll be very apparent how bad he wants this in the first couple of months of him being on an NBA roster in an organization. It'll be clear, because he's going to have to work 10 times harder than anyone else.
All right, I got to do a real quick ad read, and then we will be good. Give me 1 second. I got to pull it up because I forgot to pull it up. But we are going to talk about fun sporting events coming up in the city of Austin next. So brainstorm that real quick. So if you are in the Austin area, you might need a new TV, okay? And if you need a new TV, there is one place you need to go, and that is Audio Visual Consultations, okay? You can find them online at, if I can pull up the website. Yeah, this is really unfair. There we go. I don't know. My email's not working. Either way, let's get into some Texas stuff, man, because we've been talking NBA the whole time, and I want to be able to talk a little bit about some stuff for the fans. So Texas sports, Texas football kicking off August 31st. What are your main thoughts about the season? What are your expectations? What do you think is fair? What do you think is off the table? What are your thoughts?
Well, if they miss the playoff, obviously it'll go down as a disappointing season. Like,
definitely.
Unfortunately, not unfortunately, because this always should be the standard of Texas, especially with the playoff getting expanded. Like, since they made it last season, now the expectation every year at the University of Texas is to make the playoff every year, and that's how it should be. And if they don't make the playoff, it'll go down as a colossal disappointment, especially with the guys who are returning, Quinn Ewers and Jahdae Barron and Alfred Collins and the entire offensive line. Like, those are big names who are returning, who not all of them had to. And then some of the names that they brought in as well, Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden and Silas Bolden and Trey Moore and Andrew Makuba. Like, they have a top 5 roster in all of college football, and they need to finish that way, because right now we're in this state of college football. Like, 2 of the best coaches just left the game. A lot of their teams left with them. And so it's wide open. So the expectation is to make the playoff, but honestly, the goal is to win the national championship. And so I'm excited for football season to get started back up again, because it was like we got so many tastes this past season. Like, I think we all knew in the back of our head that, like, this wasn't the year yet. It still felt a year early to me, even though they had guys like Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and Xavier Worthy, who were clearly in their last year in the program. Yeah. This feels like the year. And, you know, in typical Texas fashion, they're either going to go 12-0 or they're going to go 8-4. And so I'm interested to see. I will say I feel really good about them winning that Michigan game in Ann Arbor. I feel really good about that.
I feel good about that too. And I also think, you know, Sarkisian, you know, they were saying this when Calipari left Kentucky and went to Arkansas. Players don't just commit to a program; they commit to a coach, and that's why when people say, "Well, Texas sucked for the last 15 years," why do you expect them to be good? Like, because there's a different dude running everything.
Yeah,
it's a completely different guy who's been insanely successful in his third year, made the playoff a year early, like I think too. I think I put down money on them to win the Natty at the beginning of the year just cause, and shit, they got kind of close, plus 2,200. But this has to be a year, like another banner year. They can't like step down from last year into this year, whether that's fair or not, isn't really the point. The point is this fan base will flip out if this team is not as good as it was last year. And there's really no excuse for them not to be, especially on the offensive end, because I know that the receivers last year might be the best duo they've ever had. This year, they might have a better receiving room. I'm not sure.
Oh, they do. They do.
That's just depth.
They definitely do.
I mean, Ryan Wingo, Silas Bolden. I was trying to figure out who's going to be the odd man out. And so I was like, maybe it'll be Silas Bolden. I watched his highlights. Hell no. It's not going to be him. That dude's amazing. That guy's a freak, dude. He's so fast.
There doesn't have to be an odd man out.
Yeah, I guess just rotate
It's
everybody
not really
in.
going to be a lead receiver, but that doesn't really work in Sark's offense. You have the same three receivers on the field at all times. So I guess we'll see as it gets closer. That'll certainly be a topic of conversation. But like, I'm excited. Expectations are super high for Quinn too. It's really cool seeing all the publicity with him surrounding the NCAA football video game.
Pretty cool.
It's pretty cool that when the game returns, Texas is back as well. Like, I think that it's just very fitting that, you know, the game left, and that was a really dark era of Texas football when Mac Brown was on his way out and Charlie Strong took over and just, you know, took the program to new depths. And
yeah, I was a student for that one.
Yeah, and now 10 years later, the game's back and Texas is back, and it's kind of the proof is in the pudding by Quinn being on the cover. I think it's perfect.
That's a really good indicator of where this program is, because they would not. They weren't going to put David Ash on the cover. They weren't going to put Case McCoy on the cover. You know, I found the ad read, so I'm going to do it really quick.
Go ahead.
You're a sports fan, aren't you, Jason? Would you consider yourself a sports fan?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a great time of year to be a sports fan, Jason. The NBA and NHL playoffs are going strong. Baseball season in full swing. And y'all know football season will be here before you know it. That means it's the perfect time to call our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. Stop spending your time and money driving around the city on game day. Make your home the place to be for friends, family, and yourself with a custom TV hookup from AV Consultations. I've met Tom. He's been on the radio with us. He's a great guy. He runs the company. Awesome dude. They've been in business since '88. They can hook you up the way they've hooked up thousands of people in Central Texas. And whether you want to do a home theater, man cave, outdoor hookup, whatever, AV Consultations has you covered. Give them a call, 512-255-8678, or check them out online at avconsultations.com. Okay, we back.
Back.
So I think we're so back, dude. We're so back. Texas football this year. Okay, here's a more of a fun question, because me and Aaron like to do this in the show. You're a Chicago native, born and raised, right?
Yes, sir.
Who is your favorite musician / rapper / artist from Chicago? That's tough. There's a lot of good rappers from Chicago.
There are.
Musicians.
There are, and I understand the timeliness of the question with Chief Keef releasing an album last week, and my brother said it was fantastic.
It's really good.
Listening to it.
Really good.
I was a really big Juice WRLD fan in high school.
Okay.
He was so popular when I was in high school, and it sucked when he died. I mean, when he passed away my senior year, we were all like what? Like, this dude isn't even at his peak popularity yet, and he was such I went to a White Sox game actually the summer before he passed, and he threw out the first pitch, and it was so cool. I was like, no way. It was him and Cole Bennett and a whole Lyrical Lemonade thing.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Yes. It was such a cool thing. And so I really like Juice WRLD. He'll probably always be my answer, but man, there's so many great artists from Chicago. I used to love Polo G. He just hasn't dropped any music in the last couple of years. Kanye West, everybody enjoys his music, some more than others. But, you know, Kanye West, you can't mention the Chicago music scene at all without mentioning Kanye. Chance the Rapper was huge at the first part of high school for me. I was a freshman when Coloring Book came out, and so he dropped that and then went on tour, and it, you know, captivated the entire city. Those are the ones off the top of my head. Lil Durk. I love Lil Durk.
Yeah,
Lil Durk is one of my absolute favorite artists. Almost Healed was a fantastic album. I loved listening to that last year. And yeah, another guy, like when he comes home to Chicago, he sells out the United Center. And my brother, who is like one of those like rap music snobs who like, you know, they listen to like some of the more like alt stuff or
lyrical.
You know, and they just think that they're like so much more sophisticated than you. Like, I love telling my brother every year, like, did you see that Lil Durk sold out the United Center last night? And he's like, you know, because his favorite artist will never sell out the United Center.
No,
but Lil Durk can.
His favorite artist would sell out Kane and Abel's when it was around.
Or like Mockingbird. Like
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Like, and so Lil Durk and Juice WRLD are my top two.
That's good.
There have been so many good ones too, though, like G Herbo and
I was about to mention G Herbo.
Vic Mensa and Common and you know
Common too. Damn, there's so many rappers from Chicago, dude.
There really are, and there's like they're good music groups.
They're good rappers, yeah.
Too.
I mean, I like Chief Keef. Chief Keef's my favorite rapper of all time, regardless of city or whatever. He's been my number one since Bang 1 dropped in 2011.
Wow.
At the first time I heard that, I was like, this is because my favorite rapper before that was Waka Flocka Flame. And then I heard Chief Keef, and I was like, oh, I like this even more. So this has been my favorite rapper for a while. But yeah, man, I forgot to mention, I visited Chicago a couple of years ago, and my uncle went to a Cubs game, and I fell in love with, man. What a great place. What a
amazing city.
It really is, man. It's just an incredible place. And I'm about to go visit the third like major city in the United States today. I've never been to LA. I've been to New York and Chicago, but I'll have to give my review on LA next week on the pod.
I'm excited to follow along with your weekend in LA, whatever you're posting, because
I'll post.
Fantastic. And there's so much, like, you won't get to explore the whole thing this weekend, and that's fine because it gives you a reason to come back. But the weather's good. The vibes are good. You'll see something you've never seen before, and just enjoy it, man. Like, it's a great city. Dodger Stadium's great. Every time, you know, I'm out with my friends and we're talking baseball, it gets brought up that I went to Dodger Stadium, and I show them a picture of the sun setting over Chavez Ravine, and like you're gonna love it. It's such an awesome time, and yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing about it.
Dude, thank you. Yeah, fly out in 3 hours. So I live pretty close to ABIA. So
okay.
But all right, last topic before we bring the other boys in. Okay, so what are you looking forward to this summer? What's going on? Are you going to be in Chicago? Are you going to be in Austin? What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to spending some time at home after 4 years of college. I graduated last weekend. Great experience. Loved it. Goodbye to Texas. I was ready to leave. Thank you. And I'm back home really until I start full-time work. And so still weighing some options, looking around, taking my time with it because I have the opportunity to stay home for a little bit this summer.
Yeah.
And I never thought I'd live at home again. Like, I had always thought that I would start working immediately after college and, you know, only visit on the holidays and stuff. And, you know, it's nice getting to spend some time at home. Like, I'm going to golf with 3 of my friends tomorrow.
That sounds great.
I'm going to go to a White Sox game here pretty soon and, you know, have a couple of new restaurants downtown that I want to try. So I'm going to make the most of my couple of weeks here. But yeah, you know, it's not like it's a different summer for me because every other summer had been summer vacation.
Yep.
And now it's just summer.
Those are over now, brother.
No one gets summer vacation once you graduate college. And so this is like, you know, time to work. And so, yeah, just going to enjoy it day by day.
That's a great way to answer it, man. Yeah, I'm going to be in Austin because I live here. So
I miss it all.
I'm going to be working a lot. That's going to be most of what I'm doing. This is a side gig for me. I work a full-time tech job, and
nice.
It's okay. It's No, I'm kidding. It's actually pretty chill, but it pays the bills. But it allows me to do stuff like this, which is like really important to me. Like I am I love sports, man. I love talking about sports. And also, Jason, are you doing any writing right now? Is there anything you can promote for your own brand?
So I'm still doing the podcast with the
Field of
Hook 'em
68.
Hoops. We are going to be doing a show. Our next show will be after the withdrawal deadline from the NBA draft. We're expecting some things to happen with Texas. They still have 2 scholarship spots to fill. I am of the opinion that if JT Toppin leaves the draft, goes to Texas, they'll fill that final roster spot like the next day or 2 days after. And then if he stays in the draft or doesn't go to Texas, they'll fill those 2 roster spots very quick. And so with that said, we'll have another show up pretty soon. It's the off season. Things are slow. We're still thinking of ways to keep it a little interactive as the season gets closer. But until I'm affiliated from now and then, that's what you can plug.
Hell yeah, dude. We'll do one more ad read and then we can get out of here.
Get out of here.
I meant to do 2 during the show. I only got to 1. Hey, Jason, are you looking for a new pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Because if you are, look no further than Covert BK. The newest set of dealerships from the Covert Auto Group, Covert BK has all the biggest selections of vehicles in Central Texas. Their service is second to none. They're going to treat you like family every time you come in, Jason. Every time you come in, treat you like family, my friend. Okay? And the pricing, you can't beat it. You just can't beat it. Okay? So please visit covertbcave.com for the latest specials and inventory, or stop by and see them today. Let's bring in Mr. Chip Brown. Chip. Are you eating? I'm sorry, brother.
What's up,
I'm
hello?
gesticulating a little bit. I got excited about the ad read. What can I do?
Oh yeah, man.
How you doing today, Chip?
You know what? I am happy to be alive. Happy to be breathing.
Love to hear that.
I'm on the right side of the dirt. You know what I'm saying?
Sir. Hell yeah. I love that outlook, man. That makes me so happy to hear.
That's right. That's
positive.
Right.
No, right. Chip's a positive guy. Chip's always been a positive guy.
Trying to stay positive. Got my man Zay.
What's up, fellas?
How's
it going?
Pretty good. Good show today.
Thank you, man. We appreciate it. We talked. It was very NBA heavy, but we just couldn't resist.
Right.
Every time I come on with Jason, we just talk hoops the whole time.
Yeah,
how can we not?
Every time it's just a hoops conversation for an hour. But I got to catch a flight. Actually, I'm going to LA in like 2 hours, so I got to head out. Thank you, Jason, so much for coming on, and thank you, gentlemen. Y'all take it over and appreciate it. Thanks,
Have a great show today, guys.
Peace out, guys.
Safe travels.
Appreciate y'all.
Safe travels. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you spent some time with us. Here we are on an off the rails Thursday. Zay, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
You know, chopping wood with a butter knife. But okay, I got a couple things. First of all, last night I went to, and my wife is telling me to quit typing, but I always type out the little tweet that we're on right at the beginning of the show. You know, we're very bootleg around here.
We're getting better, though. We're getting better. We're showing you videos, pictures. Hey, we're getting better.
Thanks to you.
We're still bootleg as hell.
Thanks to you. Thanks to you. You're cleaning us up. Making us professional.
Yeah, it's almost taken a year, but we're coming along.
Oh yeah, we're slow, but we're capable. Okay, so last night, my wife, who's awesome, she gets tickets to Austin FC. I had never been to a game.
Yeah.
I'd never been to a game.
Neither have I.
So we go to cover 3 to meet up before the game. Cover 3. I got to tell you, folks, I'm going to talk cover 3 right here for a quick second, because they've got this shareables menu that is to die for. So get this. During social hour, happy hour, 3:30, or Monday through Friday, 3 to 7, you can get these incredible deviled eggs for $7.
Damn.
This stuffed avocado that tastes like crab, it's unbelievable. $7. Their Nashville hot chicken slider is like a full-blown sandwich. $7.
Damn.
Their shrimp firecrackers that are amazing. $7. So I'm just telling you, cover 3 is on it. They are looking out for you. That's 3 to 7, folks. That's like, you can have a full meal for $7. So cover 3, doing a great job. Love the brunch, do it yourself Bloody Mary bar. Love the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. I will champion the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich at cover 3 till I die. And of course, Zay got in on the cover 3 burgers, the Chop House burger. But go to cover 3, 3 to 7, and get in on that social hour menu. All right. So we go to cover 3, pick up Doug Young, Katie Young, Doug Young, who started cover 3 back in 2008. And now look at them. Got cover 3 Round Rock, cover 2, 183 in Lake Creek. They're opening another restaurant in Hayes County. But he's a big soccer guy. And so we go to the game, and because my wife is so cool and good at her job, the company that she's doing work for gave her these Q2 Field Club passes.
Oh, that sounds exclusive.
Oh, we're down there when the players come. They walk right through the bar out to the field. And so we're there for that. It's fancy. And then, soccer, that one end of the stadium that's always blowing the horns, and it's so awesome. Such a great atmosphere. And Austin FC won the game on a goal with 5 minutes left. And It was like I guess they haven't been doing so great this season. So I feel like maybe we were the magic beans for them or something.
Okay.
But it was great. It was a great experience.
Yeah.
Have you gone to a?
Nope.
Yeah.
I wear my Austin FC shirt on the show every once in a while, but no, I haven't been to a game yet, man. I need to. It's right up the road from us. You and I live pretty close to each other, so it's right there. And yeah, I need to check it out. But yeah, MLS is popping. Austin FC has been really good for Major League Soccer. And yeah, I need to get there, man, because I heard it's a show. Yeah. Does it get loud? How loud was it?
Yeah, it was loud. Like that one end of the stadium, that those folks are awesome because they never sit down. And I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they get free tickets for being so animated and awesome, but that makes for a great atmosphere. And it was a lot of fun. I gotta say, and you're in and out. It's 2 hours, and that's it.
Yeah, just a 90-minute game.
90-minute game with little extra time, or whatever they call it, penalty time, or those few minutes they add on at the end.
Yeah.
So anyway, okay. The other thing I got, Zay, is the NFL schedule release came out. And how about this? Now, no one else cares about this, although Cowboys fans. The Cowboys and Lions are playing in Dallas the Sunday after the Red River Shootout.
Ooh.
I can make that work.
You can make that work.
I can make that work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the Lions are playing twice in the state of Texas. They're playing the Texans on November 10th. That is the Florida home game weekend. So if I'm really ambitious and feel like driving 6 hours, 3 hours to Houston, 3 hours back, I could make that work. But I'm pumped about the Lions-Cowboys game.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, we haven't really talked about his new deal.
We haven't. Jared Goff on that Sark time. $212 million chip. That's that Sark shit. The expectations. All right, Jared. Championship or bust, bro. You want it. This is what you want. When you accept that money, it changes everything. How we look at you, like Kirk Cousins. That's why Kirk Cousins is the biggest shyster in American history. The fact that Kirk Cousins has racked up all that bank with that very small amount of production, hell no, man. We can't let that ride. That's why Michael Penix is there to clean that up if things get a little dirty. And I ain't talking about the dirty bird. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you liked Kirk Cousins after the quarterback documentary.
I do. Don't mean he ain't on that win now time with that money that he accepted. Yeah, he didn't have to accept that. He could have been like, you know what? I haven't proven anything yet. Let's spread it out with my teammates. That might help me win. But no, Kurt said, I'm greedy.
That would be like a Saturday Night Live skit, by the way.
Hey, be greedy then.
Hey, we want to pay you $120 million guaranteed. Nah. Let's make it 60.
Yeah. Let's make it 60. You know what I'm saying? So that pressure, and then let it be known that I took less because I haven't proven it yet. You know what I'm saying?
The Ricky Williams contract, you mean?
The whose contract?
Ricky Williams when he signed with Master P.
Ricky has a heart. That Ricky Williams, he has a heart. Now, for a running back, I wouldn't recommend that. For a running back, it's different. Take that money, Ricky. It's different. You know what I'm saying? Because your quarterback could be dog shit and make the running back's life so much harder because we got 9 in the box. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different for Ricky. But for Kirk Cousins and now your boy Jared Goff, oh yeah. Oh yeah. We just drafted Terrion Arnold, so you can't blame the secondary anymore. We ain't blaming that. That's why we saw Terrion Arnold, right? All right then. Jared Goff, Super Bowl or bust. Now he's lucky that guy Patrick Mahomes is still in the league. Because if you lose to Patrick Mahomes, that's okay. I'm good with that. But in that weak ass NFC, Jared, you're the best quarterback in the conference, bro. You getting paid like it.
Weak.
Name the best quarterback in the NFC that's not Jared Goff.
I don't know, but
it's all. It's gonna take you. It's between your boy Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts. Unless you want to put your boy Brock Purdy in there, it's those 4 gentlemen, Chip. That's it. The NFC is that weak. Caleb Williams might be 5, and he hasn't taken a snap yet.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not as worried about Jared Goff. He showed me he can handle the fire.
All right.
That he's got to do it again against the Rams right out of the box. And why are the Lions? I mean, I'm happy that the Lions are going to Dallas. They went to Dallas last year and got totally robbed.
Yeah.
But that's all right.
It's all right, though.
It's all right.
Well,
First
it made
place
them
schedule.
better. Yeah. First place schedule. Woof.
First place schedule. Come on.
Hey, it's what you want. You'd rather be playing a first place schedule than a fourth place schedule. So,
how about Netflix? Netflix they're gonna handle Christmas.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. Am I gonna be watching it on my phone? Because my parents, they don't got Netflix. They're boomers. Now my in-laws, they're up on Netflix. They do a good job on that. I feel like they just watch streaming services. But
well, maybe you do the morning at your parents, and then in the afternoon
for the last few years, I think we've been doing Christmas Eve with my parents because my nieces, they got a big day on Christmas Day with my brother's lady and her family. But yeah, I'll make it work. Come on. Like, I got laptops, phones. I'll make it work. NFL greedy as hell. They just completely took over what the NBA had going on. Completely took over that. They said, we can care less. Like, it's supposed to be our day. Adam Silver looking at Roger Goodell. It's supposed to be our day. Roger Goodell, like, sorry, bud. I don't know what to tell you. When Christmas is on the weekend, what are we going to do? Postpone the league? Like, nothing you could do. So, Adam, you just got to take that ass whooping. And look, the NBA has way too many games on Christmas Day anyway. 5, that's excessive. That's a lot. That's too much. Maybe 2, especially with the NFL. I'll give you 2 games, NBA, and we're good with that. We don't need to see games throughout the day, 10 teams playing. No, that's unnecessary. But with the NFL competing for time, if I was the NBA, just go to 2. And Martin Luther King Day, not too far away, thrive from that. But yeah, it's the NFL's world, and the rest of these pro sports are just living in it. So what you gonna do? Especially with the circumstances of the 25th of December. Like, that's when teams are really gearing up for the playoffs and teams are fighting and scrapping. Like, hell yeah, we watching that. And that's when the end of our fantasy teams, the end of the league is coming. So we're watching that too. Like, yeah, NBA, might as well just sit back. You're already about to lose inside the NBA. Turner Sports, I think NBC is buying them out, which I don't know. I have mixed feelings because I love Shaq, Kenny, and Ernie and Chuck, but NBA on NBC, there's something very nostalgic about that. Like, even the song, yo, come on. Like, you think of Jordan, you think of Barkley back in the day, and Ernie Johnson, he already said he ain't going to switch, but those rest of those guys, I hate to see inside the NBA go, but NBA on NBC, if them and Peacock got the rights, hey, this might be it. This might be the last postseason we see these guys after them TNT games.
Did you see what Barkley said?
I did not.
So he apparently had kind of a sad goodbye type of, on
air?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Damn.
Because he's been very upfront about the fact that if TNT loses the NBA, he wants out.
Oh,
he want, some of the, like, Ernie's been with TNT forever. He'll stay, and like Barkley's not happy because he said the whole key to the show is Ernie.
Yeah,
but he so he said, he keeps saying we might lose it. But I mean, I don't know. How would it be? Who? I don't know. Would you watch
Bob Costas? We're bringing back Bob Costas.
Yeah.
Come on now, Bob. He might be aging a bit, but Bob's one of the best, man. Ahmad Rashad, we bringing him back? Like, I don't know. I don't know who they would take. I remember Bill Lambeard was one of their color guys. Not Bill Lambeard, damn it. Bill Walton. You know, he was one of their color guys for a long time. Doug Collins. You know, but
you're in no matter what.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have stopped watching inside the NBA just because as I age, sleep is definitely a priority in my life. So after that last game, it's tough for your boy to stay up another hour to watch these guys crack jokes, especially with the way media is. If they say something funny, like the whole Galveston thing, we'll see it in the morning. Like that's the stuff that I'm going to miss. Like Charles Barkley is just, there's nobody that will ever be like him. And
what makes him special?
Just his not giving a flying damn. He's always been that way. And he's polished up over the years. Like, go back to the 90s and listen to interviews. That Bama twang is there. Like, I don't know what. And it's still there, but he's gotten so much better over the years. And he's always had that, hey, I don't give a damn attitude. I am not a role model. When he said that, he meant that. And he has fun. Like, that's the best part about this job. You know, doing this with you every day, it's fun. So when you find that passion, especially after your first love is over with by retiring in basketball, like he found that, he ran with it. Ernie's the perfect person for him. Shaq was a good get for them for the last 10 years. And Kenny has always been terrific too. So yeah, it's going to hurt seeing those guys, but we're definitely going to miss Charles Barkley the most if NBC takes the rights.
Yeah.
Yeah. If like you see, Draymond Green is kind of like getting groomed to be that next Charles Barkley in the 30 years. Do you see it? Like they have him on Turner Sports. You're seeing him with the crew now. They put a fifth chair up there, and Draymond's been that guy. Draymond understands that Charles doesn't have many years, and Draymond, personality-wise, is the closest thing we've ever seen to Charles Barkley, especially with the way they play too. Like, they'll throw a dirty shot. Charles used to throw dirty shots all the time. You remember when Charles threw a dude out of the club back in Houston, threw him through the glass or some shit? Like, Charles is a little unhinged too. So Draymond is the closest thing we've seen to that. Draymond's going to be that next guy whenever he retires. He don't got many years left. So it's going to be soon. But
what do you think of what do you think of Kendrick Perkins on ESPN?
I think Kendrick's good.
I do too.
I think he's good. Yeah.
He calls it out, man.
Yeah.
He's like, he was going off on how ashamed he was that he voted for Gobert as Defensive Player of the Year after he got eaten alive by the Nuggets.
Yeah. I don't know why they voted him either. It just, Victor Wembanyama, his stats as a rookie, yes, his team sucks. It's just him. It's just him. That's what everybody used. Everybody looked at the record that the Timberwolves have, which is because of Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns first, then Rudy Gobert, and then they would look at the Spurs and look at Victor Wembanyama and be like, yeah, his team's the worst in the league, so we don't want to give him any awards, especially because that's not the standard that we have when picking awards during the season. That's why I was so pissed when Joker got MVP, because it's always been who has the best season, not who's the best player. Joker is the best player. So if we're going by those standards, then cool, that makes sense. But we've never went by those standards, Chip. Because if that was the case, then Jordan would have like 8 MVPs instead of 5. You know, it was always who had the better year on the best team. Oklahoma City Thunder, even though they're about to get out by the Mavs in a couple of days, they had the best record in the league. So it should have went to SGA. You know, so we got to change the standard. And they all have it messed up anyway by not doing it after the season. But if we're going to do it during the season, then pick the guy who had the best year. We know who the best guy overall is, especially with how the postseason usually plays out. But Rudy Gobert did not do anything to what Victor Wembanyama was doing, from switching off on guys, contesting shots. That's the biggest thing. Victor Wembanyama contested the most shots in the league by a mile. Sometimes it doesn't have to be blocks, but when you have guys on 3-on-1 breaks and they have the advantage, and the last person that one guy is, Victor Wembanyama, standing in the paint waiting, and guys don't take a shot, that's impact. Like that means something. In his first year, he should have been Defensive Player of the Year. He got absolutely hosed. He will be on first team all defense. Well, maybe. Hopefully they don't do that thing where they're just looking at different positions and the center spot is Victor Wembanyama, so he gets on second team because Rudy Gobert takes that first team. I hope they don't do that. Put both of those guys as bigs. They both deserve to make it, I guess. But Victor Wembanyama is so much better as an overall defender. Like, he won't get attacked by the opposing team. Like, the Nuggets are going at Gobert. They're putting him in bad situations. They're not going at McDaniels and Nikhil Alexander-Walker and Cat. They keep setting those on-ball screens by the guy that Rudy Gobert is guarding, and then they'll switch, and then Jokic will have Gobert, and on Gobert this past game, he went 8 for 9 on them. So that's not a Defensive Player of the Year to me. I don't care if Joker's a 3-time MVP. You don't attack the Defensive Player of the Year because he's the weakness on the team. That doesn't make
because
sense.
they switched him to Aaron Gordon when Gordon went for 40.
It's not a good look. It's not a good look.
He doesn't play physical at all.
CB hates Draymond. Chris Bennett hates Draymond, man. Well, I respect it, and I get it. He has some moments, a lot of moments where I'm like, dude, come on. You can't be this batshit crazy. But then he has some other moments, and maybe this is just us dark-skinned brothers uniting. He has some moments where I'm like, this guy says some really smart things. This guy knows what he's talking about. This guy is funny, personable, you know, if he just didn't do the crazy shit. If he didn't do the nuts punching people and kicking folks.
Maybe he can control that once he's in a suit on the set.
Yeah.
Maybe it's all heat of the moment.
Hey, he got his degree from Michigan State. You know more than I feel like that means something, don't it? Why are you shaking your head for? That wasn't easy. Come on. Don't be like that.
If you can fog a mirror, you can get into Michigan State. Sorry. I got so many friends who went to MSU.
Oh my God.
Great party school.
Really?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, with all the bad shit that's happened there, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. Good grief.
They got good college basketball and good hockey.
Yeah.
And they got a football coach who was thought he was calling a 1-900 number when he was talking to a woman who's anti, sexual acts against women.
Yeah. Yeah, Mel, that was just
come on, Mel.
Horny. That's a different level of horny, man.
Yeah.
Especially with the money he was getting paid. Like, that's some serious guap that he was making up there. As a brother, too? Come on. You don't throw that away. Because you horny? Come on, man.
Come on.
I don't know if Pornhub's banned in Michigan, but I'm sure he could have found something. That's what I'm saying. Once that urge
Cost
gets
him
off,
$90 million.
it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. You know what I'm saying? Once you're not the master of your own domain no more, your thought process, that post clarity, your thinking's different. You know what I'm saying? You're like, man, was I really about to do this? Man. Well, let's go watch some film. That's how easy it could have went. But that's what I'm saying. There's some freaks out there. Just can't help themselves.
That was 90 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, nope, we're firing you for cause.
Yeah. Cause you horny.
Cause you horny.
God, that makes me so bad. That makes me so bad.
That's what I always say. Don't cost yourself money. Don't cost yourself money. Don't hurt yourself. Don't cost yourself money. And by the way, we haven't really talked about this either because we talked about T'Vondre Sweat getting arrested. But KXAN did a good job of pulling up the police report from the accident. And Samaje Burrell hit T'Vondre Sweat's car and caused it to roll over onto its side and then took off.
Yeah.
He's been charged with, a 3rd-degree felony for leaving the scene. Yeah. And T'Vondre Sweat, big fella. Everyone's like, why did he not run? Well, because he was sideways trapped in his car, for crying out loud.
Wait, he couldn't get out?
Well,
I mean, it's probably tough to get out for him no matter what.
366 pounds. Suspended above his passenger, strapped into,
Yeah. Yo, he didn't come out with a scratch.
Right.
Like, didn't we see him like the next week?
Right.
He didn't come out with a scratch. Like, nothing happened to him at all. So,
Did you see his interview with the Titans? The Titans reporter.
Yeah, I did. After we talk to Lance, I'll play it.
Okay. All right. Let's bring in our SEC insider and prognosticator, an all-around great guy, the Lance Taylor of Lance'sLock.com.
Okay, 2 things. Have you guys ever heard of a money lay?
Ooh. I mean,
I had no idea. Anyway, I got brought up on the show today about, it was just one of those random questions. When you fly into Hawaii, they give you a lay. If you were to fly into Alabama, what would be the equivalent of that? And then my girlfriend told me when they would graduate high school, they got a money lay. And it literally was a lay with bills around it. And I didn't believe her. And she sent a picture of like 7 of her buddies with all these money lays. I'd never heard of a money lay.
Like, what kind of bills are we talking about?
Well, she said she was in the $20, but she said, 20s and 50s. But she said her friends, some of them were all hundreds.
Damn.
I think it's like the relatives all like pitch in, and instead of like you see like the movies like Goodfellas where they're just at the Italian weddings, they're just handing the envelopes full of cash. I think this is kind of the uppity California version. These Sweet 16 parties, I'd never heard of those either. So maybe it's just a California thing.
Okay, so where'd she go? Calabasas High?
No, she was in Westlake Village, so Malibu basically.
Yeah. Okay, that's fancy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, the debutante balls and all that stuff in the South.
Those are big. Yeah, those are big.
Do they still do those?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they sure do.
I'm like,
I know. It's just another thing to waste money on.
Oh, my gosh.
I met with a client last night, and he said that, his oldest daughter just got married. She's like 30 a couple months ago. And he's like, yeah, we got out about average. It was $125,000 our part for the wedding. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, I've got a soon to be 21-year-old, and thank God she's not dating right now because I don't want anything to do with that. Or like So this dude, his second daughter, he thinks is about to get engaged, but she's apparently like with some family that's loaded. And we were talking, and he was like, if they kind of say, hey, we'll take care of it. It's one of those things like if I'm at dinner with you two and one of y'all's like, hey, I'll take care of dinner. And I'm like, no, seriously, you go back and forth. I told him, don't hassle it. Just one time. Hey, no, you don't have to do that. When they're like, yeah, we do. Okay, it's all good. And just back up. The other thing I wanted to ask you guys about was we do a thing called Trash on the Table every day, which is just all the weird stories. Well, there's one coming up tomorrow where some chick went to the Bat Cave in Austin, and she got like this load of bats. Have you guys heard about this? And put them in her ex-boyfriend's apartment. And apparently one of the bats bit the boyfriend. He got rabies, and now she's been arrested. That's a crazy bitch right there.
Yo, the bats here, dangerous. Them bats are different, man. So, yeah.
Why? That's an animal I want nothing to do with. I've seen them hanging upside down, and those like fruit vampire bats or whatever get like 2 feet. And I've seen them just hanging asleep in the zoo, just pissing themselves. I want nothing to do with those bats.
Was she trying to be funny or
no? I think she literally lost her shit, and I don't know how she got a hold of the bats. I'm still trying to figure that out, but she got like a sack of the bats and then went to their place and just unleashed. And then when dude got home, he walks into a flurry of bats and he gets bitten. And yeah, it's out there. It's in y'all's illustrious city of Austin.
Yo, Lance, that's some crazy bitches in Austin, man.
They're everywhere.
Been here my whole life.
That's not just unique to Austin. Now that was a unique form of crazy, but
yeah, I'll give her a lot of credit. Like if this was the ESPYs, we've got our craziest bitch of 2024, and you go through the categories, and you've seen the old, we saw the rabbit in the pot with Glenn Close at Fatal Attraction, and we've seen the keying in the cars and all that kind of stuff. But rounding up bats from that cave, which I've only been to Austin one time, and I told you guys I had a great time, but I've never seen the Bat Cave. But I would assume that you've got to have some kind of skill set to be able to round up bats.
Yeah, I mean, normally they go on there's a cruise that goes on Lake Austin. You go under like the Congress Avenue Bridge where the Mexican free-tailed bats are known to congregate. And, as night falls, and they have this little infrared light that they shine so you can see all the bats hanging there. And then as night falls, they fly out from under the bridge to go get their mosquito dinner or whatever they're going to eat, and everybody watches them fly off. But I'm like,
maybe there's a way to stun them, like the tennis racket thing that you knock down like carpenter bees with. Maybe you pop one with that. I got a bird in my house last year and I couldn't do anything about it, and so I was chasing her. I was throwing a tennis ball at it. And it literally took me an hour. I had gotten home. I hosted trivia on Wednesday night, so it was late. It was like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and it was like middle of the summer. I was sweating my ass off, chasing this bird around the house. I didn't know what to do because I had the doors open, and I finally clipped it with the tennis ball. And when it went down, I had a can of Raid, and I just unloaded, and it was like some kind of sparrow, so it was like a brown sparrow. By the time I was done, it looked like a white dove. But if I would have pulled off a little bit, I probably just would have gotten a little sick. And then I probably could have let it come back to life. So maybe she did something like that. But I made sure that I unloaded and it didn't come back to life.
How much stuff did you break in your house throwing that ball around?
Yeah, it was a melee. And my Vizsla was going nuts, running circles. And
how did the bird get in? Just followed you in?
I really don't know, Chip. Yeah, that's a great question.
Because we have like ground squirrels that come up on our deck. I'm always like, keep that door closed. I don't need no ground squirrel inside the house.
Since we're talking wild animals, buddy of mine that owns a local deli, he was playing fetch with his Labrador 2 years ago, and his kitchen door was open, and he went back in there like after an hour, and he felt something. Said it felt like somebody hit him with a bat, and it was Copperhead. Got him on the leg. Yeah, about that. But hey, you need to keep those squirrels away because squirrels ended up getting in my attic. And they were all over the place. And I had to get one of these critter catchers to come out.
Oh, yeah.
It was like $3,000.
Oh, yeah. And you probably had a tree limb that was too close to your roof.
Yep.
and you have to get all those tree limbs trimmed back because, yeah, man. They have a way.
Squirrels are nothing but a rat with a fancy tail, so I got no problem killing a squirrel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Lance, 1,500 probably went to that dude's therapy session because that's some traumatizing shit, having to kill a lot of squirrels and stuff. Like, I don't wish that on nobody.
He said raccoons, bobcats. I mean, like, he's gone through the gauntlet of wild animals here in Alabama. Yeah, no thank you.
Man. All right. So NFL schedule release.
Opening night, me and you, Chip.
Rams, Lions again.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Look, I think you guys are going to be really good. It's going to be interesting to see with this guaranteed money from Jared Goff and how much he's eating up on that salary cap now. You know, how does he perform? Because, you know, I do think he performed differently in Los Angeles because I think there was more pressure there. I don't think he felt the pressure when he came to Detroit. But now, and I will say there was pressure going into last season because they were like the sexy, trendy pick. They go to an NFC Championship game. But I think this is going to be a fascinating year because I think the expectations for your lines are Super Bowl or bust. That sounds insane, but I think that's kind of the way it is. But, you know, where the Rams ended their journey last year in Ford Field, 24-23, losing in the divisional matchup, get to go back there Sunday night. I am in the minority here. I like my Rams games on Sunday. I like the 3 o'clock Central kick or 3:25. But Rams get 5 primetime games, and they kick it off with you guys on that first Sunday night and catching 3 points. I like the Rams in that spot, by the way, already. Lance'sLock.com. But, yeah, I just didn't like the fact that the Rams have 5 primetime games. I don't know about you guys. Zay, I don't know who you pull for. Who's your team?
I don't have an NFL team.
Okay.
Yeah, I just like follow Texas players and then see what happens there. So.
But Chip, I know 2 years ago you didn't have any primetime games, but as a Lions fan, would you rather have the traditional 12 o'clock Sunday kick, or would you rather have a primetime standalone?
Yeah, I want whatever's best for the players. And
Okay.
I thought it was interesting that JJ Watt said, here's what we look for as players when the schedule comes out. Thursday night games.
Yeah, I didn't hear what JJ said about that.
Yeah, so he said, you know, we look for Thursday night games. We look for prime time, obviously. You look for if you got to go to Europe, you know, because all this stuff that takes you out of your routine, he said. So I don't, if those primetime games, I know Thursday night is like the biggest blessing and curse. Players hate it because it's, you know, that tight turnaround and you tend to have more of a base defense and kind of a generic offense. You don't have that much time to game plan. But then after that game, you get 10 days. It's kind of like a little bye week. The Lions, by the way, got screwed on the bye week. 5 weeks in. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You want that bye week in mid-season.
Yeah, did you guys get an international game? The
No.
Rams have had 2, and I never want to see another one. I think it's the dumbest thing the NFL does.
I agree.
Yeah, I just don't get it. Jacksonville, I know they don't have a great fan base, but to stick them with 2 again.
Well, Mexico is one thing because it's in the central time zone.
Yeah, at least it's connected.
But when you're going, 9 hours, 7 hours different, I mean, that's a mess.
Yeah, it really is.
And then they tend to give you a bye after, but it's a mess.
Yeah. Hey, Lance, how optimistic are you for your Rams? Because, hey, Matt Stafford in a pretty weak NFC. If he's healthy and Cooper Kupp's healthy, yes, y'all lost Aaron Donald, but those main guys, if they stay healthy, then y'all could make some noise.
Yeah, look, I thought the Rams, the second half of the season, it started with that game in Baltimore, and not to bore everybody about the Rams, but they ended up going to overtime. They lost that game, and I think they dropped 6 and 7, and then they won out. And I thought they were really good. I mean, again, watching that Detroit game, they were right there with the Lions, and there was a late call on that long third down. Puka Nacua should have been pass interference, should have put the Rams in a position to possibly kick a winning field goal. With all that said, there's going to be more depth on the offensive line. I think Stafford's going to come back when he looks at guys like, he's won a Super Bowl. Joe Burrow's making $55 million. Now $53 million to Jared Goff. number 3, Justin Herbert over $50 million. And Matt Stafford's a guy that's won a Super Bowl. So they're getting elite money. I think he's going to play with a chip on his shoulder. If you can get Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, which is a big if, healthy for a full 17 with the way Kyron Williams ran the football last year, and then you get a guy like Blake Corum, who's going to be a really good backup running back to him. And up front defensively, I mean, you drafted to fill that need. You get Jared Verse and Brandon Fisk off of that really good Florida State defense. So to me, looking at the schedule last night, I think it's 10-7 or 11-6. I think either way, Sean McVay gets back to the postseason, and we'll see what happens from there. Luckily for Chip and for myself, we're in the NFC and we're not in the AFC, where it's just a complete gauntlet of just incredibly talented young quarterbacks.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So the Rams, what's going on with my man Tyler Higbee at tight end?
The last we saw was against your Detroit Lions at Cheap Shot. They go low and blow his knee out, and he's recovering from the ACL. So, that's why I was hoping they would get Brock Bowers, but that didn't happen. But Tyler, I think, is on pace to be back. I think he's going to miss training camp, but be back maybe the first month of the season. So that'll be good. But I don't know how effective he's going to be. You never know coming off these injuries. I don't know if you guys saw the schedule release. They sat down with Sean McVay after it, and they went through every game, and they asked him a different question. And we've talked about his photographic memory when it comes to a play call in a certain game. But this guy, I mean, did you see it, Zay? I saw you shaking.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It's
low-key terrifying.
Yeah, you got to watch this. It's almost like people that don't know any backstory on Sean McVay, they wouldn't believe it. They'd be like, this thing's scripted, because they would just be like, randomly, oh my God, who was Puka Nacua or no, Robert Woods jumped in the crowd back in this year against this team, and what rapper did he jump up to? And there was Aaron Donald celebrated his 100th sack against which team, and he was like, the play was Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals, and goes into everything, but he drills all 17 of them, 17 for 17. And it was one of the more insane things I've seen.
Yeah. Well, isn't he third generation?
Yeah.
His grandfather was an NFL coach and his pops and stuff. So, he was born with a football in his hand.
He was. But watching that schedule release, it's not as amazing. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the autistic kid that gets flown over Paris, and then they sit him down in front of a canvas and he draws Paris to a T. Insane. It's out there on YouTube. A lot of these crazy stuff's on YouTube. But the Sean McVay thing was pretty amazing.
Okay. I just found the JJ Watt, and I sent this to you, Lance.
Okay.
This is what he said. Here's what players look at. First game, bye week, Thursday night games, any other games that may disrupt routine recovery, international, Monday Night Football, etc. And then possible weather games, Buffalo in December, Miami in September, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're used to that Thursday night or Thursday morning standalone on Thanksgiving. That's one of the, as a Rams fan, I've never seen a Thanksgiving game, at least with the Rams involved. So I thought that would have been kind of cool one day to have that. But apparently that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm worried. I mean, I hope that Campbell going for it doesn't turn into what happened to Bill O'Brien with the Texans when he went for it against the Chiefs and the bar graph just went straight down.
Or Brandon Staley. He was one of those, former defense coordinator for the Rams, comes over, takes over the Chargers, really good quarterback in Justin Herbert, probably the best quarterback that has yet to win a postseason game. But, he got that fourth and one on his own 25 going for it. Those are great when you convert it and go down and get points, but when you don't and you lose the game, it gets magnified. And
the players know.
Right.
The players know. So this is, to me, we're going to learn a lot in that game against the Rams, because are those players still behind, Dan Campbell? Has anyone sat him down and said, okay, this is fine when you're trying to get into the mix, but when you're trying to get to the freaking Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think he's a really, really respected guy, though, because he played the game. He played it recently. I think they love the energy, the aggression. We had Terrion Arnold on last week talking about, him getting drafted. I don't know. Did you – and you guys forgive me because when I talked to you guys last week, I was trying to get out the door to go to the beach, and I'm not in a hurry today. But Terrion was on the show, and this got picked up by a lot of different outlets. I mean, almost everybody, Pro Football Weekly and NBC and USA Today, where I asked him, were you surprised that it was Detroit and Brad Holmes that made the call? And he said, well, I was up at number 12 and the Raiders did a coin flip between me and Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
I thought it was more of a figurative, like, hey, it was a coin flip between you two. But the way he laid it out is they actually flipped a coin. And then they reached out to the Raiders front office, and the Raiders said, we can't confirm that. They didn't deny it. And my whole thing is, hell, I don't want my front office flipping a coin over two players. Like, let's know who we're going to take in the first round with the 12th overall pick.
Yeah.
That's amazing. We talked about that because we're like, is that for real?
Yeah. But Terrion said he loved, I was trying a long way to get to my point. He loves Dan Campbell. He's like, there's just something about the dude, just meeting him, talking to other players that have been around him. So I think the Dan Campbell thing's great as long as you're winning. I think when you start losing, biting kneecaps, probably goes the other direction. Still think you're in good hands. I think you got one of the best GMs out there. You've got an owner that spends money now, and you got everything you need.
Yeah. Yeah. They actually are spending money, which is
shocking.
That's refreshing.
Yeah.
Shocking. I mean, the Bears, like we always could no matter what the Fords were doing, because they were usually tight and not doing things to invest in a championship until Mama Ford took over. But the McCaskies were always, you could always look down at the McCaskies because the Bears were notoriously cheap and poorly run. And then they end up, with Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. What do you think of the Bears? Are you buying? And they've, they made some moves to get themselves going.
Yeah, DJ Moore really came on at the end of the season. So I do think Caleb has got some weapons to work with. Couple of things, though. He is still a rookie quarterback. It was amazing what C.J. Stroud was able to do last year. That is the toughest division, at least going into the season, in my opinion, in all of football, because you saw the way Jordan Love was playing in the end of the season. Detroit is a top 5 team right now. Minnesota, if J.J. McCarthy comes in and lives up to potential, I mean, that's a team that was in the postseason just 2 years ago and one of the best teams to miss it this past year. And then, you mentioned the Bears. I thought they played well in the second half of the season with Justin Fields. I think they are building around him. I heard this morning that Hard Knocks is down to 3 teams: the New Orleans Saints, Denver Broncos, and Chicago Bears. I think they'll go with the Chicago Bears just because of the Caleb Williams angle. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I don't know if that matters or not. But
okay, so they're not doing the Giants, or is that the in season?
Yeah, Giants is actually it's front office Hard Knocks. So they're doing it. It's going to start early July, and it's basically going to go from end of the season through the draft, I think, and then maybe into rookie OTAs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the preseason Hard Knocks is between the Bears,
Saints, and Broncos.
Yeah.
I throw the Saints outside of the city. What's intriguing about the Saints? Denver, you might have a quarterback battle between Sam Darnold and Bo Nix. And you've got the Sean Payton angle, and is he really a good coach or not? Time will tell. I mean, I know he's won a Super Bowl, but was with Drew Brees. I'm not the biggest Sean Payton fan in the world, by the way.
Yeah, his like I covered him when he came with Parcells to the Cowboys, and I always liked Sean Payton, and I kind of liked what he was doing in New Orleans. But man, since he's gotten to Denver, it's like ego's gone wild.
Oh, it's insane. Yeah, I remember him just crushing. Was it Paul Hackett and everybody? Yeah.
Then he crushed Russ.
Coach.
Yeah.
It seemed like he was taking. Seemed like he was taking up for Russ in crushing Nathaniel Hackett, and then he ended up crushing Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
It wasn't his fault. Wasn't Sean Payton's fault, by God.
Oh, of course not. Of course not.
And now he's got Bo Nix.
And that's a polarizing topic because I've talked to a lot of people that believe Bo's going to be really, really good at this level. I think the interesting thing will be Bo and his athleticism. And, I called him backyard Bo. But some of the plays that he would make, just extending plays, like zigzagging all over the backfield and like literally. And that's what I saw with Russell Wilson early on in his career in Seattle. And you didn't get that, obviously, with this version of Russell Wilson in Denver. But I do think Bo is going to give a lot of teams a lot of problems with his legs. I just don't know if he can make those intermediate throws, if he can hit those really tight windows. I heard Nick Saban talking about him on the draft saying, look, he led the FBS and completion percentage. There's a reason for that. Now, when you watch it, there's a lot of point guard, a lot of dinking and dunking, but he still did complete 78% of his passes, which is incredible.
Yeah. What do you think about Jaden Daniels in Washington, and what are you expecting from Jaden Daniels in year one?
We had on, I don't know how familiar you guys are with Josh Pate. I'm sure you kind of.
Oh yeah. Josh Pate. That's my comrade at 24/7.
Yeah, he does a great job, and he was on it. I thought this was an interesting take because we were talking about LSU, and he was like, they've got a high ceiling but a low floor, because what people really won't talk about, they'll talk about Jaden Daniels losing the Heisman Trophy winner. What they don't talk about really was his production with his legs and what he was able to do with his legs. Led LSU back-to-back years in rushing. I just wonder if Jaden's going to be able to really do that at the next level. Lamar's able to do it. Justin Fields able to do it. I assume he's going to be able to do it. And if he's able to do that, I think Jaden's going to be really, really good. The thing you worry about is you look at his build, and unlike a guy like Bryce Young, who just wouldn't take hits, Kyler Murray doesn't take hits, Jaden Daniels takes hits. And he, never went down with one of these injuries over the last couple of years at LSU. But now that you get to this level, is he going to be able to hold up for 17 games? Because, they list him at 210, and maybe he's 210, but he still looks really, really wiry.
He reminds me of RG3 from a build standpoint.
Yeah, I think that's a good comp. I think RG3 had some injuries before, so I think that was kind of a concern. I do think Jaden Daniels, and this is crazy because RG, that year they won 10 games at Baylor, which was like an unheard of thing, and beat Oklahoma that year. Like RG was really good that year, but I still think Jaden Daniels is better in college.
Yeah. I do too, and I hope, because I took him in my rookie dynasty draft.
Wow, you're already drafting, and it's May?
I know.
Yeah, rookie league.
Yeah. So I got Roma Dunze, Jaden Daniels, Ben Sinnott, and Isaac Guerrero with the 49ers. And
no Jordan Whittingham?
No. I've got really good receivers. I just love Roma Dunze. I probably should have taken a running back, but
okay. How deep is your league? How many people are in it?
12.
Did even one person take Puka Nacua last year?
No.
I wouldn't have either.
He got picked up on waivers.
Yeah.
And these guys are all sharks. I'm like, it's enough for me to get my lunch before I get on the air,
That is one of the mysteries, they talk about, mysteries of life, the 8 wonders, 7 wonders of the world. Like how some people are so good at fantasy football makes 0 sense to me.
I mean, they're obsessed with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not obsessed with it, so I get my ass kicked. But it's every once in a while. I'm rebuilding.
Yeah. Hey, look, cyclical, right?
I got Dak. I gotta have some insurance.
Hey, so I see one of your sponsors, 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
We don't have 7-Elevens in this state.
Wait, what?
Y'all don't?
Yeah. Mm-mm.
You don't?
Wow.
What's going on with that?
I don't know. I've never understood that, because there's not like a go-to that is kind of even like a 7-Eleven. And like, we've got convenience stores and gas stations all over the place. I don't know why they haven't invaded the state. Like one of my favorite things to do Just to show you how poor I was. One of my treats when I lived in LA was I would walk to the 7-Eleven, and I was in Westwood, and I would get me a big-ass Slurpee, and I'd get the LA Times Sunday edition. And I love me some 7-Eleven. You get anything in there.
Oh, anything.
Oh, I mean, nothing like a
Chicken
Slurpee.
wings on point.
You say anything. I had 2 dudes I knew that pulled one of the 7-Eleven cashiers out of there one time. That was a random story. Yeah.
Oh, Nelly. All right. So
Boulder, Colorado.
Wow. I thought that was LA. They're robbing folks at Boulder. Damn.
Right.
You were living in Westwood, though. I mean, what, were you on the UCLA campus?
No, I was on the other side. So I lived on Bentley Avenue. So it was on the other side of Pico and Olympic. So you had to cross, I think it was Olympic, to get into the true Westwood. Now so the campus was on the other side. That's a beautiful campus, by the way. It's a weird town, but anyway, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Who are the greatest offensive-minded head coaches in college football?
In college football, we saw a list today. I think it was from the Sporting News, and they did their top 25 coaches. Have you guys seen this yet?
No.
You need to pull it because Sark is definitely on there, and I had a problem where he was. Sark is one of those guys. He is one of the best offensive-minded head coaches. Is kind of why I was getting to that point. Lane Kiffin was on that list. I think Lane Kiffin is one of the great offensive minds. Lincoln Riley has fallen on that list. He is one of the great offensive minds when it comes to college head coaches. Kalen DeBoer, now in Alabama, is one of those guys. Let me see if I can round out a top 5. Oh, back in the day, I might have gone Mike Gundy. Josh Heupel, if they go more 2021 with Hendon Hooker, I think Heupel could be one of those guys.
Okay.
Well,
but this list is really interesting because everybody knows who number 1 is, right?
Kirby.
Yeah, I mean it's a given. I mean Kirby is built a dynasty and he's sustained a dynasty, and even though they didn't make a college football playoff last year, you can still make the argument like if they would have gotten in, they probably win it all. They were still maybe the best team in college football. So 1 was easy. 2 is when it gets really subjective on that list. And, I just threw out, I was like, just based on what he's done, maybe it's Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah. Well, they've got Dabo.
They've got Dabo at number 2. Yeah.
They've got Dabo at
number 2. 0
2.
transfers, Lance.
No,
we talked about this yesterday. How is that possible?
I think it is impossible. And I said the only thing worse about when Dabo speaks is when Dabo speaks down to us, which he kind of was talking about. Recruiting is basically the portal. You're bringing in new guys. Well, no shit. We knew that. There was only 4 teams that did. I'm sure you guys talked about this. Army, Navy, Air Force. Okay. Military academies. I get it. The 4th is Clemson, and today's NIL and transfer portal, you don't take advantage of that. That maybe you're a little weak at wide receiver. Go out and get a really good wide receiver.
Yeah, they had not lost 4 games since they went 6-7 in 2010.
Yeah, that's why I think, and I said this earlier today when we were talking about this list with Dabo at number 2, like he'll never get fired from Clemson, nor should he. He's the greatest coach in the history, not even close, and he's probably a top 25 all-time coach with multiple championships now. But I do think this is a big year for Dabo because last year losing those 4 games, and they didn't even seem close. And the way the offense, from 15 to 19, that was a mini dynasty, and they were doing some dominant things, and they had a lot of skill, and they had great quarterback play. And since then, you just hadn't seen it. And you would at least think that brand, with what they did, would still be able to recruit those positions. So I think it's a really, really important year for Dabo because Florida State had that, it seems to me kind of a one-off year. They've lost so much in the draft, and we saw when Jordan Travis went down, they weren't even close to the same offense. I don't expect Florida State to be back. Everybody's talking about Miami, but Mario Cristobal, what has he ever really done? So the ACC is wide open. It should, if I'm a Clemson fan, I'm like, we can't go 2 years back to back without winning this league. This is a league that we should own. We own forever. So if I'm a Clemson fan, I fully expect them to win the ACC, or I expect, if I'm a Clemson fan, for Clemson to be able to win it. But I don't know. I kind of lean Clemson or Miami. I don't know where you guys are on the ACC.
Well, how crazy is it that DJ Ungalale is now the quarterback at Florida State?
You know what I think? When I think about DJ, I think the number 8. I think he's an 8-win quarterback. You know, whether he's at Clemson, which wasn't fair. I think the record was better, definitely. Oregon State. I don't know how good of a quarterback he is. You know, I mean, I think he's solid. I think maybe the best game we ever saw him play was the first game he came in for Trevor Lawrence against Notre Dame. Even in a loss, he put up massive numbers. And I was like, damn, this kid's going to be really good. He's massive. Seems like he's got a good arm. But after that, he had no touch. He looked confused. He looked slow. And I just don't know what you get. I think he's not as good as Jordan Travis, in my opinion.
Right. I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, Zay and I talked about this yesterday. I agree. I think this is a crossroad year for Dabo. He's kind of digging in and kind of like, I'll be damned if I take a transfer now. Everybody wants me to take a transfer.
It's look, I know we all plagiarize each other's stuff, but another exercise we did today, which I kind of brought up, like how many, now that we've gone from BCS to 4 teams to 12 teams, how many fan bases is it literally 12-team playoff or bust? And, you know, I think for Dabo, if I'm a Clemson fan, like we used to live in a 4-team playoff. If we can't get to 12, I'm pissed. You know, Ole Miss, they've spent all this money. Lane Kiffin is getting paid like a top 10 coach. He went out and spent a ton of money in the portal. If I'm Ole Miss and I can't get to a 12-team playoff, it's a complete disaster. But I think there's some programs out there, if you don't get to a 12-team playoff, complete disaster.
We said that about Texas.
Oh, yeah. Texas got, I don't want to say teased because I think, you know, Texas is going to be really good this year. But if you go from, you know, having an opportunity to play for a national championship and getting to that postseason, and then it expands to 12 and you don't get there this year. And I know the excuse will be the SEC, but the fact of the matter is 3, maybe 4 teams from the SEC are going to be there. And if you're Texas, I mean, we know it's Georgia, but then it's Alabama or Texas. You're definitely in the top 3, at least coming into the season.
Yeah. And you're representing the SEC on the video game with Quinn Ewers on there with Donovan Edwards and Travis Hunter.
Donovan Edwards on there. I know Michigan won it all, but, you know, Donovan Edwards was really good in that championship game, but there's better players. Ollie Gordon's a better back than Donovan Edwards.
Yeah. I think they're trying to do the conferences. And since Colorado, Travis Hunter's there, he's taken up the Big 12 spot.
I get Travis Hunter.
Yeah, but I don't know who would take it for Big 10.
Lane has averaged 20 transfers each of the last 3 years. Lance, he took 23 transfers in a cycle. Yeah. That's what you used to take for high school kids.
This is a night on Tinder for Lane, though. Just swiping. You do the same with the portal, man. He's used to these numbers. Like, I can figure it out. I got all these faces. I got the qualifications. You know, we can get it done. I can know these people for just a little bit. It might be a year, might be a month, might be a day, but
that's funny. I mean, he's bringing in, like, the one thing I'll say about Sarkisian, he has never brought in an offensive lineman in the portal. He's like, we're going to grow them ourselves. We want to train them in our culture. We want guys who grow up in the program together. That's what Saban did.
Okay, but it seems on the surface, Chip, I agree, it's the way to do it. But then you get a guy like Caden Proctor, you know, where the rumor was he had a girlfriend that was at Iowa, and so he wanted to leave the program.
And it's undefeated.
Yeah, it is. You know, the Brockenmeyer boys, you know, one of those guys comes to Bama and they think he's going to be one of the next great offensive linemen, and now he's on the TCU. I mean, these guys, it's just hard to keep them happy. And I think that's one of the unfortunate things about, you know, the portal right now is like, I don't know how realistic it is to keep somebody 3 or 4 years at the same program.
Yeah, if they're not. Yeah. I mean, and Sark kind of said that. He's like, you know, if you're a junior and you feel like it's your time, I get it. He's done.
Think about this. So Jermaine Burton plays for a national championship, wins it, and then transfers out to Alabama, the team he played against. Caleb Downs, you know, lost in overtime to the eventual champion Michigan, was basically offered a blank check from what I hear, and still decided to leave Alabama to go play for a coach that has never won a national championship. So, like, you can't really say there's no way this guy would leave X to go to Y because it's being done now.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. So on the sporting news list, you said you didn't like where Sark was at number 6. Where do you think he should be?
I mean, look, if you wanted to put him at like right around 10 or 11, I could do that. My thing with Sark, and look, he won a big game in Tuscaloosa. I mean, I don't know how big the Big 12 championship was because they were kind of a heavy favorite there. So everybody expected them to win that. He hasn't won a ton of big games as a head coach. He's had 2 really good jobs before the Texas job in Washington and USC. And then Texas, in those 3 jobs, he's only won double digits 1 time. So, like, I don't know. Look, it's almost like saying, okay, Sonny Dykes needs to be in the top 10. Ain't a chance in hell. Right. Like, and I saw they had Sonny Dykes at number 25. I don't think, like, nice guy. We've had him on the show a bunch. I don't think he's top 25 coach. There is definitely 25 other guys I would take before Sonny Dykes. And I think there's 7, 8, 9 coaches I would take before Steve Sarkisian. That's not saying he's a bad coach. One of the best offensive coordinators I've ever seen.
Right.
And really good year last year. And look, the narrative completely changes if they play for a national championship or win one this year. Then you can go back and you can say, look, Sark had a lot of demons. He was learning on the fly and got a little bit better. And once he had the redemption project under Saban and came out, he was a much better head coach. And look, there are coaches where you see examples of coaches that get much better as they get older in life. And, you know, maybe this is it. Hopefully for Texas fans, that is it with Sarkisian. I was talking to some of the internal Alabama guys, the behind-the-scenes guys that work with Sark, and they all love him. They were just like, he is salt of the earth, great guy. So, you know, I'm not taking a shot at Sark. You know, I was a little surprised that Texas fans were that excited about him based on what he hadn't been able to do as a head coach before. But he did show me something last year. But there aren't any excuses this year. I think you got an elite quarterback with yours. You've got all the talent you want on that roster. And, I mean, look, it gets more difficult because you're in the SEC. But, again, with that brand, they could realistically go 9-3 and still get to a college football playoff.
Yeah. Of the offensive-minded head coaches, you know, Lincoln Riley was the gold standard. Is he still the gold standard? Like USC's defense and all that, you know, the offense still was, you know, it was the reason they won games.
Yeah, I mean, Miller Moss in his first start threw 6 touchdowns. I know it was a Holiday Bowl against Louisville, but like whoever his quarterback is, I mean, they're going to be good. I mean, he's had 3 Heisman winning trophy quarterbacks now, and Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and Caleb Williams. So if I'm an offensive guy, yeah, I mean, I would want to play for a guy like Lincoln Riley. But if my son was a 5-star quarterback, my questions wouldn't be whether or not my son can get to the NFL and put up big numbers. It'd be like, I want my son to win a championship. What are you doing to address the defense? And it drives me crazy because as talented as they've been offensively the last couple of years, they haven't been good teams, not even close to good teams. And really it was smoke and mirrors in his first year at SC in 21 when Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy because they were winning games like 40-39, and then they finally got exposed against Utah in the Pac-12 championship game. Just what wasn't really a good team. But I think offensively, he is still one of the best. But, you know, maybe DeAnton Lynn, son of Anthony Lynn, comes in from UCLA, takes that defense over. Maybe things change, but I've got to see it before I can believe it.
So Lincoln Riley, Steve Sarkisian, Kalen DeBoer.
Yep. Lane Kiffin.
Ryan Day and Lane Kiffin. You think those are the top 5?
I could go with that, yeah. I didn't even mention Ryan Day when I brought it up earlier, but, yeah, I mean, you can't – I mean, again, Ryan Day is like been a better version of Lincoln Riley at SC because Ohio State's defenses, you know, are still good. Yeah, Ryan Day, he can call a game, no doubt.
Do you think Dan Lanning could steal one of those spots?
He could, you know, back to defensive guys. I mean, Kirby is the bar. But Lanning just, you know, to me, and maybe this is just kind of a growth curve kind of thing, you know, he got out-coached both of those games against DeBoer last year. And so, you know, you got to start winning some of these games. And again, I know there's a little growth period to that. But if I'm an Oregon fan, if I don't get to a 12-team playoff, they're another one of those programs. To me, it's a disaster.
Yeah, I think DeBoer is going to be really good.
I do too. It's just so different from the way they're operating in Tuscaloosa. I think I might have told you guys, looking through notes, and then they had the playlist at the bottom. I think I did tell you because I think Zay was laughing about that. Yeah. Like Nick Saban, I mean, feet on table at coaches' meetings, everybody laughing, people walking in the halls, slapping high fives. It's different regime, which, again, if you're DeBoer, this is the way you did it at every single level, from Sioux Falls to Fresno to Washington to now Tuscaloosa. There's no reason to change your methods. But if it doesn't work out, Alabama fans will be saying, like, if they were to lose that big noon kick in Madison the week before the Georgia game, and I've seen an early line, and that's only Alabama 8, and this is Luke Fickell's second year. Boy, I can't even imagine how bad it will be if you were to lose that game. Like, I think there's going to be an expectation, as long as they play Georgia really tight, and it's a great game. If they lost in Tuscaloosa, okay, this is where we should be. Not that big of a deal, although Nick Saban was 5-1 against Kirby Smart.
Well, I heard when Saban took over the job at Alabama, he told Mal Moore, hey, tell those big money guys they're not coming to practice, but they're going to like what they see on Saturdays. I mean, what was Saban's policy about who got to come to practice?
Well, I think Saban was given a heads up, when Mal was really courting him, and I'm sure you guys have heard the stories where he sat in the driveway and wasn't going to leave till he got into Tuscaloosa. But I think Saban's one of his massive concerns was, I can't have boosters coming to practice, calling me up on my cell phone, telling me personnel moves. He shut that down immediately. It changed the entire culture in a good way. My fear for DeBoer is, I think he definitely wants to run it his way, but I've told you guys, he likes to say yes. He doesn't say no a lot. And so I think if, they call it the Red Elephant Club, and there's different chapters all over the state, and these are big money guys that give a lot of money to the program. But as these guys meet DeBoer, I could see some of these guys kind of infiltrate their way into practice. And, I think that could be a fear for Alabama fans too. DeBoer has got to learn. He's a nice guy. You don't want him to not be nice, but there's got to be a fine line of, hey, we can't step over this.
It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah. I think the SEC altogether, fellas, this is going to be an incredible year, because you got a team like Tennessee with Nico coming in that was so good 2 years ago. They should have been in the college football playoff. I think it's a pivotal year.
Over your Trojans.
I know. Yeah. Year 3 for him to see, is it more year 1 or year 2? Hugh Freeze in year 2. This Auburn team is getting playmakers quietly. I think Auburn's going to be a lot better than people expect. Missouri and Ole Miss have expectations they've never had on those programs before. You've got a team in the Florida Gators where they've got maybe the most difficult schedule in the history of college football going into a season on paper. Kalen DeBoer, his first year after Nick Saban. LSU, what is year 3 going to be like with Brian Kelly? What does Georgia play like after missing a college football playoff? I mean, Texas in year 1, Oklahoma in year 1. To me, I can't remember, maybe this is because we're less than 100 days out, being this excited about a college football season, especially in this conference. And I'm so excited that I've been coming on with you guys that it used to be like I was the SEC guy, and now it's not like you even need me anymore, but now we get to talk SEC together.
Yeah, man.
Well, and what do you think of A&M? Because
I like Elko. Elko wasn't one of those top 25 guys. And, I thought what he did, winning 22 games in 2 years at Duke. And he's a guy that's been there before, so he knows where the bodies are buried in College Station. I don't know how good they're going to be this year. I think we get to see week 1 against Notre Dame when they host the Irish, and I think Notre Dame's going to be really good in Marcus Freeman's 3rd year with Elko's former quarterback and Riley Leonard. But yeah, I think this is the 1 year though that Mike Elko can maybe relax a little bit. If they were to go 7-5, I think A&M fans would say, okay, I like where this is going, but sooner than later he's going to have to do something. And the numbers just aren't there. I mean, I'm laying out all these programs, and they all can't be good because they're all going through the gauntlet of this SEC scheduling. Who ends up being bad? Like, I don't foresee a time when Texas is going to be bad, Alabama, LSU, Georgia. But then you start talking about Tennessee, Florida. You start talking about Auburn, Oklahoma. I mean, it's just impossible for all these teams to be good. So here we go. I can't wait, though.
Who do you think's in the SEC championship game right now? You're way too early.
Yeah, I'm going to go Georgia, Alabama again. But if it's not, like, I would go on and just pencil Georgia in. As long as Carson Beck stays healthy, I think Georgia's going to be that good. I think they'll lose a game somewhere because it's going to be really difficult for a team to go 15 or 16-0 with these expanded conferences and how much talent has come in, and then getting to a college football playoff and winning 2 or 3 games. I think Georgia drops a game, but I fully expect them to be there. I would be surprised if they weren't. And then, to me, it comes down to Alabama or Texas. But I think it'll be one of those two. But, you know, if you were to tell me that LSU found their way there, I wouldn't be blown away. If you were to tell me Ole Miss, just because I've never seen it, I'm still not going to be blown away because of the talent. Oklahoma, Auburn, those would surprise me. Missouri would surprise me. I really, you know, I think it's 3. And if I'm going to go a 4th and a 5th, it would be LSU and Ole Miss. I think outside of 5, I think it's going to be hard for one of those teams to find themselves in the conference championship game. But again, those teams could find themselves in a college football playoff. And it might be better, and I'm sure you guys probably discussed this, to maybe be 10-2, not playing in the conference championship game, than to be 10-2 playing in it, losing, dropping to 3 losses when you've already got a ticket in.
Yeah, my gut is Texas will be 10-2. And look, you're going up to Michigan. I mean, that defense, Michigan's defense is still legit.
No, Texas is going to beat Michigan.
I mean, they should. They should. Quinn Ewers, he's had it. He's handled the big stage on the road. You know, but you play OU, you come back the next week, you play Georgia. And
give me this scenario. Texas 9-2 and losing to A&M to close out the season to get pushed out of the college football playoff.
Oh, bad.
Oh,
I mean, that's like nightmare stuff, right?
That's nightmare.
Yeah.
That's nightmare.
Yeah.
That's nightmare because A&M made the no one believes me on this, but A&M made the decision to fire Jimbo when they did because they felt like Texas was trending toward a Big 12 championship and the college football playoff, and they wanted to be first in on picking, you know, having their pick of coaches, and then they fumbled around.
I agree with you, but, you know, you could have got Elko at any point.
I know.
That was what was so – and I like Mike Elko, and maybe he ends up being the next great coach now that he's got this opportunity. But, man, I agree with you. I thought it was really, really weird. But maybe he is the next Steve Spurrier. Spurrier, you know, at Duke and to Florida.
Ross Bjork, who's now fumbled his way into the Ohio State athletic director job, he was interested in Mark Stoops. And then the chancellor was like, no.
That's why I give Greg Byrne and Alabama a lot of credit that they kind of went off the map with the Kalen DeBoer hire. Because, you know, I was the one when Saban retired. I was like, if they get this thing right, they're going after Kalen DeBoer. And a lot of people are like, you're crazy. He's a West Coast guy. He can't recruit around here. And I'm like, dude has won absolutely everywhere he's gone.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Nick Saban is not a Southern guy. He's from West Virginia. You know, I mean, the great coaches can figure this thing out.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think
he has to have like an Alabama twang or something to relate to these kids, Lance.
I'm telling you, man, I lived through it. It's like from Bear Bryant to Ray Perkins, you know, to Mike Dubose, Mike Shula. I mean, there was a time you couldn't be the head coach at Alabama unless you had an Alabama tie.
Wow.
But it's like Sharon Moore, you know, if he wasn't a Michigan guy, would he have gotten that job? Even winning 4 games as an interim coach, there's no way he gets that job. I don't think.
Right.
I think they go somewhere else. So you get that a lot, you know, teams that will go back to the well to bring in one of their own. And there was another better example. Oh, Mark Pope at Kentucky. I mean, come on. Like, is there any chance Mark Pope, BYU's coach, who had yet to win an NCAA tournament game, is going to get the Kentucky job if he's not a former Kentucky player? Like, to me, that's like dumbass stuff. And again, maybe Mark Pope ends up being great, but you know, if I'm Kentucky, I'm going out and I'm getting the best coach, proven coach available.
Yeah. What do you
think? We get to get basketball too. Boy, the conference is going to be incredible in basketball.
Oh man, no doubt. So Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame? You buying stock in Marcus Freeman?
I mean, maybe it's just he looks so good on the sideline.
Yeah.
Like
He
if my
looks
coach
like
was going to look like, I mean, he looks like, a cover model for GQ, but it seems like all the players like him. I remember the first time I watched him coach was against Iowa State in that bowl game, and he just looked like a head coach. And I'm pulling for him. And I, we went through the schedule today. If Notre Dame beats Texas A&M, watch out, because I think they've only got maybe one loss on their schedule. I think they're going to go 10-2, but with their brand, I think they get into the 12-team playoff. Riley Leonard's got to stay healthy, but I think he's going to be even better than Sam Hartman was. Sam Hartman, and they were like better than advertised last year. Early in the season, if they would have beaten Ohio State, where Ohio State scored on that final play of the game, if they would have held on, the narrative is completely different on year 2 with Marcus Freeman. But I think this is going to be a special year for Notre Dame. Like, I don't think they're going to win a championship, but I think if they get by A&M, their only other potential pitfall to me could be the last game of the season against USC in the Coliseum. But who knows, by then, maybe SC's 5-6 and they've tapped out.
Yeah, because they've not really come down on their academic standards, Lance, and that's why Brian Kelly wanted out of there.
Well, we got to get past that. There was a time where I would go to this shed at this apartment complex in Tuscaloosa, and I'd leave an envelope with $60 in it. And then I'd go back 3 days later and I'd get my paper, my essay that was written for me. And those were just things that happened. And if I'm a realistic fan, all these kids are taking classes online. I want, some random foreign exchange student. Like if I'm Riley Leonard, Riley, you ain't taking your test. This guy's behind the computer. Nobody's going to know it. Realistically, these guys are paid employees now. I think you guys, I'm sure, have discussed it. Sooner or later, they are going to be employees. And that's when a lot
Well, and the NCAA did away with the standardized tests last year, 23. Now it's you as a school have to decide if the kid can make it or not.
Yeah, and I don't really know how you can get an education jumping around like they're jumping around anyway.
I know.
Yeah, like you don't even have time to move in and move out of like a dorm or an apartment. So like I have completely thrown it out the window. I thought it was, kind of a novel idea to have student athletes, and that's awesome. This guy's getting his degree, but I'm a realist now, and it's $1 billion industry, and it's for our entertainment. I think the kids are getting paid now. They know that. And, if they want to get a degree, great. If they don't, I really don't care now.
Well, and it's the NFL farm system, and we're finally acknowledging that it's the NFL farm system. I've always said the NFL should have to pitch in to help pay for shit like the concussion database and health insurance for student athletes after they leave college. Of course, the NFL won't pay for health insurance beyond 5 years after their own players retire, which is just criminal.
They can't afford it, Chip. They can't afford it. Come on.
Yeah, the NFL, they don't have any money. You're talking about a broke entity?
I mean,
reminds me of the WNBA. By the way, the WNBA's flying private now.
Caitlin Clark effect.
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Who got her
treating her like how the Pistons used to treat Jordan, Lance.
Yeah. I tried to watch the other night.
They're taking her out when she's in the air.
I tried to watch the other night. She should have stayed at Iowa for one more year. I know she's going to make her money, but it is so different trying to watch her with the Indiana Fever. That is an unwatchable product. Watching her with Iowa, I thought it was kind of fun. Yeah. Maybe it's just a pageantry of college basketball, but I don't know. Anyway, completely different.
All right, lanceslock.com. We've kept you forever.
No,
sorry.
1-1 last night, 3 plays up right now, including no, I didn't do it tonight. I was going to say a WNBA play.
I was going to say
we're 15-4 in the UFL this year. Ooh. So how about that? Jump on board, $100 a month, get a free play every day. Sample us out. If you don't like it, you can jump off. But we are prepping up. We're already 40-40. Already started prepping for the college football season. We previewed Houston yesterday. We previewed who did we preview today? Oh my gosh, why am I forgetting this?
K-State.
James Madison. K-State's going to be higher than 39. JMU with a new head coach and a new quarterback. So anyway, getting ready for this. It's all I do. I love it. Take a lot of pride in it. And it's a good side hustle. So to help me feed my kids.
People should get on board just for your UFL picks.
Right.
I mean, that's like, I don't enjoy watching spring football, but I enjoy like watching something that will make me money. Like I go on the golf course and I don't do it a lot, but I'll bet on anything. I've got a game we call pool golf in my backyard. We gamble on everything. So as long as I got skin in the game, I'm all about it. And we can do that for you with the UFL this weekend, and we will win 15-4 on the season. Lance'sLock.com.
Yeah. Do you have the floating island green in your pool?
No. So here's the way I do it. We have stationary basketball goal. It can move, but I keep it typically. I've got one of those. So the shallow end's like the 3 feet garden pool, and then it dives down to about 7 feet at its deepest point. But it's a pretty good outdoor area. So we put 18 cones around, and the course can always change. And then you shoot, and I'm like, if I shoot on one and I make it, I get a 1. If I miss wherever the ball is, I've got to shoot from there. So I've got the course record, 29 and 18 holes, which, do the math, is pretty impressive. But it's an outstanding game. We get out there. I've got this huge open Yeti that holds 3 cases of beer. And so we'll just ice it down, and we'll go out there all day, and we'll have as deep as 6 people playing, got the music going. The neighbors hate me, and we get hammered and gamble, and it's awesome.
Oh man, I'm in.
You guys, hey, anytime you want, man. Remember, I went through the divorce 8 years ago. I've only got girlfriend here, and kids occasionally come stay here a couple of nights a week. But you guys are more than welcome. We got plenty of bedrooms. Got an awesome setup. Show you guys the town. Need to come in. I wish SEC Media Days were going to be in Birmingham like they used to be, where you guys could come in and just get the whole terrain. I know Chip's been before, but we'll be hanging out with you guys in Dallas in just 2 months.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
All right, remind me again. You have a girl and a boy?
Girl and a boy. Yeah, my son, 16, my girl, 20. She'll be 21 next month.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No wonder you're talking about these weddings and stuff.
You say, thank God she's
money
not
lays.
dating.
All the kids
Yeah,
are
money
going
lays.
to lay now.
She got a boyfriend?
No. Thank God.
He said, thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God my daughter's not in love.
Yeah, she had some dude in Ohio she was dating last year. I didn't even know about it. And I found out she was in Ohio one day, and I'm like, this is what happens when you get divorced. Life 360 only takes you so far.
Yeah. All right. Lance, you're the best, baby.
See you guys. Y'all have a great weekend. Talk to you next week.
Appreciate you.
Check out the story on the chick in Austin in your backyard, rounding up bats and getting her ex-boyfriend bitten.
Zay's probably already got a breakdown of it for his commentary coming up.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
But let me know if you do it, because I'm gonna check back out because I want to see it.
Okay.
Okay. See you guys.
All right, LT. There he is. Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator at lanceslock.com. A special 1 hour edition with LT. I mean, it just was rolling, so we're having a good time.
I know. I was like, man, Chip gonna stop every day? Once in a while, I feel like Lance has to do something. You just kept throwing the question. I'm like, we go an hour. So I was like, okay, I guess we're doing an hour today. But
well, he said he didn't have any time constraints. So I was like, well, let's make up for all those glitches when he's doing carpool karaoke. You know what I mean?
That's true.
I mean, last week we couldn't even see him.
That's true. He does owe us.
Yeah.
He does.
He's a good dude. He gets it, plus good, fun conversation. All right. Let's get a couple mentions in here. How about date night? Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You know what I'm saying? Great seafood. I mean, this is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend who created Jack Allen's Kitchen. You know the food is outstanding. But if you love oysters, raw oysters, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, best selection of raw oysters in Austin. And during happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, $1 raw oysters. Come on. Go get your oysters on at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You got the Zilker location right off of Mopac at Rollingwood. You've got the Round Rock location at Old Settlers and I-35. And, go treat your date night the way it should be treated. Also, the Brain Vault mouth guard, that you need to treat your competitors the way they need to be treated. Look, whether you've got a competitor in your house who's in cheerleading or soccer, lacrosse, of course, football and basketball, the Brain Vault mouth guard is, well, first of all, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. Go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And if you're the team manager or team parent, they will do group fittings and they'll come to you to do group fittings. So brainvault.com, set up a fitting. And of course, Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving, because they lease every make and model of car. So they don't care what car you pick. That is probably a new car experience you've never had. And you're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, because you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. And whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, they've got you covered. You're going to be in a new car. You're going to be happy, especially in Austin, because you're going to be in traffic. Don't be driving around in some bucket of bolts that you can't stand. That's no way to go through life. AppleLeasing.com, or give them a call, 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And our man Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations. He had a 98-inch big screen in the Mullet Open. Somebody walked out of the Mullet Open with a 98-inch screen from our man Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations. Look, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, give him a call. 255-8678. He's going to bring everything to you, whether it's the big screen, the surround sound, new lighting, electronic shades, surveillance. 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. And of course, Ollie Pop today for Lance Taylor for hanging with us for an hour. That was fun. Interesting what he said about Sark, and I'm gonna go there in the chip shot, Zay. I'm just gonna riff on what Lance was talking about. So, Sporting News, he pointed out, has come out with its rankings for college football coaches, 1 through 134.
Yo, who's 134?
Who's 134?
We gotta see who's holy shit, it's Jeff Choate.
Jeff Choate.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
What are we doing?
What?
No, I don't care if he hasn't coached yet. Come on. I'm not with that.
Well, I was surprised by a few things. Yeah, I think Jeff Choate's probably better than
the Kent State guy,
Rich Rodriguez at Jacksonville State. But
yeah, man,
he's definitely better than Jim Mora Jr., who's like the worst. He's at 97, and I mean, come on, man.
Hey,
yeah. Tom Herman is at 101.
What up, Tom?
Major Applewhite is at 109 at South Alabama. Come on, Major.
Wow, Major Kenny, 100.
Yeah.
I feel like GJ Kenny's better than that. But it's okay. It's all subjective.
Well, let's dive into that list tomorrow. But Steve Sarkisian is number 6 on this list. And Lance was sounding like Sporting News, a little bit of a prisoner of the moment. Texas goes 12-2 and, comes this close to beating Washington in the Sugar Bowl college football semifinal last year. Maybe should have kept running the football, but, he's got loaded quarterback room with Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning, all that. So you've got Steve Sarkisian at number 6. Number 5 is Brian Kelly. who has played for a national championship while he was at Notre Dame. Hasn't won one yet. He did win national championships at D2 at Grand Valley State. At number 4, Sporting News has Ryan Day of Ohio State. He's got an unbelievable record. He's 56-8. He's got resources. People in Ohio are bonkers for college football. He has started losing to Michigan, which is, a 3-game losing streak to Michigan puts you kind of on the warm seat for a guy who's number 4 on this list. Okay, number 3, Kalen DeBoer of Alabama. And I think people are like, where did Kalen DeBoer come from? When he started winning last year big at Washington. And, of course, played for the national championship. So now Kalen DeBoer is at Alabama. And there's a sense that, okay, with the machine that Saban built and all the infrastructure to keep and get players into that program, that he'll rock on. I personally tend to agree. But Dabo Swinney at number 2. Okay, so we'll talk about that more tomorrow. And then, of course, at number 1, Kirby Smart. Lance's contention was that Sarkisian maybe is around 10 or 11. And you got Kyle Whittingham at number 7 on this list. You got Mike Norvell of Florida State at 8 and Lincoln Riley at 9, Lane Kiffin at 10, Josh Heupel at 11. And here's the thing, without even really focusing on the list, I'll just talk about Sarkisian because, look, 2 years ago, Texas couldn't win on the road. They couldn't close out games on the road. At one point, Texas was 1-5 on the road under Sarkisian. And it was starting to, become a thing. They'd have these leads. The Oklahoma State game from 2 years ago, where they're up, 17, and end up losing. Probably could have run the ball in the fourth quarter to protect that lead, but they didn't. And then last year, they put it together. They go to Alabama and they win by 10. So in 1 year, we're talking about a program that couldn't win on the road against, Oklahoma State. I thought the game that totally turned it around for them was the win at K-State 2 years ago. And then last year it turned into an absolute thriller. But I get it. I get why Lance would say that it was a really good year last year. Texas has got to be better in the red zone, and they've got to continue to play aggressively on defense until the game is over. You can't get up 26-6 on TCU and start playing soft coverage and all that, because that's just an excuse for your players to start to relax instead of attack. So, and I like that Sarkisian made that adjustment. I thought it took a little longer than it should have. Probably should have happened after Houston. And, Kansas State, everyone's like, oh, Malik Murphy. The defense allowed and a turnover by, fumble by Jonathan Brooks. But I get it. This is a prove it year for Steve Sarkisian and this Texas program. I like every move he's made since the 5-7 season in terms of recruiting, coaching staff, personnel. I think people are wondering about Kenny Baker because he was at Western Kentucky for 3 years. And then he goes to the Dolphins as assistant defensive line coach for a year. And then he gets the Texas job replacing Bo Davis, who's been a part of 3 national championships, 1 at LSU, 2 at Alabama, and has coached, been the head defensive line coach in the NFL for my Detroit Lions for 3 years. But look, Sarkisian, brought in Tashard Choice. Tashard Choice is a monster. And I think Chris Jackson's solid and smart of Sark to say, hey, come here. You're going to get coached by an NFL receivers coach so that you're ready, because all my receivers are going to the league. Here's the list. You want to call Jalen Waddle. You want to call Devontae Smith, Jerry Jeudy, give him a ring. So look, it is an important year for Steve Sarkisian, but he gets it. He understands that, and he's putting it out there. He's putting it out there saying, I'm challenging our guys to reach the pinnacle. And I like the way he's approached it. I like how he's trying to fuel the mindset of the program. I like that he's gone into the portal looking for nose tackles, because you lose Byron Murphy as your nose tackle. You better have a guy who can cause havoc or at least hold the point of attack as your nose tackle. And so it's a prove it year. Steve Sarkisian's going to get to prove that he is a top 6 head coach over being a top 10 or 11 head coach. And that will happen this year, because in the SEC, more than any other conference, you have to win the games you're supposed to win. You start losing games you're not supposed to lose in the SEC, you're A&M. You become, your fans are waiting for the banana in the tailpipe. They know it's coming. Who's it going to be? Oh, hell, it's Appalachian State in College Station. Like, I like how Sark's got his player culture right now. Although with, 11 transfers, and he's talking about we don't have to take risks. Bill Snyder had one bad transfer class at Kansas State, and it started to unwind, and he stepped down, and Ron Prince took over, and then Snyder came back. But that's why it's crazy that Lane Kiffin, to me, is bringing in 23 transfers at a time, because you get the wrong batch of dudes, you can wipe your chemistry out. I mean, it can just be 1 or 2 guys. If you're leaving them in a position where they're on the field, and, you keep putting them in the line of fire. And I think everyone right now is thinking back to 2021 in the secondary. Like, why was BJ Foster still on the field? Well, apparently they didn't have the depth to get him off the field until the K-State game, which was the last regular season game. So, of a 5-7 season. But, it's a prove it year for Steve Sarkisian, Zay.
Hell yeah, it's a prove it year. Now you got a big time bullseye on your back, because cover boy Quinn Ewers, I mean, we knew he was on the deluxe cover, but this is the standard version, Chip, along with Travis Hunter and Donovan Edwards, where you could see their faces. And Quinn Ewers is the only player that represents the SEC in this picture, which means he's representing the SEC when it comes to this college football 25 game presented by EA Sports. So yeah, it's a huge year. You got a big bullseye on your back. Congrats to Quinn and stuff. But now I'm thinking about all the teams that can't wait to sack the cover athlete this year, because a lot of people use that as motivation, especially edge rushers and defensive tackles. Like, oh man, this is the cover boy. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to put his picture on our wall with a huge X mark on it, because he's next. So this offensive line, I think they're up for it. But yeah, Steve Sarkisian and crew, they got a big time bullseye on their back, and that's what you want. This is Texas. You always have a bullseye on your back, but with the expectations like you just talked about, Chip, hell yeah, man. It means a little bit more this 2024 season, and I'm all about it.
Hey, and it's going to be fun, because you're right. The thing about Quinn is I don't think he pays attention. Like, he obviously he knows he's a high dollar guy. He's I know he's signing a bunch of autographs. He knows it's for money. But I think he, up to this point, has shown he's all about ball, and he knows how important it is for him to be the connector in that locker room, especially with the new receivers on offense, because everyone is carrying on like, oh, don't worry about losing Worthy, A.D. Mitchell, and Jordan Whittington. We got Isaiah Bond and Jonte Cook and Matthew Golden, Silas Bolden, DeAndre Moore. Mari Niblack. It takes work.
Yeah.
You gotta connect. There's gotta be chemistry. There's gotta be rapport. And that should all be happening right now. All right, let's get to the right call, my man.
All right. Before the right call, though, before I get to Covert BK, we got to show the folks and have the people who are listening to the app hear Trevondre Sweat going at the folks in Tennessee now that he's a Tennessee Titan. And in Nashville, there's a lot of people that aren't used to the type of UT that Trevondre Sweat is bringing to Nashville. They're used to their UT of Tennessee, and Trevondre Sweat, being the Texan that we all love, is definitely making it known that the real UT is the University of Texas.
Graduated too. I don't know if y'all said that, but I graduated.
Yeah.
The real UT. Real UT. You know, education.
Well, it's a great school.
Great.
It's a great school.
Better school. Yes. Better school.
No, don't do that. Do you know where you are now?
I know where I'm at. I
This is
still
Tennessee?
bleed orange. Burnt.
Is that real
Burnt.
orange?
Orange.
You think that's real orange?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, I was before. Yeah, but
Glad you're coming to a real conference now.
yeah, we're gonna run it. Longhorn, hook 'em.
How can you not love that guy?
Love him.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, Samaje Burrell, I wish you the best, but just stay with your homie, man. Knowing everything that he has going, you take the fall. You be Kevin Costner in Bodyguard. You jump in front of the bullet, bruh. Because Trevondre Sweat is a special person. I know he's learned from his mistakes. You know, like I already forgive him. I've been forgiving him. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to see, like you always say, Chip, don't put yourself in a worse situation before draft day by having them have a reason to not draft you as high. He might have done that a little bit, but he has a lot to make up for. He's a great kid, great character, great personality, and I hope the Tennessee Titan fans can see that already before even taking the snap.
Yeah, I mean, if he delivers on the field, he's got a chance to be one of the bigger personalities in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because everybody loves the big guy who can ball and who's got personality. Remember Tony Siragusa? I mean, he got a lot of commercials because he was funny. He was outrageous. And T Sweat has that ability.
Oh, man. Siragusa, God bless his soul. That Ravens 30 for 30. It doesn't get much better than that. And seeing all of those guys together. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Trevondre Sweat definitely can market himself very well if he plays good. All right, let's go to Covert BK before we get to the right call. Shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well, providing the customer with new and pre-owned vehicles, high quality selection of both. The customer service is outstanding. The satisfaction of the customer is outstanding because they always do a great job. They're not just trying to sell you. They will take their time with you. If you need time to come back and think it over, they're good with that. You know, keep them updated. They'll keep you updated, and they'll try to get you the 7 terrific brands of cars that you would love to choose from: Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Cadillac. Go to covertbcave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Yesterday you asked me who was going to win in the 2-2 series tie between the Dallas Mavericks and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I told you the Mavericks would win the next 2 games, and the Mavericks are making me look pretty good so far. Big time win yesterday. I told Luka Doncic, that dude, hey, you didn't lose the game in game 4, but everybody's going to remember the missed free throws, bruh. How do you come back from that? 31, 11, and 10 for that ass is how you come back from it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. He took over that game yesterday in every way possible. Look, I get it. Russell Westbrook has made rebounding not as sexy. It seems like anybody could go out and get rebounds because Russell Westbrook at 6'3" was getting triple doubles like it was nothing. That's an anomaly, but rebounding is still difficult. It's still hard to go out and get boards and still have the energy to put up 31 and get 11 assists. Him rebounding gives them an advantage that other teams don't have because just kind of like what you saw with Westbrook, except he didn't have the team around him when he got to that triple-double level. If Westbrook had KD with him, Westbrook probably have some rings by now if he was at that triple-double level. But he messed that up. We all know what happened there. I'm sorry, I got a little off track. But to the point I was making, the fact that he could get his own rebound chip and initiate the fast break, that's why you see those full-court alley-oops and stuff. And it's a lot because he doesn't have to guard the best player on the team. He's out here guarding Lou Dort. Lou Dort's going 2 for 8 from 3. That's exactly what you want. Shoot that, Lou Dort. If you're going to be the one to beat us, so be it. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll let Shea go crazy. But everybody else, we don't believe in y'all because y'all are too young and too inexperienced. This is the concern we had with the Thunder coming in. So if you're Luka and you get that board and you got Derek Jones, who played terrific yesterday, hit 4 threes, 17 points. He's been really good all playoffs long, starting in the Clippers series to now. When he's running that break with his 40-something inch vertical, you could throw those full court alley-oops. Luka had like 4 alley-oops yesterday that were all pretty as hell. He had one where he passed it to the wing, cut back door on the give and go. They gave it to him. Once it got in his hands, he threw it up to Lively. Shout out to Jason Kidd for making those adjustments. For them to win these games and to have Kyrie Irving only getting you 12, that makes you very happy as a Mavs fan because that means, okay, we could move on. And if we meet the Nuggets in the next round, I don't know if they'll win, but they have a good chance. They have a really good chance based on the matchups and based on the production PJ Washington and Daniel Jones are giving you, or Derek Jones are giving you. So I like Lively coming off the bench. They put Hardy in off the bench. I thought he was solid defensively. Josh Green has been good defensively. And Mark Daigneault, his team's just too young. Like Jalen Williams, Santa Clara, he has to be better. He has to be better. 14 points, 13 points. That's not going to cut it. You're the second best scorer on this team. You're averaging around 20 all season long. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander can only take you so far. Like, they're done playing Josh Giddey. He doesn't help them because all they're doing is sagging off of him. And in a way, he has the yips, so he's not knocking down threes because he doesn't want to shoot the three. There, Isaiah Joe's not giving them anything like he gave them in the first game. Neither is Aaron Wiggins. Neither is Lou Dort. Chet Holmgren looks tired. He's just a rookie, even though he got drafted last season. He's just a rookie. You're putting a lot on him, especially with how physical Gafford and Derek Lively are. They got him outweighed by at least 15 to 20 pounds. So now you're in game 5. You're feeling that fatigue that the Oklahoma City Thunder didn't receive in the first round against the Pelicans. And yeah, they're the number 1 seed, but the regular season game and the postseason game are 2 completely different games. And the postseason, the way the refs call it, it's built for the Mavs in this matchup to thrive. It's just about Jason Kidd pressing the right buttons. And he did that in game 5. Hell of a comeback win. Again, I challenged Luka. Got to challenge those guys, man. You're a superstar. You're one of the greatest already. Even at Luka's young age, he's one of the greatest players I've ever seen and the NBA has ever seen. Guys built like that don't come around often. Guys built like that with that type of IQ don't come around often. Like Luka has a lot of LeBron in him. Doesn't have the athleticism or defensive IQ, but as far as offensive IQ and just nitpicking and strategizing and manipulating the game when the ball's in his hands, he's as close to LeBron, especially at that size, that I've ever seen, especially with his passing. And he might be a better shooter. It's just LeBron is Bron. So if Luka is going to play decent defense, he doesn't have to be great, but just be decent. Don't let guys blow by you. He had a big-time block in clutch time on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, yeah, that's the shit I'm talking about. Kyrie's busting his ass on defense. And you know, with the way the Oklahoma City Thunder is playing, they're making Kyrie a point of emphasis, which allows PJ Washington and Derek Jones and Josh Green all to get open shots. It's just a matter if they knock it down or not. They've done it more than they haven't. That's why they're up 3-2. I think they're going to close out the series in a couple of days in Dallas in 6.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask you. You were right on the money with the prediction that Dallas would lose game 4, and you were on the money with them coming back and winning game 5. So in OKC, now they go home. You think they get it done?
Yeah, I wanted to go 7. I picked Mavs in 7 just because game 7s are amazing. But that Oklahoma City team, they looked really young yesterday. Like, that was a moment at home. You have the fans on your side. And when you just SGA is all they got. Everybody else is 1 or 2 years in. Josh Giddey might be 3 years in. They're just too youthful for this moment. And, yeah, Jack, I'm with you. Everybody's been bitching about Kyrie. Kyrie has made an impact in this game without scoring. And that's something that I don't think we could have said about him during his Cavs days, Celtics days, even Brooklyn days. Like, if
it's
he
so
wasn't,
weird.
It's
weird. So weird to see him locked in, engaged after the circus that was going on in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. It's like, was there some weird thing going on with him and KD where he's just in love with Luka? I don't know, but it's working.
I mean, it just wasn't all the off the court stuff. That's what it was.
Yeah, COVID, yeah. Anyway,
all that stuff that.
I hated the trade, and now I'm having to eat some crow.
Yeah, before we bring on the SEC Unfiltered guys, one of the best things for Mavs fans is Jalen Brunson doing well in New York, because that pisses Kyrie off, and he wants to prove to everybody that he's a better ball player than Jalen Brunson. At the moment, that might not be the case. I'll take Brunson over Kyrie, but overall, Kyrie's going to be a Hall of Famer for sure. Jalen Brunson still has work to do.
Okay, well, before we bring on the SEC Unfiltered guys, what happens tonight? Denver at Minnesota. Checkmate. Denver leads the series 3-2.
Yeah, Denver, kind of like OKC with the Timberwolves, just too young, too inexperienced. You're dealing with Nikola Jokic. He's pissed off, 40-13 in the last game. Aaron Gordon's a problem. Their defense looks good. Murray looks as healthy as he's been. Yep, it's over at 6 tonight.
Okay. All right, let's bring in the SEC Unfiltered fellas, Chris and Dave. What's up, fellas?
What's up, guys? What's going on? Hey, where is the you guys may not know this, but where is the Big 12 baseball tournament held at?
It's a Globe Life, right? It's in Arlington.
Is it Globe Life? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's in Globe.
There was your trivia question today. Texas baseball knowledge. Where is the Big 12 tournament held?
Well, once again,
apparently Dave knows.
You've talked more baseball.
Yeah. So it's reversed from me and the NBA to you guys, or you.
That's right.
Okay. Fair enough.
right.
Fair
That's
enough.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
We'll get into some tomorrow.
Well, listen,
Review the series.
I'd be talking baseball. I'd be talking SEC baseball too. With all those teams at the top of the rankings. I mean,
Well, Texas is about to be there. So,
I mean, when?
Well, hey, I was going to ask you, what is kind of the feel, Chip, with David Pierce at Tech? Like, is it? He's not a hot seat guy yet, but next year's probably a pretty good year for him, right?
But I mean, how many people hire a pitching coach and fire him after 1 year and take over the pitching, and then the pitching is the reason that you're all over the place. Your hitting is off the charts.
Yeah.
And, you know, you got Troy Tulowitzki, and, you know, he's working with the hitters. You got David Pierce working with the pitching staff. They tried to hire Frank Anderson away from Tennessee 2 years ago, and Frank said, I want total autonomy, and Pierce was like, Frank's like, I'm not coming there.
Yeah. No, I just didn't really know what the feel of the temperature. I know what they're kind of on the bubble. Were they sending them to College Station? Is it right now?
What? And if
that's the projection. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping, guys, Texas catches fire this postseason. Not just because it'd be fun to talk about on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but I may or may not have thrown a little futures bet on Texas before the season to win the College World Series as a long shot, and it's like a $25 bet to literally win like $600. So I would love for Texas to catch fire and win it all. So
LeBaron Johnson, if he can get right, the guy's a monster. When he can locate his splitter and his slider, he's unhittable. But he's been very hittable because he hasn't been able to locate those pitches.
You got to have your horses in the stable ready, man. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, fellas, we'll turn it over to you.
Chip and Jay, appreciate y'all, man.
Mavs tonight, right, Jay?
Mavs.
Yes, sir. Mavs tonight, Dave.
Mavs tonight.
Yep. Chris, Dave, appreciate you
I love
guys.
it. Hey, appreciate y'all, man. Take care.
Later.
Great stuff. What's going on, guys? Dave?
Chris, what's going on, brother?
Dude, not much, man. Not much. What's going on, guys? Appreciate you all being here. This is the SEC Unfiltered Hour. And, of course, we are SEC Unfiltered live right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered daily, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 for the fine folks of El Paso, Texas. Again, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. We got a loaded show, lots to get into. But first things first, Dave, again, man, how you doing? It's great to be back on with you once again.
It's awesome, brother. Awesome. Weather's good here. I think we're going to get some bad weather here in Oxford. I'm actually moving, I've told you this, to Atlanta. So we're kind of packing up the house this weekend, but fired up to be here for the next hour, brother. How about you? What's the weather like in Columbia?
So I'm actually not in Columbia. I'm in Greenville, South Carolina. So I think a lot of people didn't realize that before. But, yeah, I'm in the upstate of South Carolina. It's a pretty hot one today. So I think after we do this show here, it's a good day to mow the yard. We've had a couple rainy days. You know, you got to catch it when the rain's not coming down. So grass is dried out. So, yeah, probably going to do some yard work after this. But it's been a great day, man. Obviously, content-wise, just counting down. We got a little bit of a sneak peek. Not even a sneak peek. We got the actual covers to EA Sports College Football 25. Dave and everybody in the audience, I'd like to announce I am a proud owner, pre-orderer of EA Sports College Football. Went ahead the second it dropped this morning, pre-ordered the game. I did get the deluxe edition, so I will get the 3-day early access. And I'm telling you, Dave, like, I don't know if people realize the content that's about to be coming this summer, right? Because we got preseason, we got our normal preseason content, of course, breaking down everything, previewing everything, predicting everything. Then we got magazine season. We got the College World Series. We got SEC Media Days. And oh, by the way, that same week of Media Days, the game drops. So it's about to be, as I like to say, content bleeding out the eyeballs, but content overload. Because I'm sure you've seen, Dave, like, I am normally a NCAA football simulator guy. It's some of the most fun content that I've ever gotten to create because you really just get to sit back and be a consumer and give raw reactions and just kind of shoot the shit. It's not meant to be taken very seriously, right? It's literally a video game. But, yeah, man, it's going to be fun. I can't wait. So are you getting the game or no?
I'll probably end up getting it. I like the game. I'm not as big. I can self-admit I'm not as big as everyone else is, and that's just in video games.
Are you what console are you on? I'm curious.
I'll probably go Xbox.
Okay, so you don't even have the console yet.
Oh no.
Okay,
no,
so it's a big.
I'll be honest with you. I've never been a big gamer. In
Not a
college, we had a console, and we'd always play college. I was a college football Madden guy. I never really got into what do you call it?
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty. I had somebody. I just for whatever reason, dude. I was never a big video game. I love playing at our buddy's house and stuff, but I was never the guy who was like. I would, as a kid, would go get it at midnight at Walmart or whatever it was to get the video game. But since I've gotten older and I worked in it, I just never. It was gone for so long. I never was a big video game guy. But whoever lets me use their game console, I'm fired up to play it for the first time. So you'll get it the 16th?
Yeah, I'll get it the 16th. I'm not a huge gamer either, David. It's one of those things too. Like, and you got a child, so this definitely applies for you. But as you get older, you've got responsibilities. You got things that. And I'm not saying, obviously, hey, listen, you can carve out time to play video games whenever, great. But most of the time, I feel like for me, especially being an entrepreneur, it's like when I play video games, I feel like I should be doing something else more than likely, most times at least. I will say, though, to that point, I mean, on the Call of Duty note, Call of Duty got me through COVID, straight up. I mean, me and my buddy would play online and just, it was like, because there was nothing else to do. Couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything.
It's funny you said that, Chris. I had buddies, too, that I was in a college group message, and they play every night during COVID. Because to be fair, then there really wasn't.
I was playing probably 3 to 4 times a week. Like, I literally, and we play for hours, like at night. So, but I was growing up I had like all the NCAA football games. I remember the first one I ever played. I think it was NCAA football 2003, I want to say, because that's when I really became a hardcore college football fan. Obviously, South Carolina fan at that time. That's when it really clicked for me when I was 11.
Who was on the cover that year? Was that the Griffin kid? For the
No. It was the first NCAA football I remember having on the cover was Aaron Rodgers from Cal. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the
first. Carson Palmer, I think, was on it.
Yeah, Carson Palmer. Yep, that the Aaron Rodgers cover, I believe, is the first time I remember. But my favorites, I'll just never forget when the game, it felt like kind of took that next step, and it went to I think the 05 game. The graphics got really improved. Maybe it was 06, and that's when they released the little meter on the bottom of the player that would blink when he's in the zone. And then when they released Stadium
cover, wasn't
it? Yes, and they released Stadium Noise, that was the ultimate game. Like the one with Desmond Howard on the cover, that game was elite. Those games were.
I bought the actual one in college when Mark Ingram was on the cover, just because I was in school. So I still actually have that one. I think that'd been 2010. That'd been 2010.
Yeah. Obviously the one I'm simming on or have been simming on now has been the latest 14 with RG3 on the cover. But what's crazy people don't realize is to do those simulations and the streaming that I've done in the past, bro, it's a lot. I mean, I had to
jailbreak. Dude, when you said that, I was literally like, dude, that had to take a ton of time.
I had to jailbreak because I got college football revamped as well. So I jailbroke my PS3, had to download all this stuff. It's very difficult. It takes some patience and some time, and you got to do a bunch of different stuff. So I jailbroke the PS3. I have the college football revamped mod on the console. I get updated rosters from my friend SG1 Sports, which he does the Lord's work doing updated rosters. I actually played a game yesterday. I played Florida Miami just in my spare time. Took 30 minutes.
Who won? Tell us.
I quit after the first quarter, but I was beating Miami 21-0. I mean, I was 21 skunking them.
Hey,
so.
Billy Napier, hopefully that's things out.
Yeah. Good. Oh, dude, we were defense. I think after the first quarter we had 168 total yards, and Miami had 14. Cam Ward was no match for us.
Cam Ward was no match.
And I was an All-American. It wasn't even like I was on rookie or anything. Decently hard. I wasn't. Heisman is absurd. Heisman's always been absurd.
That was always really, you're right.
It's All-American. It feels like you got to a point where it was a little bit too easy, but then you put it on Heisman. Forget passing. I mean, just forget passing. You're not throwing the ball with any success at all. So, but anyways, yeah, man, I'm not a huge gamer either. The 2 game modes I can play relentlessly and enjoy it and I can play by myself, are Road to the Show on MLB The Show and Road to Glory NCAA. So we are doing, though, the whole online dynasty thing with, I'm doing that with the Crane and Company boys, and everybody's picking a G5 or whatever. Crane's got Kennesaw State. J.D. Piquel's got Eastern Michigan. David Cohn's got Georgia Southern. I'm taking App State. So I know App State, it's not as popular because they're not completely just in the muck, terrible. Yeah, I mean they're not like in the muck terrible, but I mean I look at App State like, I mean, hey, they haven't won a national championship, so they came to FCS, and we got to get them back.
Let's bring a title to Boone there, Chris.
Got to bring a title to Boone, man. Yeah,
we got to bring a title to town.
I think probably the first progression is we're going to see App State. We're going to get to the playoff, then we're going to expand that stadium from the 40,000 capacity. We're going to add us an upper deck, get it about 75, 80,000.
Taj Mahal,
we'll get the facilities going, and then we can get we can chalk up the roster full of 5 stars. So, have you been to the Rock, by the way? It's total side note. You been to the Rock? You been to Boone?
I've never been to Boone. I know people that work there. I've never been to
the
stadium. I hear it's pretty. I hear it's really pretty.
Dude, beautiful. And so the stadium is nicknamed the Rock. And it's so cool because the stadium's just like literally in the side of a mountain. I mean, it's awesome. You're
right. I've seen pictures. It looks like it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's so cool. But well, anyways, fun start to the show. Again, guys, appreciate y'all. Leave us your questions, your comments, everything else, whether you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook. Those who were tuned in via X, thank y'all so much. And again, we're just having a blast here, man, talking ball, whether it be baseball, football, basketball, anything y'all want to chime in with, we can do so. I mean, obviously with SEC baseball, games and series are getting going tonight. Those will run through Saturday with the SEC tournament beginning next week. Again, I know this is something that Texas fans aren't concerned with right now, but that is what we have on the docket. Of course, Texas is a big series this week.
Chris, I wanted to ask you, speaking of, you're talking about SEC baseball, skipping ahead to next year, what is your thoughts when we add Texas, Oklahoma? What is your thoughts to everyone making the SEC baseball tournament?
I think it's good. I like it.
You like the single eliminate? I mean, I feel like the coaches probably voted like, if we're letting everybody, we got to make this a single elimination tournament.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, it's one of those things where, teams like that's not why you play the season anyways. Let's just call it for what it is. Like you don't start. No, I don't think anybody's goal before the season is like, man, let's make the SEC tournament. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of a given. You know what I'm saying? Like
even right now at 12 out of 14.
Right. And even the teams that aren't very good, like I don't think Carrick Jackson told his Missouri team, like, hey guys, let's just do enough to make the SEC tournament, right? Like maybe if we go 10-20, we'll sneak in. Like I don't think anybody has that goal anyways. So I think letting all of the teams participate, like, why not? It doesn't make any sense to have an SEC tournament and not have every SEC team there. You know what I mean? So, I like it. I like it. And I'm excited for Texas and OU to come to the league, man. I think I've been asked about this before, and simply put, I just think the best gets better. I mean, really, truly, the SEC is already, people talk about how great of a football conference it is, and it is. It's gotten a lot better in basketball. I know you've talked about that a lot. Like it has taken major strides in basketball from talent to coaching to everything in between. But baseball and obviously softball too. I mean, you could say softball is the most.
Yeah, softball probably, especially you had Texas,
crazy.
The deepest league from top to bottom.
I think they said 13 teams made the postseason.
Every team that fields a team in the SEC, and if you would have added Oklahoma and Texas this year, they're in it too.
Who doesn't field a team?
Vandy doesn't play softball.
Of course.
Of course.
But you know what's interesting too, and again, this is like we're taking this conversation all over the place. That like. Not every team plays soccer. It's interesting to see what sports some schools don't have.
Sports and athletics.
Yeah, I mean, only Georgia and LSU and a select few others do the gymnastics thing. Like, not every school does gymnastics either. So, it's interesting, like, what some schools have and what they don't. But either way, some big series obviously taking place this weekend. Baseball will become more front and center as we get into postseason. Dave, it's one of those things that I've realized throughout my career making content that you talk about baseball during baseball season, you talk about basketball during basketball season, you talk about football all year because it's always football season. So that's just kind of how it goes. On an update on the series of the weekend, I would say, by the way, Dave, before we get into everything we've got planned, series of the weekend in college baseball, it is Texas A&M and Arkansas, top 5 series. Jim Schlossnagle told TexAgs today that so apparently tonight's game between Texas A&M and Arkansas, it has been officially moved back to 8 p.m. And I think that's 8 Central because that's an A&M guy, our friend Ryan Broninger saying that. So I assume that means 9 Eastern, which is where I am. SEC office said they will not permit a new game to begin after 10 p.m. Central. So they could start that late, though. Suspended game cannot be resumed after midnight. adjusting the schedule to a doubleheader will be weighted out as long as possible.
I think a lot of games this weekend are getting posted. I saw LSU Ole Miss starting 40.
Yeah, they're starting like 5 o'clock.
Then I saw tomorrow in Auburn. You had Alabama Auburn. I think I think that game is going to get rained. Or those last two games are going to get rained out Friday and Saturday. I think it's just going to be a one. They may. I don't know what their deal is on Sunday this week. I'd have to look at if they could play a game on Sunday if those teams would be willing to.
Well, typically, Dave, the SEC rule is you have 3 games to play or 3 days to play 3 games.
To complete 3 games, yeah.
Which is a crazy rule. Like I get it before the SEC tournament. I totally understand that, but it's crazy to me. Like we've seen Thursday through Saturday series that they did not play a game because they could not get the 3rd game in, and they couldn't.
When you had Sunday sitting there on deck,
it's insane. I mean, it's just crazy. So, but anyways, yeah, excited for the SEC tournament. That's always a blast. We're gonna have SEC Unfiltered is gonna have representation down there. Our guy Harrison's gonna go down there, and I may or may not make the trip, but either way, we're gonna have an immense amount of content reacting to everything all week.
Last thing on baseball here, you can attest to this. Tell the Texas and Oklahoma, well, probably not many Oklahoma fans watching here, but Texas fans here, get ready for the delays.
Dude, I mean, it's
fun though. I mean,
that's one of the joys.
2 a.m. in the morning.
That's one of the joys. Yeah, that's one of the joys of college baseball season. I'm just going to say college sports in general, man. Is like you really haven't lived until you've experienced the rain delays in Hoover. You just, I mean, it's every single year. I'd almost be disappointed if there wasn't a delay at some point. I'd be like, damn, we didn't get our full money's worth here. Like you said, like what, I mean, we don't normally have an excuse to stay up till 1 or 2 in the morning and watch baseball and then wake up at 9 a.m. and do it all over again. You know what I mean? So no, it'll be a fun week and we'll have tons of coverage. And, we're also, by the way, Dave, Harrison and I at least, we're going to have content around it, but we're going to go live, SEC Unfiltered. We are going to go live on Monday, Selection Monday, after that show, react to the regionals and everything else. And, of course, that week we'll have tons of content previewing everything when it comes to college baseball. With that being said, Dave, let's get into our actual list of topics that we had to discuss. This one really, really quickly, and I'm going to give you some context here as well, some supporting numbers. But there's been a fun conversation on social media today. You knew it was only a matter of time. Of course, Tennessee gets Oklahoma this year, not Texas. But former Texas defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat, in an interview, he's with the Tennessee Titans now, says that Texas is the real UT. Said that they're the better school. They are the real UT. So I'm going to put you on the spot here, Dave. And listen, we're on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You might think we're going to be biased to say one thing or another, but I want your honest take here. Yeah. Who's the real UT, Texas or Tennessee? And I'm going to give you some stats after your answer to see if I can sway you one way or another.
I think it's really just everybody's experience. I'll be honest, I'm from Mississippi originally. I didn't know a lot of Texas fans. I honestly didn't know a lot of Tennessee fans, but worked in college football in the state of Texas at Texas A&M. Everybody around the state would always kind of consider just Texas, would say UT, like the A&M fans or the T-sippers. I know it probably didn't go well over here on this thing, but that's what they call it. T-sippers, UT. The Tennessee fans, I know my in-laws, my father-in-law, brother-in-law, and mother-in-law, diehard Tennessee fans. They never say really UT. They always say Tennessee. So to me, and I think if you were going off just tradition, accolades, I think you got to give the University of Texas, UT. I know some buddies that live in Austin, and they're always like, yeah, I had to drive by UT today. So I feel like it's more in the Texas culture to call them UT. And then also I think they got kind of the stats between more wins, more tradition than Tennessee. Not by a ton, but for the most part. But I'd give a nod to the Longhorns there as the real UT.
I would like to ask our audience, when you're typing out UT or like you're texting, whatever it is, do people put UTA, like the University of Texas Austin? Because I'm thinking I've seen UT a lot more for Texas than I have for Tennessee, because I feel like when people put, I see a lot of Tennessee fans put UTK, like University of Tennessee at Knoxville.
Yeah.
So like, is that a thing with Texas where it's the University of Texas at Austin? Is there like another, or like, are there sister schools or whatever?
Well, I guess the sister schools, what, UTSA and UTEP? I mean, UT Arlington, I guess. I don't know. I know UT Arlington doesn't play football, but they do play other sports. I say, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they do UTA. I don't think so. I don't think so. But to me, I don't know. I've always heard UT more correlated with the University of Texas, and maybe it's because I worked in the state for a little bit. I don't know. What about South Carolina? What about hell, you lived in a city. You grew up at USC. What about South Carolina?
Right. Yeah.
So if USC East.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're in the state of South Carolina, USC is South Carolina.
Yeah.
Outside, I mean, it's kind of like the Carolina argument too. So
who's Carolina?
Yeah, who's the real Carolina? So it's this is certainly a fun battle. I'm gonna give you some stats here. So this is a graphic that was made courtesy of our friend Texas Football Life, TXFB Life on Instagram. We collab on a lot of content, especially when we do stuff that's Texas or A&M or what have you related. Either way, he put up a graphic, who is the real UT. And I'm going to go through some numbers here, Dave, and just see if it strengthens your case or strengthens your argument, or maybe it sways you one way or another. Some things might surprise you. Who is the real UT? 6-year graduation rate. Texas is at 88%. Tennessee is at 71%. Median career earnings. See, these are kind of like off-the-wall stats here. Median career earnings. Texas, $73,000. Tennessee, $57,000.
So we're not even talking just football or athletics.
No, we're talking like the school.
Real life.
Oh, we're talking school. Yeah. Because, Tamondre Sweat said it's a better school, period.
There we go.
U.S. News U.S. News and World Ranking. Texas, 32nd. Tennessee, 105th. Endowment. Texas, $18.8 billion. Tennessee, $1.4 billion. Acceptance rate. Texas acceptance rate. Texas is 31%. So it's hard to get into Texas. 31%. Yeah. Tennessee, 68%. Number of students. Texas, 52,000. Tennessee, 36,000. And he also did 2023 athletic revenue. Texas, $271 million, which is crazy. Tennessee, though, $202 million. So they weren't that far behind, but I would say Texas is the real UT also. I would. I just, again, not even because, I'm not even trying to, piss off Tennessee folks, nothing like that. I don't hear a lot of people call Tennessee UT. I hear it more for Texas, the UT.
100%. Yeah, Rick, if you just said, who do you think of when I say UT, I would definitely think Texas first initially. Yeah. I'm 100% sure of that.
Yeah, we may or may not in the coming months, coming weeks, who knows, have some the real UT merch. I've always thought about that'd be a really good idea. So we'll do one that's in burnt orange. We'll do one that's in Rocky Top orange. Let them have at it. Let them have at it. No, beauty's in the banter, as we say. Dave, let's get into this, man. This will be a lot of fun. Anytime we can touch on all 16 SEC teams, it's a blast. And this is, again, wherever you want to go with this, right? There's no right, wrong, or indifferent answer here. And I want to hear your guys' feedback as well if you got any comments. The position unit for each SEC program that is under the most pressure going into the 2024 college football season. So, again, when you think about this team, the position unit for you that needs to step up for Team X to reach and or exceed their goals in 2024. Okay. So, and we can have the same answers, different answers, what have you. So we're going to go in alphabetical order here. Let's start with the Alabama Crimson Tide. The position unit for you that you think is under the most pressure, maybe it has the most question marks. The position unit that needs to step up for Bama this season is what?
Man, specific unit. I'll just put them in a group, and I'm considering them just the same unit because people play with 5-6 DBs across the board. But really, their secondary, I think, is a big question mark for them. I mean, Xavier Brown, the freshman they signed, could come in. They got the safety from Keon Sapp from Michigan they brought in. Malachi Moore feels like he's back for his 10th year at Alabama, but he's really the only guy that has gotten real reps in that Alabama Crimson Tide secondary. Damani Jones, a kid they got from USC, is a transfer. They added the Wake Forest transfer here recently. They've added some guys at the end, but imagine how good that secondary could have been if you would have had Trey Omastay, obviously Caleb Downs. It was a position unit they felt good about probably this time last year heading into 24. Like, man, our secondary is pretty good here on the back end from a future standpoint. But they anticipated losing Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold, and it's tough to replace, as you know, first NFL corners in the first place. But they lost a lot more than they were anticipating. Again, Malachi Moore's really the only guy back. So Maurice Lindquist, their DB's coach, will have his hands full. I think they're a big question mark, and it's crazy to say that because under Nick Saban, that used to always be a box you could check that you'd be confident in that they would be good in. This year, I think it's a big question mark.
Dave, I really appreciate you and admire you for leaving the easy answer for me when it comes to Bama, but I think it's got to be the offensive line, man. I mean, it's just – the offensive line was historically bad for them. And it was weird to watch how porous they were. Because when you think of Bama, you think about winning in the trenches and bullying people up front, pushing people around. And I mean, Jalen Milroe had like the highest pressure rate in all of college football. I mean, it showed itself in the biggest game, the biggest stage, right? I mean, it was a micro that last play where, and who knows if the play works, but the fact it was a bad snap on the last play, it was really a microcosm of who they were and the struggles on the offensive front. You saw it in that game against Michigan. You saw it all throughout the year. So I think for Bama, I don't even know that we know how good Jalen Milroe can be because we've never seen him with really good protection. So I think if that works itself out, if that offensive line is just top half of the league, and I mean, you think they have the talent, for sure they have the talent. If it comes together, I think that offense could be electric, and I think Jalen Milroe could, elevate his stock, and Bama could, I don't want to say surprise, but have a really successful season in year one under Kalen DeBoer. So, your thoughts, O-line? You think they take a step forward?
No. I think you're right. I think secondary O-line are right there. I just feel like the secondary had more holes after the departures, obviously, to the draft and to the portal with Amos and Caleb Downs. The offensive line, you like some pieces. It's like, just can it become I like Jaden Roberts. I like Tyler Booker. Elijah Pritchett could be fine. But like you said, there's got to be, Caden Proctor's coming back, should only improve with the year. I just think there's bigger holes on the secondary. But you're right. Right after that, you like their front seven. They probably have two of the better linebackers back in the league. Receivers could have some guys kind of step up, but I'm with you. Like, the offense is going to go as the offensive line goes. So I would say, yeah, right after that, in my opinion, I would say would be the offensive line after the secondary.
Dave, let's move to the Arkansas Razorbacks. You got a brand new quarterback in Taylon Green. You got Bobby Petrino manning the offense. Again, no more KJ Jefferson, no more Rocket Sanders. There's questions on the defensive side. You lose Pooh Jr., the great linebacker, to Ole Miss. What's the position unit for you that's under the most pressure that needs to step up?
I went back and forth on both line of scrimmages here, but I'm going to say the one that's under the most pressure is definitely the defensive line, I think obviously the offensive line with Eric Mateos, obviously with Cody Kennedy heading to Mississippi State. I just think Deke Adams' defensive line group, but I really think the only guy that's kind of just a scary guy, and even he lacks a little twitch at times, but he has some production. It's probably Landon Jackson, but outside of him, you really don't have a lot back, and that concerns me. It really does. I don't think there's a lot of winnable minus guys on that front seven, especially on the defensive line. So Deke Adams has his work cut out for him. I'm confident in Arkansas's offense. I think with Petrino, I like the Taylon Green kid, again, offensive line, if they get some answers there. I think they're going to be able to put up some points. Big question mark for me will be from a war of attrition and just can they survive a 12-game season is on that defensive side of the ball, and I think it starts on the defensive line after Landon Jackson.
Yeah, I think, Dave, to your point, I think the front seven for Arkansas as a whole is going to be a question. But again, you lose a player like Pooh Jr., that's a major blow for anybody. I do like Landon Jackson's game a lot. You mentioned the offensive line, too. I actually like what they did in the portal. I think Fernando Carmona, that's going to be a big piece for them. They looked a lot better. It's spring game, granted, but they just look physically more the part. I'm going to go quarterback. I know that's the low-hanging fruit here, and there's many of these teams you could say quarterback, but I feel really good about what Bobby Petrino brings to the table, and I think that it's I don't know if we've ever seen the mood of a fan base so dictated, so changed, if you will, by the hiring of a coordinator. But when you hire a guy who was your head coach before, the last time Arkansas had real massive success was when Bobby Petrino was the head coach, right? But he's got to have his trigger man. And so I think Taylon Green, he's got to be that guy. Again, I know there are other holes in the football team, but especially too, Dave, to your point, when we're talking the Sam Pittman era, and is he going to be able to make it past this year? I think for a lot of these coaches that are floating in that 5-7 to 7-5 range, and it has to look a certain way too. I think that if you go 6-6, if you go 6-6 and you're winning, or 5-7 and you're winning 10-7 slugfest, or losing, if you're losing ugly, right? You can go 6-6 and people still really be upset, versus you could go 5-7. If you're scoring 40 points per game, it's going to give people hope about what the future can hold. So I think Arkansas having a big year offensively is really, really important. And it's going to start with Taylor Green under center. He showed flashes in the spring game, but got to go out there against SEC defenses, do it on the field. He needs help around him, but I just think Taylor Green being the trigger man that Bobby Petrino needs is huge. Let's talk, Dave, the Auburn Tigers, the position unit that's under the most pressure for Auburn heading into this season.
It's a unit I like, but they just really haven't, not these specific group of guys, maybe a couple of them, but for the most part, just the program in general. It's just Auburn hasn't produced a lot of receivers. And I think it's kind of time, if we're waiting on Peyton Thorne to take that next step, he's going to have some help around him. And I think Auburn's done a tremendous job raising the floor in this wide receiver room. I think Cam Coleman is going to be that true number one guy. Will it take a little bit? Sure, he's a true freshman. Also, another true freshman I think we don't talk about, because we talk about Cam Coleman so much and him being an early enrollee. We saw the spring game. Perry Thompson, I think he's another guy that could come in. Then you add in the Penn State transfer, Keandre Lambert-Smith. I think it's another guy that could be pretty good. And a guy I remember liking out of high school, I liked him a lot, was with the St. Thomas Aquinas Fort Lauderdale kid they signed late in the 21 class. Wasn't Freeze, but it was Harsin. It was Camden Brown. I think he could be that big body red zone threat. Auburn traditionally doesn't produce a lot of receivers, usually linebackers, running backs. Again, like I always bring up, who's the best Auburn wide receiver from an NFL production standpoint? I couldn't tell you. That's probably going to change under Hugh Freeze. I mean, obviously, the class he brought in last year with Cam Coleman and Perry Thompson. I think this is a unit, though, that if Auburn's going to go win 8-9 games, they got to help Peyton Thorne out. Hugh Freeze taking over the play calling full time, I think will help that. May take a little bit, but the schedule works out easy for them. They don't have to go on a road game. They don't have to do the silent count until probably about week 6, I think, before they go to Athens. So they'll be thrown into the kiddie side of the pool a little bit early. But I think this is a unit, like I mentioned, if Auburn's to get 8-9 wins, this unit has to step up and give Peyton Thorne some weapons.
Dave, I'm going to agree with you here. I think it's the wide receivers as well. I think that, you could argue Peyton Thorne probably is who he is. They're going to lean on Jarquez Hunter to run the football. I think you could argue he might be the SEC's leading rusher this year.
Yeah.
But the wide receiver position, when you look at the talent in that room, and again, Cam Coleman, Keandre Lambert-Smith, some of the other young freshmen they added, obviously some of the returners they got. I mean, there may not be a team in the SEC who revamped their skill position players maybe more than Auburn did. I mean, really?
No, Chris, you're right. I mean, you go tell someone like Jake Crane or somebody that's an Auburn fan, any of these big Auburn, like if you were to go tell them they didn't get any really much more production than they have the past 3 or 4 years out of the wide receiver room this year by the end of the season, you'd be really disappointed. I mean, I get it. Freshmen aren't supposed to come in and immediately take off. But if there's a position that you can, it's always the positions that are further away from the football. It's easier to transition. You can't get more outside than you can at receiver. So I think at receiver, you can have receivers step up or guys step up at a young age. We've seen it every year.
And Dave, freshmen today aren't like freshmen we think of like 10 years ago, where it's you got to get in there early August and, kind of get acclimated and try, you know what I'm saying? Like that was even more impressive when a kid would come in like that and hit the ground running immediately. I mean, now you get all the spring ball, you get all the summer, you get preseason. Yeah. I mean, it's still a difficult transition, but I mean, you've really got a leg up. Like it's why I've always looked at it, Dave, like by the midpoint of the season, you're no longer a freshman. Like we're not even talking about you as old Greenhorn still getting acclimated. Like, no, by now you should be like
Greenhorn. Yeah, you're right. He's getting acclimated. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would agree with you. I think it's those receivers. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on those receivers to live up to the hype and help out Peyton Thorne. And if his game is going to get elevated, I think probably, Dave, it's because some guys on the outside helped elevate his game. Caught some 50-50 balls, made some plays, all that stuff. So let's go to the Florida Gators, Dave. When you look at this group, position unit under the most pressure for Florida, where do you go?
Oh man, I looked at the receivers there for a little bit too, but I think it's got to be the secondary, right? Like I think the receivers outside of Eugene Wilson, Graham Mertz.
There's a lot of Dave. There's a lot of teams in the SEC with secondary questions.
No. You're right. It's a college football issue now because, like you said, these teams play with so many now DBs, 5 to 6 DBs, and a lot, as you know, dude. A lot of these guys who are in that 7th, 8th spot, they don't hang around to develop, like you said. So everyone's thin, especially in the spring. And then you're bringing in these portal guys, and all they have is fall camp. But yeah, I would say that secondary, because like Chris, you watch these games. How bad was that Florida secondary last year? Not even just in coverage, but tackling. I mean, I'm thinking about like Jalen Kimber. Like that guy would shy away and take the opposite angle leverage just to get out of the way of the running lane where he didn't have to stay. I mean, they were, I think, the worst tackling secondary in the league last year statistically. I saw somebody did a graphic on it. And I was like, yeah, I can believe it. Like they were a bad secondary last year, not even from just a coverage standpoint, but you have some guys, Jason Marshall, I think is fine at times, but they're going to need some guys like Asa Turner to step up. I forget what his name, the Washington transfer they brought in. They need to step up. Devin Moore, Dijon Johnson, some of these guys who they brought in that were thinner bodies. They've been in the program now for a year or two. I know they changed strength and conditioning coaches, but still they should be adding some weight. I'm just interested to see what they can be this year in 24. It can't be much worse, at least from a physicality standpoint.
Dave, I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to go the position unit that I think has the most pressure and needs to step up. I'm going to go running back. You lose Trevor Etienne. Montrell Johnson is back. And, listen, the Trevor Etienne, I'm not making too much of that just from the standpoint of, I mean, it sounds like they had demoted him to RB2, so maybe it's not as big loss, although Trevor Etienne is wildly talented, and I think he'll have success in Georgia. But, you know what you have coming back in Graham Mertz. He was very, very good last year. I think it's supporting cast. I think that's the question mark, right? Obviously, the offensive line as well. Who steps up outside of Eugene Wilson, but can Montrell Johnson be that number one guy, carry the load, start to finish, provide that 1-2 punch, if you will, of the offense of providing balance. So I look at the running back position and the running game and Florida getting back to running the ball well.
Chris, I think you nailed it with the running back. They're missing that home run threat. Montrell Johnson's a solid 4 to 6 yard guy. He's not some guy that's going to bust one for 75, 80. He'll probably get hawked down from a secondary player at the end. You're right. Outside of Eugene Wilson on offense, they need an explosive playmaker. Could Trayon Webb, the guy that's getting the number 2 reps at running back, maybe it's him. I'm with you. I thought about that too. They're missing some explosive threats, home run hitters on offense outside of Eugene Wilson.
Dave, sort of a side note with Florida, the position group that I may be most excited to watch for them, tight ends. I think Arliss Boardingham could be a star tight end in the league, all conference kind of player. He's a lot of fun to watch. Let's go to the Georgia Bulldogs. This one's fun to talk about because they're so good across the board. But what's the position group for you? Most pressure? Is there one you identify that you're looking at as, with a curious eye going in this fall?
Man, I feel like I'd have 2 pretty good answers here, and I could get, again, you're right here because it's all relative. Like, does Georgia have the receiver issues that Auburn's kind of been missing? Probably not, but for them to go reach their ultimate goal, which we know is a national championship, it's like, can their defensive line get back to being a dominant, no one's going to run down our throat here? Or no one's going to run in the teeth of our defense. At the end of the year last year, that was a little bit of an issue from a total Georgia standard. I think last year they finished 18th in rushing defense, which to them is probably not an acceptable.
For them is not good. Yeah.
So it's really that interior defense.
You recall, Dave, early in the season last year, they were almost I think 100th in pressure rate.
Yeah.
It was the stats for them were so weird. They came along, but it was strange.
Well, because they had a guy like the Chaz Chambliss, the outside backer, isn't really a passer. You're right. Their defensive line last year was a bit underwhelming from what we said. They didn't have, and again, you're not going to see that a lot. You didn't have a Jordan Davis or a Jalen Carter that You're like, hey, defenses really had to game plan against on that interior. So I'm putting these guys on the clock. Nazir Stackhouse, Warren Brinson, maybe if Michael Williams slides in at times, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, guys like that. Even some of those backers, Small Mundon, CJ Allen, those guys need to step up. Raylan Wilson and play, not that they played bad, but to the Georgia standard, it's why I think they ultimately lost to Alabama in the SEC Championship. So I'm going to put Georgia's front 7 interior defensive line is under the most pressure in 24.
I'm going to go with wide receiver here, Dave. I just think that, and a side note here, I thought about going quarterback because I like what Josh Pate said about, if you tell me that Carson Beck played A or A+ football this year, I think the rest probably takes care of itself. But I mean, dude, you lose guys like Ladd McConkey and Brock Bowers, and I think it has to be a question. It absolutely is. Now, they've got immense amounts of talent.
It's got to be by committee to make up for those guys. I don't think it's just going to be two guys who are going to make up what McConkey.
Yeah, I mean, I could have gone tight end here. I could have gone tight end here just from the standpoint of, Oscar Delp, extremely talented NFL body. The kid they got from Stanford, extremely talented. But, like, how do you replace the production that you lost from Brock Bowers? You probably don't. I mean, that's the answer. You probably don't. And like you said, it's a by committee thing, and you just try to patch it together, piece it together. I said actually in a segment this morning, 3 reasons why I think Georgia football, believe it or not, can be better this year, which is a scary thought. I mean, Dave, I think their wide receiver position could be better, believe it or not, without Bowers and McConkey. But that is assuming a number of guys step up and the potential. Dominic Lovett, Ra Thomas, those are 2 guys that were big-time transfer portal leads that I feel confident will emerge. We saw Lovett make a crazy one-handed catch in the spring game, but they haven't done it yet, right? Again, I mentioned Dylan Bell, and they've got an immense amount of others as well. So that's definitely the position group for Georgia I'm keeping the closest eye on. It's like, okay, like who's going to emerge as that go-to guy? And not just that go-to guy is – he's going to put up nice stats, but the things that I felt like Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey did so well, like what Brock Bowers did at the end of that Auburn game, not everybody can do that. That's be the dude. Like, hey,
play after play that they needed. Yeah.
I had somebody tell me one time, Perry Orth, former South Carolina quarterback, told me one time that the difference between being on a good team and a great team is on a good team, everybody's looking around asking themselves, all right, who's going to make the big play? When you're on a great team, you got a bunch of guys saying, I'm going to go out and make the big play. Like, you got a bunch of guys who want to go out there and make the big play. Instead of looking around wondering, okay, are you going to make the play? Are you going to make the play? You got a bunch of dudes who are saying, I'm going to be the one to do it. So, that's the difference between being a nice player and being a dude. So I just wonder who those dudes are for Georgia on the outside. Because as good as Carson Beck is going to be, as good as the running game. I mean, Georgia, again, we're nitpicking, we're splitting hairs, but, who's going to make those big plays if Georgia's at the end of a ball game like they were at Auburn? Is there a guy in that wide receiver room or on that offense that can step up and make those big plays on the stretch? That's my question. So
no, I agree. That's kind of been a question for Georgia, really, for the true wide receiver spot for a little bit now. I mean, McConkey
they haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver in.
They hadn't had. I mean, their best, probably most upside kid they've had during Kirby Smart was probably George Pickens, like from a total upside.
Yeah,
but he was either hurt or suspended for a game.
Yeah, they haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver in like 20 years, I think. I mean, it's been a very long time, which is shocking, but it is what it is. Hasn't hurt them too much lately. How about the Kentucky Wildcats, Dave? The position under the most pressure for Kentucky.
I went back and forth. I feel like there's three positions you could legitimately make a claim for. I think the low-hanging fruit one's obviously Brock Vandagriff at the quarterback position, the transfer from Georgia. Can he get it done? It's kind of been the question mark for Kentucky and Mark Stoops, why they can't get back to kind of closer to the 8-9 winish mark that they sniffed around in 2021. But I'm going to go the offensive line. The big blue wall, as you're familiar with, Chris, it used to be something they could hang their hat on. Really, since the last 2 years, it has not lived up to the billing. I know Will Levis got a bunch of crap, but a lot of times he was getting hit a lot, didn't get a lot of protection, never really felt comfortable in the pocket. So I'm going to go with the offensive line. Eric Wolford, Alabama's offensive line coach for the past 2 years. He is back in Lexington. They got some guys. Marquise Cox has played some. Jagger Burton started a lot in this league. Gerald Mincy coming over, probably going to man that right tackle spot, transferring over from Tennessee. They have some guys that have played a lot. Eli Cox at center has played a lot. So they have some guys. I think they're going to marry Brock Vandagriff in that run game a lot more this year with Bush Hampton coming over from Boise State in that scheme. So I'm interested to see. That's something Kentucky hasn't had, is that ability to run at the quarterback position. So I think that'll take a little bit off the offensive line, but they're going to have to get that run game going. They don't have Ray Davis. They don't have Rodriguez from a couple of years ago. They don't have him. They got the Ohio State transfer and DeMonte Trainum. But this whole season, if Kentucky's going to get to that 8-9 win mark, I would have to believe the offensive line is better than it's been the last 2 years. So, therefore, I think the microscope and pressure is on Eric Wolford and his big blue wall.
Dave, I want to go a different direction than you. I really do. And, again, like you mentioned, Brock Vandagriff's the low-hanging fruit. But I agree with you. If Kentucky doesn't get back to their identity of smashing people in the mouth, it won't matter. Their best teams under Mark Stoops have ran the ball effectively. They have They've punched you in the face. They've made life very difficult in the trenches, and that's how they won games, man. And like I think you could say running back. I think running game as a whole, although it's not a position unit, you could say that. But like you mentioned,
secondary was rough last year, but I think the front seven could be a top 4 to 5 top front seven in the league.
I love the addition of Jamar Dumas Johnson at linebacker. Deion Walker is
Deontay Walker. They've got some guys in that front seven.
Yeah, he's a one-man wrecking crew. But I would agree with you, man. It's, and listen, we're not trying to give cop-out answers, because I know for every team, if their offensive line doesn't pan out, well, that's pretty much it on their season. But for Kentucky, this has been a multiple-year thing now, where it just feels like they've kind of gotten away from the identity.
When Stoops, as you can attest, Chris, when Stoops really got it rolling and they were consistently winning like 8, 9, like in that 10-game period, like you said, their offensive line was always good.
They're pushing people around. Yeah, they're just pushing people around. So they've got to get back to that for sure. Dave, let's go to LSU. The LSU Tigers are wildly interesting going into the season. They're one of those teams sitting at the over-under win total of 9.5, college football playoff aspirations. The position unit for you for LSU that's under the most pressure?
It's got to be the defensive line. It's the position I'm most worried about as well.
We could zero in on the tackles if we really want.
Yeah, I mean, I could zero in on the whole defense for a little bit. You can make a case, I think. Secondary as well. I mean, they just picked up the kid from Grand Valley State that they had to have. I know a lot of people were disappointed they didn't get the Dominic Williams defensive tackle transfer. Ended up going to Oklahoma. But, it's got to be – I mean – there's just not it's unfamiliar territory for LSU fans. I mean, really, outside of last year, you're used to them having a dude on the inside, even going back to when Nick Saban first got there and Jerry DiNardo was there, right? Yeah, this is – you look at the depth chart, like Jacoby and Guillory, Jalen Lee, those are guys that are redshirt seniors, and a senior that's been in the program for a bit, and they just hadn't flashed at that point. I don't know. They're better players, or like Don McKinley, the true freshman. But again, like I've mentioned, the further away from the football it is, it's easier for a freshman to come in on the offensive line, defensive line, the trenches. It's tough for those guys to overly just have immediate impact. I remember Rodney Gardner always being on Derek Brown's ass at Auburn. Like he couldn't even sniff the field that first year, and he ended up being one of the better dominant defensive linemen we've seen in this league in the past 10, 15 years. It's just that big of an adjustment, but I think LSU's a pretty easy answer. It's got to be somewhere on the defense. So I'm going to go with the defensive line.
Yeah, I'm going to say defensive line as well. Like you mentioned, Dave, this is one of those I don't think you need to overthink. I mean, it's just like I feel like we are going to hear about LSU's defensive tackles or lack thereof probably every day from now until kickoff, and maybe then throughout the season if they're getting gutted again. So, it's the defensive front, the defensive tackle specifically. The swings and misses in the portal obviously are brutal, but I mean, that's the only reason I could have maybe said linebackers, because now it just puts all the pressure on Harold Perkins, a guy like that, to step up and be, Superman like he was 2 years ago. But no, it's
and I think Blake, and again, me and you talked about it too. I think the hires they made on defense will be fine. I just don't think the personnel's there for this year. I think they'll get as much as they can out of them.
Which is a weird thing to say about LSU for sure.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's wild.
Yeah. Let's go Mississippi State. Position unit under the most pressure for State. What do you got?
From Mississippi State. I mean, I'm probably going to go again. I did what's a successful season. You mentioned it. I think you made a good point here a minute ago, Chris, that at some point, if you're in that little group of teams like Mississippi State and Arkansas, where I hate to say this for any Mississippi State or Arkansas fans that are listening, you're probably not going to go compete for an SEC championship year in, year out. Is what it is. I think you should be fired up.
I mean, Dave, listen. I don't think that's hurting any feelings, seeing as FanDuel dropped SEC championship odds yesterday or 2 days ago. State and Arkansas weren't even listed. They did not even have odds you could bet on. So
that's where I think, if you're one of those teams and this is kind of where I liked Zach Selman, Mississippi State's AD, higher in Jeff Lebby, is you got to have some kind of exciting product. And I think obviously everywhere Jeff Lebby's been, UCF, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, they've put up big numbers. So I think this year, even if they went, I'm never going to say a losing season's a good season, but if they go get 5 wins and put a productive product on the field offensively, and can get some things worked out on defense, because I don't think they're going to be good on defense. First time DC and Coleman Hutzler, they don't really have a lot of dudes. Lost Nathaniel Watson, Jet Johnson. They're better players on defense. But for them to be an exciting product on offense, I think it's going to come down to the receivers. You need guys like Jordan Mosley, the UTEP transfer, Kelly sorry for mispronouncing his name, Akari Rai.
It's Akari, just Akari.
Yeah,
I had to look that up when we broke him down.
Yeah, I know when I went back and watched our spring game, he was a guy that was standing out. Kevin Coleman, can Creed Whittemore get it going? Jaden Wally. You need to see some of those guys step up, and then it's a different position group here, but I'd almost like to see a little bit of that tight end step up. When Jeff Levy's offense is owning the middle of the field with the tight end, it helps it. But also, I think the weapons on the outside, it's going to start with the receivers. I like Blake Shapen at quarterback coming over from Baylor. I think he fits that system perfectly. He's just going to need some help on the outside with some weapons.
I'm actually going to go tight ends, Dave. I like that answer. I'm going to go tight ends, something to assist and
be that safety.
Yeah, be that safety valve for Blake Shapen. I'm the same with you. I don't know why. I don't know why people were underwhelmed by the addition of Blake Shapen. I think he was pretty solid at Baylor. I know he got hurt last year and kind of battled through some injury, but I mean, he was an all-conference guy. I mean, that's a pretty solid pickup for your first-time head coach. So I think the tight ends, though, providing a safety valve, they haven't used tight end a whole lot in Starkville, obviously, because the late, great Mike Leach didn't believe in it. So I think getting the tight end more involved.
Yeah, I think they may have built a position meeting room for that position. They didn't have it for so long there, Chris.
Yeah,
add on to the facility.
Yeah, add on the facility. So
what is this TE room?
Yeah, indeed. Let's go to the Missouri Tigers. Mizzou. What's the position group for them that you need to see step up?
I mean, I'm not doubting it because I think they've added some good pieces. Like Torino Pride from Clemson, but I'm gonna go the secondary for Mizzou. I mean, I just think Ennis Rakestraw and Chris Abrams-Drain, their two starting corners from last year, they're gonna miss them. It is what it is. Like I mentioned, Alabama loses two NFL corners, they're gonna miss them as well. But I would go the secondary for Missouri. I mean, I like Joseph Charleston, Drayden Norwood, guys like that. Like I mentioned, Torino Pride, I think he's gonna be fine as well. But I think they're really gonna miss that a little bit. I don't really have many questions on the offensive side of the ball, but really. That back end, how is that going to look?
Secondary is a really good answer, Dave. I'm going to go running back. I just think anytime you lose Cody Schrader, and I like the two pieces they brought in, but it's just, is it going to be the same? Again, I love your answer in secondary. I'm honestly just trying to go a different direction with it. So, but I think running back, that's one I'm going to be keeping a close eye on. How do they replace the production? I mean, again, Cody Schrader, he was not just very good. He was an All-American. Like he was really the heart and soul of that football team last year. So, are the guys they picked up from the portal, who I think are solid players, are they going to be able to replace that production they lost from Schrader? Dave, let's go Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Sooners. I'll start with this one. I'm going to go offensive line. I mean, this is the low-hanging fruit here, but this is the most obvious. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to steal your thunder. I wanted to get out.
No, you're fine, brother.
But dude, we're going to be talking about the offensive line from now until kickoff throughout the season. I mean, that's kind of the one thing. If Oklahoma, I mean, you talk about like biggest what ifs in the SEC entering the season, which could be a fun segment of content, by the way. But biggest what ifs. What if Oklahoma's offensive line is above to or average to slightly above average? All of a sudden, we might be having a different conversation about OU. So I think it's their offensive line.
No, they're one of the interesting teams in the league, man. You can make it. You said, I think I wouldn't get I'm with you. Offensive line is the best answer here. I was going to go defensive line. I think they have some guys, especially on the interior of the defensive line. It's not to the LSU standpoint, but it's got a lot of guys that don't really have a lot of proven production. I mean, Dejon Terry transferring from Tennessee. I think it was big. They got Dom Williams, the Grayson Holton kid. I do like Ethan Downs on the outside. Can Jaden Jackson maybe step up? True freshman David Stone, who's a big kid. Davon Sears. They got guys that have been in the program but are a little older and haven't got on the field yet. That could be a good thing. That could be a bad thing. They got some young guys, a lot of unproven guys. Because, I think you would agree with this, Chris. It's weird. You're not fired up about their defensive line, or I shouldn't say not fired up. A lot of question marks or some unproven. But you like the backers. I mean, you like Danny Stutzman. You like Jared Connect, Kip Lewis, Kobe McKenzie. I like the back end with Woody Washington and Billy Bowman. So it's a little weird. I wasn't fired up about the defensive line, but if they could get going and be serviceable, they should be pretty good. A good defense for Brent Venables in his third year. I think it should be pretty good. But also another question mark, Jackson Arnold's kind of got a little bit of a microscope pressure on him. Like, what if he doesn't end up – and I think he will, but I think he's got to be a little bit in that middle of, hey, man, you don't need to have the games of 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Stuff like that. You need to be more in the middle. But I think you nailed it with the offensive line.
Yeah, don't play hero ball for Jackson Arnold. I think you saw some of that in the bowl game against Arizona where He was brilliant at times, and he was also awful at times. So it's going to be interesting to see what he is this season. The Ole Miss Rebels, Dave. This is an interesting team because it feels like, to me, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, where are the holes? When you look at Ole Miss, what's the position group for you that's under the most pressure?
Quickly, I'm going to say, again, I think they've filled some depth pieces, which I think is an amazing roster management job by Ole Miss and them. I'm gonna go defensive line more so because I don't doubt it. I just think, as you know, Chris, championship football in this conference is a trench league. For them to really be a legit national title, SEC title contender, their defensive line's gonna have to prove it. Jared Ivey's more than capable. JJ Pegues more than capable. Walter Nolan more than capable. Princely Umamelan more than capable. Cam Franklin, Xavier Harris, Akil Osman, they have depth. They just need to go translate that on the field. On paper, they have depth. I just want to see it translate to be, hey, we're really legitimately rolling 6 to 8 deep and have enough depth to go win an SEC title. I don't think you've been able to say that about Ole Miss for quite a while. I just want to see it. I think it's there. I just want to see it.
Yeah, I like that answer a lot, Dave, to your point. If there was a position group called chemistry, I'd go with that one because that's really kind of my only question with Ole Miss. Are all these pieces going to click? But I'm going to go running back. You lose Quinshawn Judkins. I like Ulysses Bentley a lot. They get the kid back. I forget his name. It slips me right now. But coming back to Ole Miss that was at Miami. Logan Diggs is on the roster as well, though he's probably not going to play till late in the season if he plays at all.
Henry Parrish is the
Henry Parrish. There you go. Henry Parrish. Forgot his name for a moment. But I'm going to go running back. How they replace the production of Quinshawn Judkins, I think is going to be really interesting. Let's go South Carolina. What's the position group for the Gamecocks under the most pressure in your mind?
Dude, I kind of put them just in the same category for the last 2 or 3 years. And Chris, you know, I mean, you followed them harder than I did. But the group, I would say, it's been a big question mark. I like the youth. I like the recruiting and in the roster management they've done at this position. But it's the offensive line. I mean, I like Tree Babalade. I like Trevon Ball. I like guys like that. But can they stay healthy? And again, some of that's not these kids' fault. But just a depth on the offensive line. Can it be a serviceable unit? Is really what I'm looking forward to. I just don't think that offense goes a lot of places if it doesn't start up front on the offensive line. I mean, I have some question marks at the receiver position, but I think it all starts up front. Now, I like Lenore Sellers. I think Goggles is going to get it done for him this year if he has if he has appropriate time to sit in the pocket, make decisions, and also someone on the outside, a guy like Nick Harbor, somebody's going to have to step up and help. But listen, I think it all starts at the foundation of the offense on the offensive line.
Dave, I think offensive line is a great choice, probably the right choice. I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to go wide receiver. You just mentioned Nick Harbor. He's honestly pretty busy doing the track thing, did not participate in spring ball. And I just, from the folks that I've talked to, I wouldn't expect like 1,000-yard season or anything crazy for him because, again, he's still so invested in track. So, I mean, maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe Nick Harbor grasps things quickly and comes along. But you know this, Dave, better than anybody. The key to becoming a good football player is playing football a lot. And Nick Harbor, he still hasn't done it. So who else in the wide receiver room steps up? I mean, I think they've got guys they feel good about, but you lose Xavier Legette. Juice Wells transferred out. Lenore Sellers can't do it all on his own. And even if the offensive line is blocking, 50% better than they did last year, I just wonder who on the outside is going to make plays. I think the passing game could be a really big question for them.
Chris, it's a little bit like the Bryce Foster kid, the center at Texas A&M. Always wanted to do the shot put. I think A&M ultimately just kind of like, dude, you're never here with spring ball with us. This is how we kind of have to be a full-time football player.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina knew what they were getting themselves into with the Nick Harbor thing. But you can tell when Shane Beamer speaks about it, it is wildly frustrating because – you want this kid to help you out on the football field. These last four, Dave, we'll knock these out. How about the Tennessee Volunteers, the position group you're most pressure you think for the Vols?
Under the most pressure, I'm going to go a little bit of a wild card and throw this one out here. I mean, I think the secondary's got to be improved. It's been a question mark. We've talked about that for a lot of SEC teams and specifically Josh Heupel since he's been at Tennessee. But under the most pressure, I think when you define this, I mean, Chris, me and you haven't even talked about this yet, but what if I were to tell you just like Nico Amalavea ended up just not being that good? Like, what if that happened? Like,
I would go quarterback as well. I think Tennessee.
Yeah, like you hate to put that much pressure on him, but if he's not good, Tennessee may be in trouble because they got a walk-on that was with me at UCF. Gaston Moore is their backup, or the Jake Merklinger, who's a true freshman coming over from Savannah, Georgia. If Nico, and again, I don't say Nico doesn't have to be sitting in New York early December. He doesn't have to be a Heisman Trophy winner. And I think he looked solid against Iowa in the bowl game. But let's just say it worst case scenario, he's just meh. It has some struggles, like 4 picks in a game, 3 picks. Not saying it's going to happen. Just what if it did? So I'm going to say the most pressure is on Nico Amalavea heading into this 2024 season for Tennessee.
Yeah, I think Tennessee goes as Nico goes, fairly or unfairly. I just think that's where they are. How about the Texas Longhorns? Finally, we get to Texas. What's the position group for Texas? I think we got a comment here, by the way, from Steven Vosick. I think that's how you say his last name. Texas secondary. Do you also go the secondary for the Longhorns?
Yeah. I mean, you watch their spring. I mean, I think it's got to be the secondary first and foremost. Let's get that one out of the way. I mean, I like Andrew Makuba coming over. He's a Texas kid who initially was at Clemson. I like him coming in. Malik Muhammad, the kid they got from Washington. Jedi Barron, I thought looked pretty good in the spring game. I just think even off last year, them just getting torched and giving up a lot of explosive plays, I think this is the big question mark because I don't think they really have a lot of questions across the board. Yeah, interior defensive tackle and stuff like that. But I think they have some serviceable guys to get to that point, like Vernon Broughton now for Collins. I think they'll be fine there. Maybe a receiver, like who steps up as that true number 1 guy, but I'm going to go secondary.
Yeah, receiver was where I was going to go just to be different from you, Dave. And they've got plenty of options there. I think they're going to be elite at receiver again. So, I mean, I do think it's secondary. I think that's the right – again, this is one, don't overthink it. I think secondary for Texas is what you look at and say, if they can get that side shored up, the secondary, they're going to be really, really tough to beat at every point this season. How about Texas A&M, position group under the most pressure?
I'm going to go back to the well of the quarterback, dude. I've been telling you, Connor Weigman. I like Connor as a kid. He's got – all the natural ability, can layer it, can throw it at all 3 levels, sideline to sideline, can do it all from a natural ability standpoint. I saw what Jimbo was all about. My thing with Connor Weigman is, can he stay healthy? And when he takes a shot coming from that A or B gap on the interior of the line, can he step up and go make a play after that? I feel like every time he got hit and took a shot, go back and watch the Auburn game when Auburn was hanging around with him earlier. I think it was like a play in the second quarter there, backed up in their own end zone. He took a big shot, and you could tell it really affected him. I want to see a little bit more of the leadership qualities that you have to have at that position where you're bringing some guys with you. You're being a truck. You're pulling the trailer, which is the rest of the offense and really the rest of the team. I want to see him take that next step. Like, can he be that guy? Because I think if he can step up and be that guy, I think A&M can go win 9 games in Elko's first year. But I think Connor Weigman, I think A&M is going to go as far as Connor Weigman takes them this year.
Yeah, that's a great answer, Dave. I'm going to go wide receiver again here. You lose Anaya Smith, you lose Evan Stewart's, one to the NFL, one to the portal, obviously. A lot of talent in that room, a lot of talent. I mean, look at guys like Moose Muhammad and the host of others, if you will. But there's a lot of talent there. Who steps up as wide receiver 1? Who steps up as those top targets for A&M on the outside? I think the wide receiver position, to me, is going to be fascinating for the Aggies. Finally, do we want to do Vanderbilt? do you have one for Vandy? That's a position. I feel like the entire football team, but position group for Vandy.
Tough gig for the old Vanderbilt coming. I mean, probably offensive line. I mean, they're bringing in Diego Pavea, the New Mexico State quarterback. It lit up.
He had more SEC wins last year than the entire.
Oh, Vanderbilt starting. Listen to this: the 2 deep for Vanderbilt's quarterbacks are 2-0 against the SEC last year. Pavea from New Mexico State beat Auburn. Nate Johnson was the starter for Utah when they beat Florida, and he's their backup.
Wow.
They're 2-0. I'd go. I think you'll probably do. I mean, they're not going to go anywhere, no matter if freaking Tom Brady's the quarterback if their offensive line doesn't improve. Like it doesn't matter. I think we all saw that against Hawaii last year, how much they were just getting dominated up front. So I'm going to go offensive line for Vanderbilt.
I'm going to go defensive front, Dave. I mean, they couldn't stop a freaking nosebleeds.
Yeah.
I mean, again, this one's easy because there's a lot of ways you can go and say, well, that needs to improve, that needs to improve, that needs to improve. So
no wrong answer.
No, I agree with you on the offensive front. If you can get Cedric Alexander going, get some sort of running game, help out your quarterback. But defensive front too, man. They got gashed just constantly week after week after week. And if you can't stop the run in this league, you don't have much of a chance. So, guys, we've gone past 5 o'clock. Hopefully the Texas Sports Unfiltered folks aren't too mad at us, but glad we were able to get that in. Dave, this is a lot of fun. I appreciate you taking the time. Folks, check us out every single day here, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain Time as well. And again, like I said, we're right here in the Texas Sports Unfiltered Network every single day. Check us out via social media, podcast, YouTube, all that good stuff. Guys, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much. Y'all have a great rest of your Thursday. For Dave Shoemate, I'm Chris Phillips. We will talk to you all tomorrow.